Chapter 1. Terrible things happen to wizards who meddle with time. Harry stood, 27 years old, in a place he hadn't visited in nearly a decade. The smallest bedroom of number 4, Privet Drive. The younger version of Harry was still fast asleep, utterly oblivious to the events that were about to unfold. His desk was littered with wrapping paper and boxes. Harry checked them over and smiled, a twinge of nostalgia bubbling up inside him as he saw the contents. Birthday cakes, sent from Ron, Hermione, Sirius, and Hagrid. It was one thing to know that they'd be alive in this time, but to see tangible proof, to see for himself the reason why he'd come back, why, that was another matter entirely. With only the barest twinge of regret, harshly suppressed by a reminder of why he was here, the elder Harry slipped his hand underneath his younger self's pillow and stole the holly and phoenix feather wand he'd used for so many years. Despite all that time spent together, it felt alien in his hands. It made sense. After all, he was no longer the boy who lived. He was the world's first chronomancer. Only a few years ahead of his schedule, but hey, timelines were the first thing to go out the window when he took up the job. After the paperwork. If he was going to delve into the study of forbidden magic and shatter causality because of a guilty conscience, he damn well wasn't going to do it under ministry scrutiny. For a department with mystery in its name, there sure were a lot of brown-nosing weasels sniffing around for scraps of information they could trade for coin or position. Harry aimed the wand at his younger incarnation, and then hesitated. Fuck it. He'd left a lot of morals behind along the way. War does that to you. But he wasn't going to murder somebody so close to him without at least explaining why. Junior here would have wanted to know. Harry knew. He used to be the damn kid. "Hey, Junior," he said. Junior didn't wake up, so Harry gave him a sharp prod with his wand. He immediately leapt to his feet, staring slack-jawed at Harry, with only a quick glance at what was clearly his own wand in this intruder's hand. "Dad?" he whispered, in a tone that seemed stuck between reverent and confused, and then he shook his head and focused his gaze sharply on Harry. "No, you're not, are you?" "Nope," replied Harry cheerfully. "Sorry about that, Junior. I'm not trying to trick you here." "So who are you? And why are you naked?" demanded Junior, as vehemently as he dared without risking waking the Dursleys. Harry smiled. Even as a scrawny brat, he sure had that Potter spunk in him. "Remember the last time you mistook somebody for Dad? Hard to forget, really. 100 Dementors, our godfather dying by the lakeshore, and Dad standing across the water with a silver stag by his side." Junior frowned. "But that wasn't Dad. It was me traveled back in time. And I definitely wasn't naked." Harry waited for the gears to spin in his younger counterpart's head. It only took a second. "Wait, you're me?" he asked. Well, okay, it was more of an accusation, but Harry let it slide. It was an outrageous story, but he had 3 things on my side. The truth, which nobody ever paid any heed, personal experience on both our parts, which neither of them ever learned from, and a scar, which the whole damn wizarding world soiled their robes to catch a glimpse of. He was clearly on edge, but not disbelieving my outlandish tale, so Harry gave in, and did what he had to do for the greater good. Harry brushed aside his hair and revealed his scar. It had faded from vibrant red to the silvery sheen of a mundane injury, but was still clearly visible to anyone who looked hard enough. "Hermione said we should always avoid our past selves, though," Junior said warily. "Terrible things happen to wizards who meddle in time." Upon hearing that, Harry let out a genuine, full-bellied laugh. Practically word for word. You've no idea how many times I've heard her say that. Let me introduce myself properly. Harry James Potter. First and only chronomancer. No trinkets. No jewelry. None of those damn sands of time. Just me, myself, and magic. That's why I'm naked. Couldn't even take a tattoo with me if I'd had one. "It's a pleasure to meet me, little me," said Harry, bowing with a flourish that was mocking enough to make his younger self laugh, albeit quietly. "But why are you here now?" asked Junior. Harry grimaced. "I fought a war against Voldemort for nearly twice as long as you've lived. I killed him 13 times. It doesn't work. My only chance of stopping him is by preventing him from coming back in the immortal body he's going to create. He's already started the ritual. In less than a year, he'll be back, stronger than ever, and every time I kill him, he comes back more powerful. There's something you're not telling me? Said Junior, a harsh note entering his voice. Harry sighed and ran a hand through his hair. It had gotten less unruly as it had grown, but was still somewhat wild. Look, I'll be honest with you. You're me. We've been lied to, kept in the dark in a fucking cupboard. And believe me, from here on out it only gets worse. Much worse. I've lived through it. But now I'm back here, and I have a choice to make. What choice? Asked Junior, his eyebrows narrowing. There can only be one Harry Potter. I stay here, and I'll fade away within the next few hours as if I'd never existed. This'll all be a weird dream to you. The second option is I take your place, and save the lives of everybody we will ever love with the knowledge and power I've gained from fighting Voldemort as a wizard, as a general, and as the only man living who can manipulate the magic of time like a feather in charms class. Take my place. I'm going to kill you, kill myself, and win this war for good. You won't truly die. We're the same person. Our souls will merge and snap back together, with no difference except that I remember your side of this conversation, said Harry. His voice was sad, but resolute. This was not an option. This decision had already been made. Junior stared at his older counterpart for a long time. Why not just kill me in my sleep? You took my wand easily enough. I can see that nothing will change your mind. Harry sighed. I woke you so I could tell you why this is happening, because I would have wanted to know. It still took years before they stopped treating me like a child, and by that point so many people had been lost that I could have saved. Hero complex much? Quipped Junior.
Pot, kalla, mutarat Harry.
There was a long pause as Harry Potter stared at Harry Potter, and then, at long last, the younger one nodded. Do it. Why? Asked Harry. You would have done it anyway, right? Harry nodded. But you woke me up. You explained. Hell, you were a step away from asking permission. Dark wizards don't do that. Besides, this isn't really death. More like an upgrade. Harry grinned. Never doubted you. I'm proud of you, me. The man and boy clasped arms together tightly. Holly wand pointed squarely at the younger Potter's chest. Avada Kedavra, you noble self-sacrificing son of a bitch, he said, in a tone quieter and more respectful than the words themselves. And fuck you, space-time continuum, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Harry shuddered a little as he integrated the memories of his other self, but it was only a brief conversation, so the aftereffects passed after a few minutes. About the length of their conversation if Harry was any judge, but unfortunately he'd left his watch on the other side of the millennium. Almost on cue, heavy footsteps sounded outside the bedroom door. Harry had just enough time to grin before the door slammed open. Boy, what's all this racket? We didn't take you in so you could. Vernon trailed off in a rare moment of speechlessness. P. Potter? He spluttered out, clearly mistaking the older version of Harry for Jinlaw he'd only met a handful of times. Well, you're not wrong, said Harry. You're dead, exclaimed Vernon. In a miraculous turn of events, he began to turn bloodlessly white instead of his usual tones of red and purple rage. Okay, now you're wrong, said Harry, openly laughing in his much larger and much more easily provoked uncle's face. What is this, some kind of freakishness? We won't tolerate any of this under our roof, and I remember that letter. They'll have you expelled for this, you hear me? Expelled and out of my house. Oh, I've been looking forward to this for so long, mused Harry to himself, before reaching back with one fist and driving it with full force into Vernon's bloated face. Vernon collapsed into a heap instantly, regardless of their substantial weight difference. Harry Potter Special Stunning Spell, Muggle Edition. You're welcome. Harry bowed to his unconscious audience. On his way out of the Dursleys' aggravatingly dull house, Harry caught sight of himself in a mirror, almost 30, and looking several years past it due to the rigor of war. He found. Well, that won't do, he muttered to himself. I need to get into Hogwarts as a student, not a teacher. He paused. Can staff compete in the tournament? Fuck it. What's the point of being a chronomancer if I don't abuse the privilege at every turn? With a flicker of concentration, The wrinkles smoothed from Harry's face, and his hair shortened to just above his shoulders. He felt, rather than saw, the loss of an inch or so of height and a fair bit of muscle mass, but he was still in good shape, just more of an athlete than a heavy-duty soldier. His scars disappeared one by one with faint pops, all but his trademark lightning bolt and the double-sided mark from where the basilisk's fang had pierced him. 14, 27, and now 17. Looks like it's going to be a quiet year at Hogwarts. Harry burst out laughing, tossing his wand in the air, higher every time, and catching it again out of pure merriment. After the novelty wore off, he gave it a speculative glance. You've done all right by me in the past, old friend, but with that pesky Horcrux and my scar gone, I'm afraid it's retirement time for you, just as soon as I make a proper wand for me and not my scar. The wand let off a burst of sparks and Harry patted it consolingly. Oh, don't worry. I won't abandon you. Tell you what, I'll bring you back to Fawkes. If he can't find the right wizard for you, I can't imagine who could. Harry paused for a moment, catching another glimpse of himself in the mirror. Master forbidden magic, travel further in time than any others have dared, and all I've done so far is talk to myself and inanimate objects. And they said all wizards who meddle with time go mad. Let's prove them wrong. The wand sparked again as if in agreement. Yeah, said Harry. Let's go mutilate some woodland creatures. Hogwarts' anti-apparition wards obviously didn't reach this far into the forest. Good thing, too, or Harry would have had only a point me spell and crossed fingers keeping him in the right direction and away from the Acromantula colony. Huge trees rose in every direction, turned from brown and green into shades of gray by the dimming light. It was at the furthest edge of sundown, and Harry was deep amongst the trees. It was only the Lumos charm adorning the tip of his wand which kept the darkness, and spiders within it, at bay. He'd never been afraid of spiders. In fact, they were his earliest friends, in a way sharing his cupboard with him. But those ones had never tried to eat him. Harry still wasn't afraid of spiders, no matter how big, but he was still pretty pissed off with them, and that was no mood to be in for a mission of diplomacy. Even one which was pretty much guaranteed to end in violence. Harry's mood began to foul after the second hour of stumbling. True darkness had fallen, and only his Lumos kept him from leaving an imprint of his face on the nearest tree. It was around the 15th time that he tripped over that same tree's root that Harry realized what was going on. He'd been led in circles over and over. "All right, Forenza, you can come out. It's only me," he called out, loudly enough to be heard, but wary of attracting unsavory attention. Sure enough, Forenza stepped out from between the thickly packed trees. He carried a longbow, but no arrows were nocked, and the weapon was held lowly, in a non-threatening posture. It didn't fool Harry. He knew that the centaur could put a shaft through his eye at 400 paces even in this dense foliage, quicker than most wizards could utter a spell. Despite his white blonde hair, toned musculature, and strikingly blue eyes, there was no mistaking this for a handsome wizard riding a horse. Forenza had a wildness about him that few wizards could recognize, let alone cultivate. Harry recognized it only because he could feel the same wildness within himself. Magic. Harry Potter. The first time we met, you were hunted by evil, and the stars spoke clearly of the war to come. Now you stand before me changed, no longer hunted but the hunter. Why have you come? There is no evil here. True, said Harry, but there is evil elsewhere. There is always evil. It is not here. Harry dropped his smile and stared at Forenza, taking a moment to impart the severity of his next words. And yet the pattern of the stars has changed. The alignment of the planets are wrong. Without moving, without the passing of days or seasons, the skies are suddenly wrong. Everything your people know of the heavens is lost. Forenza stood in silence, the very image of a statue. I did this. Forenza was the embodiment of stoicism, but all around him, Harry saw the forms of centaurs emerge from the shadows, arrows nocked and ready to fire. You aided me once, Forenza. You can do so again, and this time I can offer proper payment for your aid. A single arrow flew at Harry, but he had prepared for it, had known it was coming. With the smallest possible movement, he tilted his head to the left, and the arrow missed him entirely. Knowledge of the future is mine. I will return the pattern of the heavens to you, show you the ripples of fate distorted by my power, and return to you what is rightfully yours." A darker centaur burst into the clearing, charging up to Harry until they were almost touching, although Harry had to crane his neck upwards to meet his eyes. "Bane," he acknowledged. The stench of mulch and sweat was like a tangible blow, standing this close to the centaur. No blood dripped from his weapons, but Harry could smell it in the air, coppery and sweet. He chose not to speculate whether Bane was injured or had killed this night.
Humans y sabana.
All the same, meddling with things beyond your understanding. We should kill you and be done with it." "On the contrary," said Harry, "I propose a bargain by the old laws. Irrevocable, unbreakable, made in good faith." Bane reared up onto his hind legs and roared into the night air. "And what do you know of the old ways, man-child? Even the eldest of you have forgotten the pacts which bound all creatures of magic together, not just wizards and your thralls." His voice was thick with rage, and after speaking, he slammed his forelegs onto the ground with enough force to make the earth tremble beneath Harry's feet. Harry, resolute, did not move or flinch against the display, inches from his face. "My pact is not with you, Bane. The choice to accept or refuse does not lie with you," said Harry. The darker centaur made a low noise in his throat, like a rumbling growl. Harry narrowed his eyes, but then turned his attention back to where it mattered. "Firenze!" Harry shouted, suddenly raising his voice. "Sight for sight, as is tradition. I will grant you understanding of the changing in the heavens in exchange for the standard offering." The centaurs in the background shifted uncertainly, fingering their bows. For half a moment, Harry feared they wouldn't buy it, that he'd be riddled with arrows, but then Firenze stepped forwards. "You have a good heart, Harry Potter, although it has changed greatly since last we met. I accept your bargain. You will grant me this lost wisdom in exchange for one of my eyes. I will teach this wisdom to my brethren, and we will find our path once more." His nerves fading, Harry mustered the will to grin at Firenze. "You forget, Firenze. You saved my life once. I owe you a debt, and that is no small thing. I won't just return this knowledge to you, but to all of your people. All centaurs will benefit from your courage and sacrifice." Firenze lowered his head mutely in a gesture of respect, but Harry caught the look of shock on his face. "It is rare that a wizard is generous in dealing with our kind, Harry Potter," said Firenze. "For now, look to the sky and tell me what you see." The night sky was mottled with pinpricks of light, the usual stars which pierced the dense tree cover. The moon hung overhead, and after years of astronomy lessons, Harry could even recognize which few of the stars were planets. Harry conjured a stoppered glass jar with a flick of his old self's holly wand, and then, in the same motion, summoned Firenze's left eye with a modified one-way switching spell. The jar filled with gore instantaneously. The eyeball was the largest part, but trailing behind it was a length of muscle, sinew, and, most importantly, the part Harry had come here to get. The optic nerve of a centaur. Firenze howled in agony for a moment, but only a moment. The pain was nothing compared to the wonders of the mysteries of the sky, once more revealing the pathways of the future to the centaur people. "All your kin will see the sky with the clarity they once did, my friend. But for your sacrifice, your vision will be keener than ever," said Harry. Noticing the expressions of wonder on the centaurs gazing skywards, Harry let out a premature sigh of relief, only to notice that not all of them had looked up yet, and were advancing towards him with menacing expressions. "Find me when the school term starts, Firenze," he said quickly. "I think I might know where to find you a replacement for that eye. Hold tight for a few months and I'll bring it by." Firenze met Harry's gaze, blood pouring from the empty socket where his eye had once been. There was pain in his expression, but no resentment. The bargain was struck. "Farewell, Harry Potter," said the centaur. "I once feared for you. Fate can be a hard path to travel for one so young. Now I gaze at the sky and fear for the world which holds you within it." The light hiss of air as an arrow launched into the air was warning enough for me. Harry attempted to disapparate, but was a moment too slow, and an arrow lodged in his upper arm. "Ow," he said, as sarcastically as he could, and made a rude gesture at the centaur who'd shot him. Harry could only hope that the centaur saw it before he disappeared from view. After a quick trip to Diagon Alley to steal some supplies, Harry operated back to the Forbidden Forest, albeit a different location, far removed from the centaur's territory. A large, flat stone stood in the center of a clearing. Harry placed his new prize atop it reverently. This was almost a sacred rite, the ritual of wand crafting. Ollivander's wands were the finest in Britain. Most would argue the finest in the world, and Harry would be right beside them. After all, it was Ollivander who had made his original wand, and then, much later, in a future which would no longer happen, teach him the art of wand crafting himself. Although Harry was a capable wandmaker himself, he didn't dare to claim that he could surpass Ollivander in terms of skill or experience. A lifetime of honing his craft had given Ollivander unparalleled abilities when it came to building the tools so essential to the lives of magical folk. But wand lore is a complicated and intimate matter, a bond between wizard and wand very similar to the bond with a familiar or a family. And this was what would make all the difference. A wand crafted by the wizard who would use it would always have a stronger connection, that bond running deeper than one any store-bought product could ever create. It was no disrespect to Ollivander's work, Harry thought, as he opened the glass jar holding Firenze's eye and attachments. Ollivander was the better wandmaker for any ordinary wizard on the street, but Harry could craft a wand tuned to his magic, by his magic, and that would make something so suited to his power that it would be a part of him. No magic could interfere with the process, so Harry had to do this by hand. He didn't mind. He preferred it this way. It was important to devote time to things which mattered, to give personal attention to the creation of an item so personal. He pulled a silver knife from his belt, stolen from an unwitting apothecary in Diagon Alley only hours ago, and scoured the trees around the clearing, looking for a likely candidate. It shouldn't be too hard. Most of the trees in this area were of the right species. Birch. The birch tree was a symbol of revival, adaptability, and resilience. It was the perfect wood for the wand of a wizard who dabbled in the magics of time. Harry walked over to the nearest birch tree and placed his palm on its trunk, closing his eyes in concentration and letting his senses flow into it. No good. He could feel the residue of another creature's magic. Nothing lived within it, but something powerful had touched it recently, a unicorn, or thestral, perhaps. The lingering traces of magic would contaminate the rite of wand crafting. Harry sighed and moved on to the next one. The forest was full of magical creatures. He worried that it might take a long time before he found an untouched specimen. Despite his worries, Harry eventually found a likely-looking tree. Old and strong, he couldn't begin to guess how old it was. But more importantly, it was healthy, clean, and free from the magical contamination of bowtruckles or other magical creatures. After finding more than a dozen perfectly good trees ruined by the bowtruckles nesting within, and getting his finger bitten by one, he resolved to snap innocuous twigs in half whenever he encountered them in future, on the off chance that they were one of the drat beasts. Harry snapped off a small branch near head height, and sat at the base of the tree, trimming it of all leaves and bark until he had only a slender stick. He brought it over to the stone where he'd left the jar, and placed it carefully down. With the silver knife, he made a long, thin incision in the stick, running from its tip to its base. This was the easy part. Trying not to think about what he was touching, Harry pulled Firenze's eye out of the jar, and, in one quick motion, neatly severed it from the length of gore that had dangled behind it. Harry caught the blood-soaked, stringy viscera and dropped the eyeball back into the jar. For all that he'd made the trade in exchange for the eye wasn't what he'd wanted. He trimmed the spare sinew and muscle with the knife in the same methodical fashion he had stripped the bark from the wood, making sure to keep his mind absolutely blank as he did so. It was vital that he stay focused on the task at hand, no matter how unpleasant it was. Stray thoughts of revulsion could contaminate the essential ingredient as easily as dropping it on the ground would do. At last he had it, a long, red string, devoid of the extra pieces of Firenze's biology which had come attached. This was going to be his new wand core, the optic nerve of a centaur. Harry placed the core into the groove he'd carved, and then pricked his finger with the knife. A single drop of blood fell onto his half-made wand, and it was done. A soundless wave of concussive force exploded from the new wand, knocking Harry backwards. He staggered, almost falling, but then caught himself with one hand on the lip of the stone slab. A feeling of elation bubbled up inside him. He reached out to touch his new wand, and, as soon as his fingers brushed its surface, gasped as his magic surged into the slender piece of wood. The wand had reshaped itself from its raw ingredients into a beautiful piece of craftsmanship. Around a foot in length, the wand was a pale, silvery white color, textured with a pattern of spheres too shallow to see from a distance, but giving the wand a pleasant feel in his hand. Harry grinned. "Well then," he said, as much to the wand as to himself, "give it a wave." He flicked his wand in the air, and a burst of silver mist shot out, spreading around him and filling the clearing like a fog. It spiraled upwards, and the exploded outwards, clearing the night sky of clouds. Harry stood in silence, staring upwards. The stars were brighter than he could ever remember, and the air was utterly still. The breeze before had been faint, but somehow this sudden stillness was as vivid as a hurricane. It was peaceful and yet somehow forceful. And then Harry noticed a bat, a mere shadow against the light of the moon. It was also still, frozen in place mid-air. As he watched, there was a rushing in his ears as the world caught up, as time unfroze, and the bat suddenly flittered away, seeming not to have noticed that anything had happened. "Oh yes," murmured Harry. "You are definitely the wand for me." Harry operated back to Privet Drive, and contemplated once again what to do about Albus Dumbledore. In the end, he reached the same conclusion which he had every other time. The man had to be involved or everything would fall apart. Who knows what conclusions he'd draw watching Harry's plans unfold. At best, he'd try to take control and ruin everything. At worst, he'd assume Harry was possessed by Voldemort and do anything from obliviation to a mercy killing. Damn it all. He had wanted to do this alone, but there was no alternative. But then a thought crept into Harry's mind, and he glanced at his old wand, lying discarded on his bedside table. He grinned. May as well have a bit of fun while he was at it. If you're damned already, you may as well dance with the devil while you're at it. It took a while to find where his younger self had stored his parchment, ink, and quills. Harry smirked at that. Obviously, he hadn't been spending too much time on transfiguration essays or goblin rebellions. Good on you, little me, Harry thought to himself, resolving to live up to his teenage self and not do any homework unless it was absolutely necessary. Some sacrifices must be made for the greater good, after all, and there were few things greater than time which could be spent on things far better than scribbling away about what happened when you added a horned toad to a shrinking solution. Harry eventually found the equipment he needed, and sat down at the rickety desk which the Dursleys had provided him with to write, all those years ago. "Dear Albus," he began, only to grow annoyed at the movement of the table underneath him. He gave the wobbly leg a tap with his new wand, and the blasted thing straightened itself out. "Dear Albus, I apologize for the inconvenience of this late hour, but some things are best dealt with immediately. I find myself troubled with an abundance of birthday cake and no friends with whom to eat it. If you would be so kind as to visit me in the littlest bedroom of number 4 Privet Drive, I would be glad to share a midnight snack and discuss the obvious matter at hand. As a token of my sincerity, please find enclosed the wand of Harry James Potter. He no longer requires it, for reasons best witnessed firsthand. Perhaps Fawkes would enjoy the return of his feather, and will one day find another wizard suitable to wield it. Yours, a friend." Harry rolled the parchment tightly around his holly wand, and tied the whole thing together with a short length of string before walking over to the corner of the room where Hedwig perched in her cage. As a nocturnal bird, she was wide awake, watching him write with eager eyes. Harry supposed she'd realized that it was a letter he was writing, and was eagerly anticipating a chance to stretch her wings. "Sorry, girl," said Harry, petting Hedwig through the bars of her cage. "This message needs to arrive immediately, and even you can't fly fast enough to reach Hogwarts within an hour." Hedwig hooted indignantly, ruffling her snowy white feathers, and glaring at Harry in suspicion. Harry imagined that she was concerned he'd be sending the message by another means. She had always been a jealous owl when it came to his post. Harry bet she'd be more annoyed by that than losing the chance to fly. He chuckled quietly. He'd missed Hedwig as much as any of his human friend, not that he'd made a habit of noticing what race a creature was before befriending it in the past. "So I'm afraid I'm going to have to send you back in time. Let's say 24 hours. A nice round number for time magic, and I know you can reach Hogwarts in that time. Make sure you deliver the message exactly at the moment I cast the spell. Think you can do that?" Hedwig hooted in affirmation, and then pecked at his finger as if to scold Harry for doubting her. He chuckled again and opened the door to her cage. She stuck out her leg expectantly, and Harry tied the letter and wand to her, being careful that the wand wouldn't impede her movements. "All right then, girl. If you get there a bit early, go visit some friends in the Ollery. Have a party with the Hogwarts owls, and catch up on all the gossip." Harry picked Hedwig up in one hand and opened the window with the other. She squirmed in the uncomfortable position, and Harry apologized quickly, placing her on the outer sill. "Ready?" he asked. Before she could hoot a reply, Harry pulled out his new wand and gave it an experimental twirl. "First spell from my new wand, and it's going on you. Hope you appreciate it." He tapped her gently on the beak, and she shuddered in discomfort. There was a quiet rush of displaced air, and then nothing. The distant sound of a Muggle neighborhood at night was all that she left behind. No sparks or thunderclaps, no vibrant signs of magic. Just the empty spot where the world's first time-traveling owl had been. Harry lay back on his tiny bed, speculating about how Dumbledore would react. His old headmaster wasn't the type to come in wands blazing, stun first and Veritasrum later, unlike many of the wizards he'd worked with in the past. Even when confronting Voldemort, Dumbledore had always attempted to negotiate peacefully, had always opened with diplomacy when others would never dare to. It was admirable, Harry thought. Damn stupid, but admirable nonetheless. So Dumbledore wouldn't blast him apart or bludgeon the truth out of him. The most likely scenario would be that he'd simply turn up and talk with his wand within reach, to be sure, but talk nonetheless. The blood wards were still intact. Harry could sense them overhead, a steady cascade of magic protecting him from dark wizards, and Voldemort in particular. He snorted at the irony that the killing curse to the chest hadn't triggered them, but supposed that it made sense. He hadn't killed Harry, just removed his spare body. They were one and the same. "Kill the spare," echoed in his mind, and Harry shivered. Those words had never stopped haunting him. But this was different. Harry lived on, body and soul, in, well, Harry, and Cedric was just the first of many lives he hoped to save. Dumbledore would know that Harry hadn't been attacked, and yet an unknown third party had invaded Privet Drive, taken Harry's wand, and sent that letter. The only time a wizard no longer requires a wand is when he is dead, after all. Harry wondered again and again what conclusions Dumbledore would be drawing up, sure that the headmaster's imagination was wilder and broader than his own. Harry laughed aloud. It didn't matter. No matter what Dumbledore thought, he would come as soon as he read the letter. To investigate, not avenge, but perhaps prepared to if his thoughts took a darker turn. Harry was thankful that the wards still held, or Dumbledore's approach would definitely be predisposed towards discovering what threat may lie in wait. Harry was picturing a particularly vivid scenario of Dumbledore pacing his bedroom in paisley pajamas, distraught, enraged, and terrified for Harry's well-being. He felt a little guilty at that. His letter was bound to make the old man concerned, but that was paramount. You didn't send the Chief Mugwump a midnight summons for anything less than life or death. Before Harry had a chance to brush off his guilt, there was a resounding crack, and Dumbledore appeared before him, eyes flashing furiously behind his crescent-shaped glasses. Oops. However this encounter could have begun, a guilty expression might not make the best impression. Harry didn't think hello would quite cut it. In a situation like this, something with a bit more gravitas is essential to set things off on the right note, and make up for that guilty expression. Even good evening wasn't enough. Hell, no greeting, however fancy, would cut it. Luckily, Harry had an ace up his sleeve, a guaranteed conversation killer in any room. The one sentence with which you could shock anyone from Lucius Malfoy to Molly Weasley. "Voldemort is back," he said. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes. Giving his old headmaster a quick look up and down, Harry was amused to see that although Albus was fully dressed, presumably transfigured nightwear, his feet were still in fluffy orange slippers patterned with stars. I feared as much, he said slowly. But at this moment in time I'm more concerned with where Harry Potter might be. Remarkable as your resemblance might be, you're a few years too old to be him, and I doubt any attempted imposter would send such a letter. Funny you should mention time, muttered Harry. Dumbledore gave him a sharp look, but remained still. It looked like Harry's judgment was correct. His former teacher would never be the first to reach for a wand. My name is Harry James Potter. It's been a while, old friend. I'm glad to see you again, said Harry sincerely. He'd cared deeply for Dumbledore before his death, and hoped to add his name to the list of lives to be spared. Although he doubted that Dumbledore would believe him without some heavy convincing, he figured it was best to open with the truth. Any attempts at lying could backfire, if they even worked to begin with, and anything that could explain this situation would be every bit as outlandish as the truth. Harry eyed Dumbledore nervously, waiting for him to react, to say something, to do anything. He clenched his hands in frustration, but remained where he was, lying down on the bed, arms folded behind his head. Surely that ranked right up there as unthreatening poses went. Harry began to fear the worst when the silence dragged on. But suddenly Dumbledore burst into a deep belly laugh that went on for a full minute. One jaunt with a time-turner and you're hooked? Asked Dumbledore, mirth in his voice. By the look of you, I'd guess you're 18? 17, actually, replied Harry, stunned that Dumbledore had catoned on so quickly. But how did you know this was time travel? All magic leaves its traces, my boy. You need only know how to look for them. Yeah, I know that. But time magic? What on earth have you been doing that you can recognize it so easily? It made sense that if anyone would recognize the unique signature of temporal energies, it would be Dumbledore, but still, it was a little jarring to be caught out so early in the game. I could ask you the same. Traveled back in time 3 years, then? That must be a record, surely. Although I'd advise you not to boast where it might reach the ears of the Ministry. They tend to be rather unhappy about flagrant violations of the law, particularly when it concerns such volatile a subject as time. And yet you're rather ambivalent about the whole matter, said Harry, more than a little confused. Dumbledore simply smiled in response. But you're a little off. 13 years, not 3. Even more impressive. But that begs the question of why you're 17. 14 or 27 I could understand. Mental transference into your past self, or physical manifestation in the current timeline, said Dumbledore, speaking as much to himself as to Harry, puzzling out the riddle that had appeared before him. Harry began to feel a well of frustration overflowing, and jumped up off the bed, not really bothered at getting caught, but annoyed that it had happened so easily. You know, this is incredibly unfair, he complained bitterly. All my life you've pulled this wise, all-knowing, mysterious act, and sure, that made sense, you're an old and powerful wizard. But I traveled the fuck back in time, and in an instant you've figured out half of it before I got my turn to speak in those infuriating riddles. Dumbledore continued smiling, the expression growing broader. Do forgive an old man his hobbies, and his curiosity. But why 17? Because only overage wizards can enter the Triwizard Tournament, and I stand my best chance at stopping Voldemort from gaining a true body as the champion for Hogwarts. I'm afraid this is rather a lot to take in, Harry, said Dumbledore. Then let's start at the beginning. Harry Potter, Chronomancer. Pleased to meet you. Harry held out a hand. Dumbledore hesitated for a moment, and then clasped my hand in his own, and shook it firmly. Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster. A pleasure. You're missing a few names and titles there, old friend, Harry said. I could say the same to you, but I can hardly call a 27-year-old war veteran the boy who lived. Now, can I? Merlin, I hope not, Harry replied. He was taking a risk by telling Dumbledore anything, and everything could backfire if Dumbledore continued to treat him as the boy who lived, whether as a boy or as the subject of that aggravating prophecy. As enlightening as this has been, continued Dumbledore, I doubt you'd call me here in the middle of the night simply to let me know that you're back in town, as it were. I've been reading the signs, and I fear I must agree with you. Voldemort is coming back. Harry sighed and ran a hand through his hair. He'd heard those words all too many times. Voldemort was always coming back. Either that or spreading rampant death and destruction. but knock him down, grab a moment's peace, and then suddenly it's everybody screaming those same words again. No, said Harry bluntly. He is back. A deformed homunculus for now, but with a body of his own. He plans to use the Triwizard Tournament as a trap to gain a key component in his resurrection. Me. Understanding bloomed in Dumbledore's eyes. It was more than a metaphor, but rather a fascinating thing to watch. As both men had some skill in legilimency, they could watch the emotions of the other through mere eye contact. So that's why you've changed your age? A marvelous piece of magic. One which I never thought I'd see. But if the tournament is the trap, surely you would not wish to enter. The last question seemed rhetorical, as Harry was sure Dumbledore had guessed the answer already, but wanted to hear Harry's own reasoning on the matter. What better way to catch the man who set a trap but to spring it and see who comes running? Besides, he had his Death Eaters manipulate events so that I was forced to compete the first time around. If I enter as a legitimate champion instead of the accidental fourth, I can prevent another student from getting caught in his schemes. I have no wish to watch Cedric die again. Diggory? A fine student. Dumbledore sighed. He would be a great loss, and you're clearly more aware of the situation than I am. As your teacher, I feel I should stop this madness. And yet, he trailed off uncertainly. War was my teacher, Albus. Harry put a comforting hand on his shoulder, and was pleasantly surprised when he didn't pull away. Everything is different now. From what I know of time magic, the less I know, the better, he said at long last. What wizards have found with their crude fumblings of time turners and the sands of time are correct in that matter, at least. But I'm not playing with trinkets I don't understand here. Albus, I'm a master chronomancer, the first of my kind. I know you feel obliged to take control of this situation, but this is my duty, not yours. You have other responsibilities. Let me take care of mine. And don't be afraid to ask for help. The aged wizard in front of me shook his head sadly, and then turned that piercing gaze on Harry once again. I should be the one offering to help you, not the other way around. Oh, I'll have a few favors to ask from time to time, said Harry, grinning. But for now, all I wanted to do was lay my cards on the table and share a slice of cake with a friend. I'd quite forgotten. Happy birthday, my boy. Harry pulled out his new wand, which the headmaster eyed with interest, and then he conjured a pair of plates and forks. The headmaster raised an eyebrow at the demonstration of magical prowess, no doubt wondering how deep Harry's talents ran. So that's why you returned your wand to Fawkes, he mused. I've never seen a wand quite like it. Definitely not made in Ollivander's style. Was it made by a future wandmaker for you?
Ah, forgive-me.
I know better than to pry into future events. You get a free pass on this one. I made it myself. Tonight, as a matter of fact. Your questions only raise more answers. I get the feeling that curiosity will drive me mad before too long. What is it made of? Beech? Birch? Bet you a galleon you can't guess the core. I'll pass on the bet, but I get the feeling that it's not another phoenix feather. Fox plumage looks rather delightful this evening, without any hint of a stolen tail feather. Optic nerve of a centaur, willing given. Harry was amused to see that Dumbledore's jaw actually dropped open in shock. He recovered quickly, but the moment was forever burned into Harry's memory, and Harry was overjoyed to have finally startled the implacable headmaster. I see that I made the correct choice regarding the bet. Then, I dare not ask how you convinced a centaur to give you his eye, but it is a beautiful wand regardless. You are to be commended on the craftsmanship. Thank you, said Harry, nodding his head in a show of false modesty. Cake? He offered, cutting 2 slices and levitating them onto the plates with a gesture. Thank you, echoed Dumbledore. Perhaps it's the constant presence of so many children, but I do have a terrible weakness for sweets. They sat down together, side by side on Harry's rickety cot of a bed, the time traveler and the headmaster, quietly chewing on a forkful of cake. After he had finally managed to swallow it, Dumbledore turned his head to face Harry once more. Hagrid? He asked. Hagrid, Harry answered. Chapter 2. Harry had no intention of squandering his time by skulking at the Dursleys until school began, so as soon as morning dawned, he set out for the wider world. As he passed the same mirror in the hallway, he paused, considering his options. There were a lot of things he had to do before returning to Hogwarts, but he didn't want the name Harry Potter attached to some of the more insidious acts he was planning. He stared at his reflection and focused. This was one of the subtler aspects of chronomancy. Simple enough that it didn't need a wand or preparation. Harry had always thought of it as his own equivalent to the Animagus transformation. He stood there and let time rush by at an accelerated rate, aging his body. Wrinkles appeared, and his hair lengthened, turning gray. He grew taller briefly as he passed through his prime, and then lost some height as age set in. Harry held the transformation for a moment longer, and then released the spell, leaving his body displaced sideways in time and almost unrecognizable through the changes that an extra 60 years had made. Harry was amused to notice that his hair had grown much longer, but there was a shiny bald patch atop his scalp. His hunched posture and bony physique was actually closer to his 14-year-old body than his adult one had been, but he looked completely different. Now his reflection showed an old man, battered by time into an unrecognizable stranger. It was the perfect disguise, thought Harry, and technically he still looked exactly like Harry Potter, which he had always found a touch ironic. He had often used this disguise in the past, hiding in plain view. Pleased with his appearance as a shabby old man, Harry apparat away into Diagon Alley. It was the work of moments to find a suitably worn robe to match his disguise in a second-hand clothes store, so a handful of sickles later, Harry was dressed the part. Looking poor had its advantages. Harry noticed the way that the other shoppers made way for him to pass. It wasn't much. Most people would hardly notice it, but after years of war, Harry had learned to pay attention to the actions of the crowds around him. It was always a good indicator of the mood of the day, and he was all too used to being ambushed in the street to let his guard down. He didn't let the emotion reach his face, but Harry was pleased by the reaction of the people around him. Parents pulled their children a little closer, and the better-dressed members of the crowd either sneered or made a point of not looking at him. Yes, this would do. He looked suitably shabby to be down on his luck, and dodgy-looking old men were the archetypical petty crook of the wizarding world. Without having exchanged a word with a single other person, Harry disapparated back out of the alley. This time, however, he didn't go back to Privet Drive, but instead to the office of the Daily Prophet, which was located in Diagon Alley, sure, but all the way on the other side, and Harry didn't fancy testing his knees for arthritis. Or at least that's the lie he told himself. In truth, he just couldn't be bothered to walk half a mile. "I'm going to get so fat when I'm old," Harry muttered to himself, before dusting off his robes, straightening his shoulders, and pushing open the front doors to the office. A bored-looking witch in sky-blue robes sat at the front desk, reading a newspaper. Harry walked up to her and opened his mouth to speak, but then noticed what she was reading and chuckled. The receptionist of the Daily Prophet was reading a copy of the Quibbler. She looked up at the sound. "Can I help you?" she asked, turning her attention back to the Quibbler. Harry tried to catch a glimpse of the front page, but the angle was wrong, and he couldn't see much more than the name Stubby Boardman. He resolved to purchase a subscription for himself so he could keep up to date on serious Quibbler edition escapades, but that would have to wait. Today he was here to get an even more outrageous fiction published. "Here to see Rita Skeeter," he grumbled. He didn't have to fake the unhappiness in his voice, that blasted which had caused no end of trouble for him, and he was none too pleased about dealing with her. "Name?" asked the receptionist, putting the Quibbler down and pulling out a long roll of parchment. Harry winced. From what he could see, it was a list of appointments for the day. He craned his neck, trying to pick out an appropriate identity to steal. The receptionist put the parchment face down and gave him a flat glare. "Name?" she asked again, in an irritated tone of voice. "Stubby Boardman," Harry tried. The corners of her lips quirked upwards at that, but then she shook her head. "Even celebrity musicians dash," she paused, flicking her eyes back at the Quibbler, "or hardened criminals have to make an appointment first. Unless you have a name that's actually on the list?" she asked, clearly doubtful, but at least the earlier irritation was no longer in her voice. "Mr. Source," suggested Harry. "There's no Mr. Source on today's list." "Anonymous source? Rita's an old friend. Surely you've seen her quote me in her articles." We're practically colleagues, Harry claimed. Sorry, said the witch despite her smile. I can't let you in without an appointment. If you owl Miss Skeeter to arrange a time, I'm sure she'll be happy to take your story, but she's a very busy woman. Harry wasn't too bothered by the refusal. He hadn't expected it to be easy, but he had an ace up his sleeve. The same one, in fact, that Rita Skeeter used herself. Blatant lies. He leaned forward on the desk, bringing his face closer to the receptionist. He noticed her pull back slightly and remembered the face he was wearing. Yeah, not many young witches liked having badly dressed old men get in their face. Harry Potter's in St. Mungo's, he whispered. The witch raised her eyebrows, and Harry seized the opportunity. I was there when they brought him in. All very hush-hush. Took him to the isolation ward so nobody would know, but I overheard them talking. Heard how it happened. You wouldn't believe. Fame had always been a thorn in Harry's side, but this time around he was going to make it his bitch. He'd long since grown out of his childhood shyness, and didn't hesitate to drop his name whenever he needed a little extra impact behind his words. The fact that he was pretending to be someone else also did wonders at alleviating his discomfort at using his reputation so blatantly. All right, the witch said at last. Second floor, corner office. It's the first door on your left once you pass the framed photograph of her shaking the minister's hand, she said, rolling her eyes at the mention of the photo. Don't expect a finder's fee if you're taking out of your arse. Harry smiled genially at the receptionist and headed off in the directions given. The first step of today's plan was a roaring success. Now it was time for Phase 2 launch a smear campaign against the boy who lived. He snickered at the thought that he'd be setting in motion what Skeeter had ended up doing of her own accord. The difference was that this time he'd be pulling the strings. Skeeter's office was easy enough to find. The receptionist's distaste for the photo had been well earned. Everything about it was revolting, from the putrid lime robes worn by Skeeter to Fudge's jowls wobbling as he shook Skeeter's hand, over and over again. Harry wouldn't be surprised if Skeeter had charmed the photo to loop those few seconds over and over, rather than acting like most moving magical photographs. Fudge's face looked like a mixture of pork and jelly, wobbling atrociously. Trust Rita Skeeter to find a way to humiliate every public figure she came across, even when being presented with an award. Harry didn't even know what awards were given to journalists, but she was clearly being given some kind of accolade in the scene pictured. An Order of Merlin. No class? That sounded about right. Not bothering to knock, Harry walked straight into Skeeter's office. It was empty. Bollocks, he swore. He should have realized that she spent more time harassing the public with her quick quotes quill and bad perfume than in her office. The receptionist had seemed to think that Skeeter was in her office, though, or surely she'd have told him to come back another time. Harry flopped in a chair in the corner of the room and decided to wait for the infuriating woman to turn up. Hopefully she was just getting a cup of coffee in the staff room, or something of that ilk. He tapped his feet idly and hoped that she wouldn't take too long. After half an hour, Harry decided he'd had enough. He cast a proximity ward to alert him when somebody entered the room, disillusioned himself, and began to do what he did best: meddle with time. It was impossible to travel into future. Harry had done a lot of impossible things, but that barrier was one he'd never been able to crack, no matter how hard he tried. But along the way, he'd picked up a few tricks from his experiments in accelerating time, and after a lot of practice, even learned how to perform them on purpose. Harry spun his wand in circles, slowly at first, but then faster and faster, accelerating the passage of time around him. This was one of the first pieces of time magic he'd developed entirely on his own, as opposed to improving existing spells. He was rather proud of it, but it had hospitalized him more than once through carelessness. While it accelerated time around him, making hours pass in minutes or even seconds should he wish, it only affected his mind. His body was still experiencing time at a normal rate. The first time he'd tried doing this, he'd skipped several days in the future and immediately collapsed from dehydration, hunger, and fatigue. For Harry, only a few seconds passed before his ward triggered. He immediately inverted the flow of the spell, slowing time. This was another of his tricks, but one far harder to perform. He couldn't just cast it as a spell. It was more like channeling the backlash of his acceleration. He figured he'd been waiting for a couple of hours, which meant that he only had a few seconds before the magic snapped back into place and time resumed as normal. He looked to the door, expecting to see Rita Skeeter walking back in, only to furrow his brow in confusion. The door remained shut. The handle wasn't even turning. Nobody was coming into the room that way. The flow of time returned to normal, and Harry realized his mistake. He still couldn't see Skeeter, but the buzzing of wings could only mean one thing. Harry grinned. This was perfect. He'd planned to cajole and persuade Skeeter into airing dirty laundry, playing on her natural vitriol to his own ends. But this opportunity was too good to pass up. If the story was a carrot, he'd walked right into the stick. Skeeter transformed back into her form and slouched in her chair, staring at her desk. She looked exhausted. Harry guessed that flying around all day snooping was tiring work, though somehow he couldn't bring himself to sympathize with her. As soon as she was in her human form, Harry tapped himself on the head with his wand, canceling the disillusionment. Bribery, blackmail, and a beetle animagus, he said, trying to resist the urge to smirk. Has a nice bit of alliteration to it, doesn't it? Skeeter's reaction was immediate. She jumped, startled by his sudden appearance, attempted to grab her wand, and fell out of her chair. Harry simply laughed. If you think you can come in my own office and blackmail me, Skeeter blustered, but Harry cut her off. Easy there, I didn't come here to grab your secrets. I'm more interested in sharing someone else's. Got a story for you, don't I? He asked, hoping she'd take the bait. Skeeter pulled herself upright and regained her composure, but Harry noticed that her hand remained in the pocket of her robes. He suspected he wouldn't lose any money betting that her wand was in there. I should just obliviate you and throw you out for trespassing, Skeeter bit out, glaring at Harry, who was paying a great deal of attention to the fact that she hadn't tried to yet. He took that as a sure sign that she was interested in what he had to offer. Cautious? Yes, and likely dangerous if she felt threatened after having her secret uncovered so easily, but eager for whatever pieces of slander she could dredge up from her mystery visitor. Potters in Mungos, said Harry. Ah, that did it. Harry saw the wariness in her expression turn into greed. This was exactly what he'd been hoping for. He knew what she wanted, having been the victim of it too many times to count. He waited a second for her to speak. Another second passed. Another. He began to feel the barest edge of concern, and then she pulled open her handbag to reveal a notebook and quick quotes quill. He couldn't help it. Harry grinned. This is all being hushed up. Department of Mysteries is all over it. Keep my name out of this, and I'll keep your beetle to myself. Deal? I'll keep your secrets if you keep mine, Skeeter said breathily. She was suckered in. Harry gave the story a quick run-through in his head, and then jumped right into it. So I was in St. Mungo's last night.
Potion accident.
Don't ask. Just me and the sod at the front desk. Told me I had to wait 4 bleeding hours to be seen, and I was the only one there. Disgrace what this country's coming to. But that's why I'm here, right? You've always been one to speak up. Tell the truth about what those ministry nitwits are trying to hide. I knew you'd have the guts to run the story, no matter what politician came stomping down to cover it up. Always admired you for that, Harry said, leering at Skeeter. He felt like vomiting, but he knew how the woman's mind worked. True to form, she preened at what she saw as a compliment to her prowess as a journalist. When Harry was sure she was looking, he eyed her up and down, paying attention to the curves beneath her robes. She didn't interest him in the slightest, any more than she was interested in the attention of his aged body. But the lecherous act had its purpose. If Skeeter thought he was just a sleazy old man, stupid enough to believe the trash she wrote, and gullible enough to be used for her own ends, Harry could turn that back on her. I never hide the truth, proclaimed Skeeter. Harry stifled his snort of derision. Luckily, she didn't hear it over the sound of her own voice. But you still haven't got to the juicy part. Potter at St. Mungo's? Was he injured? That's the thing, he wasn't. Not in any normal way. That's why those unspeakables were there. Overheard them talking. Damn kid was fooling around with a time turner. Who the hell would give a kid one of those? I dunno what he was doing with it, but somehow the damn thing exploded. They've got no idea what's happening to him. He could die. exclaimed Harry, faking a note of maudlin glee. The despicable woman opposite him was every bit as enthused about this as he'd hoped. "Oh yes," she murmured. "Terribly irresponsible. Favoritism for the boy who lived. Letting him play with such dangerous artifacts. And such incompetence from the ministry. Time turners are highly regulated. Did he get it on the black market, I wonder? A leak in the Department of Mysteries? Or did they just give their favorite boy an extra special toy to play with?" The expression on her face was truly awful, and it was everything Harry had come here to get. "I expect they'll deny everything," said Harry. "They always do," said Skeeter. "But our readers deserve the truth, don't they?" After extricating himself from Skeeter's clutches with the promises of future collaboration and malice, Harry felt the need to have a hot shower in Fiendfire to get the grimy feeling off his hands. Was her perfume so insidious that it stuck to him through a mere handshake? Harry grimaced and cast a quick Scourgify on his palm. It didn't hurt a thing. Now that was a surprise, as that particular charm as intended to be used on objects, not people. It often felt a little like it cleaned by scraping a piece of sandstone over the recipient of the scouring charm. Guessing that the substance was liquid in nature, Harry opted for a more specialized cleaning charm. Tergeo didn't work either. Commonly used to remove stains like grease, potion spills, and, more commonly in Harry's experience, blood, it should have done the trick. He'd seen Snape use it every other lesson to remove makeup from teenage students. Snape had always given sneering lectures about proper codes of conduct and adhering to the principles of school uniform and decorum while within his classroom, but Harry was pretty sure he just liked the look of terror whenever he got the opportunity to point his wand in a student's face. Harry looked down at his hand in surprise. Well now, looks like the beetle had a few more tricks up, and out of her sleeve than just her animagus trick. Whatever gunk was coating his hand proved entirely immune to the scouring charm. He grimaced. Mystery sticky subjects were worrying, even in the Muggle world, although those were for much less ominous reasons. Harry had used them to his advantage in the past himself, although in truth he couldn't claim credit for it. In the past or future, now, he supposed Snape had come up with a rather ingenious solution that was every bit as sticky as Rita and slimy as Snape. At Harry's suggestion, he'd been able to develop a potion which, upon being struck by magic, would incinerate everything within several feet with a blast of white-hot fire. Snape had doused a set of Voldemort's robes with it, and sat back to watch and wait. It took an infuriating amount of time for Voldemort to wear those robes. The bastard had an annoying trend of transfiguring clothing instead of keeping it, but those robes were a gift from Lucius Malfoy, and he'd worn them to a dinner held in Lucius's honor, to celebrate a recent victory. Naturally, the Order had attacked, focusing all their efforts on Voldemort. Even a tickling hex would have ignited the potion, but not even Moody could land a hit on the slippery bastard. With a dozen other Death Eaters in the room, the Order members were being picked off one by one until, in a final act of desperation, Snape blew his cover and shot the killing curse at the Dark Lord's back. Only Voldemort's shock at the betrayal kept Snape alive, but his confidence in the situation was shaken. Without knowing if any more traitors lay in his ranks, he decided to make a tactical retreat and apparat away. For a moment Harry thought that their plan had failed, not daring to wonder which of his friends lay dead on the floor. And then the potion struck. Moving his robes as well as his body, Voldemort's apparition had triggered it with the necessary flux of magic. He screamed with inhuman agony as it began. First his robes crackled as if with static electricity. Tendrils of blue and white scattered across the fabric, but it rapidly built into a blinding flash of heat and light. For a moment Voldemort was a figure of solid white light, save for the vibrant red glow of his eyes. He looked for all the world like a fallen angel, hell-bent on vengeance. And then he exploded. It was messy. A concussive wave of force and fire emanated out from where he'd been standing. The Death Eaters caught the worst of it, knocked back on their feet and covered in burns. The distraction was enough for the Order to gather the fallen bodies of their comrades and disappear. Harry, ignoring the blistering pain as he ran through the air still charged with heat and magic, sprinted past where Voldemort had stood and grabbed Snape by the arm. After Voldemort, Snape had suffered the worst of the blast, as he had been standing so close. He resembled a charred corpse more than a person, and for a moment Harry feared the worst. He wasn't moving. Harry paused. How do you check for a pulse under burns like these? Was the man even alive? Idiot boy, hissed Snape. Harry grinned. That was good enough for him. He grabbed Snape's arm and prepared to disapparate, only to interrupted by the cheers of the Death Eaters remaining. Harry looked backwards in horror. That couldn't be good. It wasn't. Where Voldemort had stood, a black mist had formed, growing more tangible by the second. Soon it resembled a wraith of Voldemort, like a twisted Patronus charm fueled by hate. The apparition took a step forward and solidified further. The mist began to dissipate, slowly transforming back into the form of the self-proclaimed immortal Lord Voldemort. Harry had never believed those rumors to be anything more than Death Eater propaganda, but for the first time he began to fear the worst. Harry gritted his teeth, torn between frustration and rage. There was nothing he wanted more than to blast that abomination into 1,000 pieces if it took 1,000 killing curses and a jam jar to seal his wraith in. But he had a more pressing matter at hand. Grabbing Snape tightly by his left arm, above the elbow, he apparat away before Voldemort could regain a corporeal form. After landing them both in one of the Order's hidden bunkers, Harry collapsed into a chair, wondering which of his friends he'd lost that night. Surprisingly enough, it was Snape who snapped him out of his misery. "Did you splinch me on purpose?" the charred corpse demanded. Okay, it was more of a croak, but Harry had to give him points for effort. Being a dick through unbearable agony was a difficult skill, and one Harry had spent many years practicing. Harry contemplated lying, considered claiming that with the desperation of the moment, with Snape's critical injuries, he'd been unable to avoid leaving behind a souvenir. Fuck it, he thought. Snape was a better Legilimens than he would ever be, and would eke out the truth eventually. And although they still hated one another, they were still friends of a sort. The type of bond forged in the terrors of war that went stronger than personal feelings. Comrades, perhaps, even if all they had in common was mutual loathing of each other and Voldemort. "Yup," said Harry, and waited for the reaction. Normally he'd have expected a curse, but the man before him was pretty much dead on his feet. Well, the floor, where Harry had dumped him. Snape looked up and down his unrecognizable left arm, paying particular attention to the part which was missing. Hand, forearm, dark mark. "Thank you," said Snape, almost too quietly to hear. "I've wanted that thing gone for almost as long as I've had it." "Lucky accident," said Harry nonchalantly. "Are you going to die?" The two men had long ago learned to be blunt in their dealings with one another. Neither of them flinched from harsh truths, and despised being treated like invalids. Snape snorted. "You know I can see through your lies, even if the Dark Lord," said Snape, and then paused hesitantly. "Even if Voldemort can't." He let out a long sigh. "So this is the price of freedom? Worth it?" asked Harry. "Ask me again if I survive," snapped Snape, back to his good old self, unconscious on the floor, just the way Harry liked him. He was much more pleasant company that way. Harry growled, low in his throat, and pulled himself back into the present. For all that chronomancy offered, the side effects were damn inconvenient at times, even the non-fatal ones. He tried to remember what he'd been doing before losing himself in memory, but his mind came up blank. Luckily, he had a wand pointed at his hand. "A clue." "Right," he muttered. "Skeeter's Goop." Harry ducked into a dingy-looking nearby shop without bothering to check the sign. He couldn't see anyone at the counter right now, and that should give him enough privacy to cast a few spells of a somewhat dubious nature. He doubted that anyone would recognize them, but a sketchy old man casting spells at his hand would inevitably look suspicious enough to draw unwanted attention. He ran a few basic diagnostic charms, and wasn't too surprised when the first two caused his hand to flash in confirmation. Basic recording and tracking charms. Harry rolled his eyes. He'd expected such things during the war, but Skeeter was one sneaky bitch. Out of habit, he ran through his usual assortment of safety checks, but the rest came up clean, save one. A self-replicating charm attached to the potion stuck to his skin. He prodded at it with his wand, careful not to make contact. It was charmed to spread onto Dumbledore if they ever touched, but nobody else. a clever bit of spell work, and cunning besides. Harry knew of Skeeter's love for tearing into Dumbledore in the press, but he hadn't even noticed her casting the spell, and making one so specialized was particularly difficult. He supposed that, as a witness to an incident featuring Harry Potter, she expected the headmaster to pay him as visit sometime soon. Harry's respect for Rita's sleuthing went up a notch. Pity she applied her talents to tabloid journalism instead of something more useful. She could have been a great help in the war if Hermione hadn't used her for a potion ingredient. Turns out beetle eyes and animagus beetle eyes didn't work the same way in a cauldron, but Harry was pretty sure that Hermione was well aware of that. Only Harry and Snape had ever known. It was one of the few times Harry had seen Snape congratulate somebody outside Slytherin on their brewing process. Harry's reminiscing was interrupted by soft footfalls coming from the back of the store. He swore, considered disillusioning himself and slipping out, but quickly disregarded that plan. Too obvious and would raise too many questions if he was too slow with the spell, or the shopkeeper saw a door open and close with nobody moving through it. Harry turned to face the music, and found himself eye to eye with Ollivander, another lost friend from the future. He smiled at the sight of his mentor, careful to tone it down to a level more polite than personal. "Charles Potter?" he whispered in that eerie voice of his. Too much time dabbling in arcanistry had left Ollivander a touch on the weird side, although Harry could hardly criticize the wandmaker for something he was doing himself, albeit in a different field of study. But that train of thought was immediately diverted by the amusement at being mistaken for yet another member of the Potter family. He briefly entertained the thought of transforming into a baby and revealing himself as Harry's illegitimate child, but Ollivander was still speaking, so he shelved that idea for another time. "I had thought you long ago passed from this world. I can understand the need to hide from he who must not be named, but he has been gone these past 13 years. 13 years? Charles. And what of your family?" Oh, I'd never seen Ollivander this riled up before. I didn't even know that he was friends with my grandfather. For all our time together, our conversation had been sparing and devoted to our wand work. We'd spent a fair bit of time together, but I didn't really know Ollivander that well, beyond his passion for his work. There was no alternative. I had to wing it as best I could. Thankfully, my plan for this whole time travel escapade had featured lies, larceny, and the meager hope of not getting caught, so at least this surprise attack played to my strengths. "It was for my family, Garrick," I said softly. The shame in my voice was real, although more at lying to Ollivander than for whatever perceived betrayal he say in my grandfather. "Faking your death with a son so young? It may have distracted the dark forces eager to coerce you into their ranks, but had you no thought of his well-being? Alone at such a time?" Harry was startled at this sudden revelation. He'd discovered how his grandparents had died in one of Voldemort's attacks a long time ago, but this accusation that he had acted like Pettigrew and abandoned the people dear to him out of fear, why, it brought Harry dangerously close to losing his temper. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying to keep the frustration out of his voice. Ollivander thought he was talking to another man, about another crime which had not been committed. Harry felt truly lost, but decided to let the situation play out and see if he could gain another ally in this important time, even if under false pretenses. He took a moment to consider his next words, and when he spoke, it was with sincere regret in his voice. After all, Harry understood the bitterness of losing a family. He had his friends. They were family to us, Garrick. If we could keep them out of the Dark Lord's attention for just a while, just until Harry's voice faltered as he failed to think of a suitable excuse, but he quickly masked it with emotion. He didn't need to fake the longing in his voice at the thought of the family he might have had. "I had hoped it would be enough to keep them safe until we could. None of us could have seen what followed. Teenagers are no match for parents, however close that bond may have been. And we all know how that turned out, don't we? James, Lily, and Pettigrew dead. Sirius turned to the Dark Lord, and now escaped from Azkaban." The anger in Ollivander's posture was almost palpable. Had he been any other man, Harry wouldn't be surprised to see a wand in his hand. This was the most human Harry had ever seen him. He supposed that time changes everyone, and rarely for the better, especially given what times they'd lived through. So this was what he thought? His friend had run away, abandoning his children to die. Harry didn't blame Ollivander for his rage, but was still startled by this overt display of emotion from a man who could teach Dumbledore a thing or two about maintaining a mysterious and abstract persona. It felt right at the time. Do you think a day goes by when I don't regret what happened that Halloween? Ollivander sighed and rubbed at his cheek. I didn't just mean James, Charles. No wizard alive could have missed the story. The legend, even, dare I say it, the boy who lived. Boy! Ollivander's last word was in a raised tone, almost a shout, and it took all of Harry's composure not to flinch. Harry could beat Voldemort himself in a staring contest, but Voldemort was an angry bastard. The anger of a man so composed as Ollivander was more frightening by far, no matter that there was no expectation of torture or dismemberment to follow his wrath. Harry did his best to hold his tongue. He had stronger feelings than anyone else on this matter, but it was rare that he heard somebody else's opinion, and whenever he had in the past, they were heavily biased by coming from somebody he was close to. I remember seeing him come for his first wand, said Ollivander quietly. He went through almost my entire stock before finding his match. I see so many students come through, terrified of never finding one, of being revealed as a squib and disowned, or Muggleborns who couldn't believe they were capable of such wonders as magic has to offer. Ollivander paused for a moment, setting his hands on the counter wearily. Harry watched him curiously. From the day he who must not be named was vanquished, I suspected which wand would be right for him, but I did my best to find another, to spare him yet another burden. Alas, it was as I'd feared. Brother Wands, Holly and you. Phoenix Feather. Ollivander remained silent for a long time, and then looked up at Harry sharply. You've guessed who bought the other wand. Harry nodded, unsure of what else he could say. He came in alone, you know. Not uncommon. Choosing a wand is a private affair. But there was no family waiting outside. I watched for some time after he left. Hagrid took him around the alley for his supplies. Hagrid's a good man, said Harry defensively. And yet, when the other Muggle-raised students come to Diagon Alley, they don't just come with a magical escort. Their parents or guardians come with them. See the world which their child is entering. It is a profound moment, the one which bridges the gap between us and them. Ollivander remained silent for a long time, now, but Harry knew that this was just his way, and waited for him to speak again. You should have been there, Charles. I don't know where he lives or who it may be with, but I remember a boy in Muggle clothes worn threadbare, and shaped to a boy much larger than himself. I remember glasses held together with sellotape, and I remember how small he was, even for an 11-year-old. I remember the bruises on his arms. But most of all, I remember the wonder in his eyes as he held his wand, and my store was lit with Phoenix song and joy. Ollivander sighed, and looked over Harry's appearance. It looks like times haven't been easy for you either. Nobody could find Harry Potter, said Harry, remembering the extensive blood wards set over Privet Drive. I spent years. Fortune. Nothing worked, magic or Muggle. You could have simply asked, admonished Ollivander. Harry had no answer, and stared, dumbstruck at Ollivander, who, to Harry's shock, laughed gently. You Potters, tear the world apart when you need to, but you never stop to ask for help. Harry is at Hogwarts. Dumbledore will surely reunite the boy with his grandfather. I could owl him for you, request a meeting. He needs a family. Harry didn't know what to say. Ollivander had always been distant, and even as a child, few had shown Harry such a simple act of compassion. But that was one thing. Ollivander worked closely with children, so it made sense for him to care for their well-being. It was widely known that Harry's Muggle relatives were distasteful. Most wizards assumed it was the simple fact that they were Muggles. Ollivander had noticed what ran deeper, not the rough treatment or the lack of care. The fact that, blood aside, they were not family, that he was alone. It had been a long time since he had thought of such things, but the sudden upwelling of emotion reminded Harry that he had never truly forgotten. His friends had been as close as family. He had come a long way from the boy in the cupboard under the stairs, and yet it was with emotion thick in his voice that he said farewell to Ollivander. Thank you, he said, but it might be best if I approach Dumbledore myself. He'll want answers that I wouldn't trust to an owl. As you wish, Charles. Ollivander was silent until Harry opened the shop door, and the bell tinkling overhead interrupted his thoughts. "Charles," he said sharply, interrupting Harry's departure. Harry turned back to face the wandmaker. "I cannot forgive you for abandoning the boy. You may have had some good, if misguided, intentions in leaving your son and daughter-in-law. I disagree but understand. But Harry was an infant, your grandson. I'll wait to hear why you failed him before I judge you for it." But, never comfortable with displays of emotion, Ollivander trailed off. "That's an interesting wand," he called out to Harry's departing back. "I don't recognize the wandmaker, though, and there aren't too many of us." Yeah, the question was obvious bait, but that suited Harry just fine. "I made it myself," he shot back over his shoulder. "Maybe you could take a look at it for me. I'll owl you." The door banged shut behind Harry before Ollivander could respond. As soon as he was back out in the busy street, he remembered the spying solution Rita had planted on him. He bit back a curse and then sighed. He had blackmail material if need be, but there was a chance that this could add another article to work in his favor. Unfortunately, that meant another meeting with his least favorite potion ingredient. Going over the conversation he'd had with Ollivander in his head, Harry decided that there was nothing incriminating in their conversation. If Rita jumped the gun, she'd publish articles that worked to his advantage, but if the sneakery she'd shown so far was any indication, she'd hold off on setting anything out into the world without speaking to him first. He doubted she'd risk the enmity of somebody who knew her secret, at least not without trying to squeeze some more juicy details out of him. If he didn't speak to her first, Harry fully expected to be cornered by the witch and her photographer at some point, demanding answers for Harry's abandonment in the Muggle world, and quizzing Charles on why he hadn't taken in his grandson, on why he'd faked his death, and why he'd fled Britain when the country desperately needed the support of all members of the Wisengamot. It'd probably happen regardless, but hopefully he could put the right spin or censorship into the mix. Nevertheless, he resolved to keep to a younger form from now on. Going even older might also work as a disguise, but Harry was hesitant to push it too far in that direction. He'd once tried to make it to an even 100 years old, and almost died as a result. Wizards could live longer than Muggles, of course, but that was due to their magic adapting with their bodies. If he pushed himself too far, he had no doubt that he'd wind up dying too rapidly to undo the process. Sure, he'd come out the other end alive, be it 10 years or 1,000, but the life expectancy of anybody a millennium old was bound to be a matter of seconds. Initiating contact with Skeeter was the first part of his plan. Ollivander had been a surprise, but one that he could work with. Now the rest of the day was his. He slipped into an empty alleyway and disillusioned himself. A moment later, he was back to being 17. Harry grinned. A quirk of his chronomancy, as applied to him, was that even though he retained his memories, he was very much, body and mind, a 17-year-old. That was a wonderful and terrible thing. Legally able to cast magic, morally bound by whims and fancy, and with all this free time to kill before he had any real work to do. Although Harry was eager to get back to Hogwarts, the opportunity to mess with people for the sheer pleasure of it and not just to avoid widespread murder was a wonderful thing. Rita's article would likely make the evening edition of the Daily Prophet. Front page, he was willing to bet, despite the utter lack of proof and no witness testimony save from the infamous anonymous tip. Of course, Skeeter knew that anonymous tip was Charles Potter now, and that would have to be dealt with, but all things in their time. As Harry was supposed to be in hospital, he kept himself disillusioned and wandered Diagon Alley for a while. He considered shoplifting his school textbooks for the year ahead, but quickly disregarded that as too much of a bother. They'd be annoyingly heavy to carry. Besides, the Hogwarts library had a wider selection than Flourish and Blots, and they were free. The best part about money, Harry had always thought, was that you never really needed to spend it if you were clever, connected, or criminally inclined. Even if his 14-year-old self hadn't really appreciated it as he did now, Harry was rather proud of his 3CS, an integral part of wizarding education that seemed sadly lacking on the Hogwarts curriculum. While walking aimlessly about, looking for ways to amuse himself, Harry found himself faced with almost irresistible temptation. The Malfoy family, wearing matching sneers, were marching imperiously towards Gringotts. It was definitely the teenager in Harry which spoke up first, urging him to give Draco a little treat. Funny how age gaps meant so much more while you were at school. 17 and you're an adult, 11 and you're a child. 14 and you're caught in that dreaded nether realm of puberty. It would be almost a kindness, Harry thought. A little judicious time leech to alter Malfoy the way that Harry had been doing to himself all day. He remembered Malfoy's school days. Poor anger management. Attempts to impress others constantly with boasts and posturing. The poor boy would surely be better off without all those hormones running around making him act like a fool. Just a little leech, maybe 2 years, and Draco would be back to being a squeaky second year. Harry wondered if he'd write an incensed letter to Daddy Death Eater about the horrible way his pubes had disappeared, and his shoes didn't fit. Oh, Harry was tempted. He twirled his wand idly between his fingers, half tempted to actually follow through with it, but in the end his better judgment won out. It was one thing for Harry's age to start fucking about, but there would only be trouble if he got Draco involved. Maybe later, after the news of Harry Potter's tragic accident had died down. Fuck it. Harry couldn't bring himself to be that cruel to a child. At least not until he'd pissed him off enough. If he was honest with himself, Draco didn't really deserve that sort of humiliation. He was just a spoiled brat with no life experience beyond what Lucius indoctrinated in him. Still, Harry's urge to taunt the Malfoys was too strong to resist, so he decided to go down a different route. Maneuvering through the crowded street was difficult enough at the best of times, but that was doubly so when you were trying to move quickly and were tantamount to being invisible. Only his experience at doing this exact same thing stopped him from being barreled to the ground or trodden on. Amazing how successful a point-blank assassination in a public place could be when the prison system found its coffers too empty and its cells too full. Harry's intentions were a lot less lethal this time, but his reflexes were up to the job nonetheless. It was a pity that this particular aspect of chronomancy required physical contact, or he could have skipped the Diagon Alley obstacle course. Finally, he reached the Malfoys, just as they were walking up the steps to Gringotts. The goblins on guard duty gave him a glance, but didn't say anything. Guards to the premier bank in the country tended to be trained to watch for the distortion patterns of disillusionment, but they didn't interfere with wizarding business, though Harry could catch them watching surreptitiously, so he knew he'd be fine so long as he didn't try to enter the bank. The cold-hearted bastards would watch a murder on their doorstep and not do a damn thing, except maybe close the doors if it was a messy one. Harry placed his wand as deep as he dared into Narcissa's hair, tightly wound as it was into a bun, and murmured an incantation. Of sorts. "Saggy tits and a wrinkly arse," he whispered in gobbledygook. It was one of half a dozen phrases he knew in that language, and of those 6, the only one which wasn't an insult was, "What's for dinner?" Goblins' ears are a lot more sensitive to sounds than humans, and by the amused glances the guard goblins gave each other, they definitely heard. Being magical creatures, they were more sensitive to magic as well. Although Harry'd bet his left canute that neither of them knew what he'd done. They'd guess a glamour or charm of some kind, and laugh about it over their after-shift tankards of goblin ale. Harry had developed quite a taste for the stuff before he'd learned how it was made. As he had no intention of spending any money today, Harry walked jauntily away from Gringotts, and wondered how long it would take his little bit of tinkering to ruin their sex life. He was still smirking at his little prank when he reached the magical menagerie. He paused outside, shook his head, and reminded himself of a conclusion that he'd come to a long time ago. Harry wasn't a prankster. He was just a bit of a bastard with a creative streak. The difference was slim, true, but Harry preferred to admit it than hide behind ideas of moral superiority and vengeance. Just liked to fuck with people he thought were stupid, annoying, or out to kill him, and he saw nothing wrong with that. Somebody jostled into Harry from behind, almost knocking him over. Harry scowled and reached for his wand, about to hex the imbecile who charged into him, but then realized he was standing disillusioned in front of a busy shop's front door, and it was entirely his own fault. But more importantly, the wizard was roughly the size of Vernon Dursley and was blocking the doorway, so Harry compromised by stealing the wizard's hat. The wizard flinched at the sudden rush of cold air and looked around for the thief, but Harry had stuck it onto his own head at a jaunty angle and added it to the disillusionment. He watched for a while as the wizard alternately glared at passers-by and scrutinized the ground in case it had fallen off, but had no success in finding it. Luckily for Harry, the wizard had the patience of Vernon Dursley, too, and soon stormed off in anger, no doubt to report his grievances to the nearest patron of the leaky cauldron. Harry stepped quickly aside as the wizard rushed through the space he'd just been standing in, and then slipped behind him, using the man's bulk as a cover to cancel the disillusionment. It was probably a waste of time coming here, as Harry was pretty sure he knew the answer to the question on his mind, but he had to be sure. The store was a cacophony of every species known to wizardkind below XX rating and 2 feet high. He wandered through the maze-like walls of the store, reflecting on its resemblance to a library. Should the books be replaced with very loud, very colorful caged beasts? Harry recognized a few of them from potions class, or at least extrapolated what they were from certain parts of their anatomy, which he'd sliced, diced, and crushed all too many times. He tried not to think about which of the creatures in front of him had been shoved down his throat in liquid form. As if by magic, a store clerk popped up at his shoulder, an eager smile on his face. "I see you found our fire crab," he claimed jubilantly. "A rather exquisite specimen, don't you think? They're a protected species, you know. We're the only menagerie in all of Britain allowed to sell them." Harry looked at it dubiously. "This is the last we have in stock, I'm afraid. First day of August is supposed to be delivery day, but those international flues and fire creatures— oh, and fire crabs can't be imported by just anyone, after all, no they can't." Having grown long used to drowning out all sorts of distracting noises, from the cheering of Quidditch fans to the screams which accompanied a Dementor attack, Harry was well equipped to deal with an overzealous shopkeeper. He gave him a wayward glance, and noticed just how forced the smile was. "I wasn't aware that any exceptions were made to the importation of fire crabs, although those are exquisite rubies on its carapace. Quite a profit to be made on those, wouldn't you think?" said Harry, quietly but coldly, as if to himself. "Oh no, no. This is a beautiful creature. Not just jewelry with a crab underneath. We were ever so lucky to get them. Some kind of ministry contract, but they never gave us the details, only said that they'd finished their project. Sold them to us for a fraction of their worth. I tell you." "Sounds like quite the tale," said Harry dryly. "You have no idea. They tried to get used to take on manticores as well." "Manticores? Can you imagine? One of the most dangerous magical beasts in a pet store?" The clerk tittered nervously, his eyes roving between the fire crab and Harry. "Good thing I'm not here for a manticore then," said Harry. "Indeed, indeed. So, for the fire crab, we'd normally ask for 500 galleons, but as the ministry offered us such an excellent bargain, it seems only fair to pass it on to you. How does 350 sound?" Even if Harry had wanted to buy the crab, the clerk had been annoying enough that he'd rather apparate to Fiji and catch his own with a harpoon. "Actually," began Harry, "I'm more interested in snakes." "Oh, okay," the clerk said, disappointment clear in his voice. "The tank over by the south wall. You can't miss it. Next to the tarantulas," he added nastily. Harry chuckled. After not only escaping a colony of acromantula in his second year, but riding one under the Imperious curse into battle with a mob of enraged quintapes, spiders smaller than a house didn't really bother him. He made his way over to the tank and stared into it until one of the snakes met his gaze. "Hello?" he asked speculatively. The snake ignored him and curled around one of the twigs decorating their tank. "Hiss," he tried, expecting nothing. His expectations were fulfilled, and a broad smile split open his face. Nothing. It had worked. Junior's Horcrux was gone. Harry had been afraid that it would transfer over to him. After all, Junior wasn't really dead, just moved around a bit. Into Harry's head. "What are you doing?" demanded the clerk, obviously irate about his wasted spiel about the fire crab, and kowtowing onto the idea that Harry was taking the piss. "Just checking if I'm a parcelmouth," he said. The clerk said nothing, but stared at him in wide-eyed horror. "Hiss," said Harry again, and the clerk flinched. "Guess I'm not one after all." "Who knew?" Harry asked, a cheek grin on his face. The clerk spluttered for a moment, his face turning a rather fetching shade of puce, before pointing his finger at the door. "If you're not here to purchase anything, you can just get out. This is a respectable establishment." "Sure thing," said Harry, doing exactly as he was told and walking straight out of the for the part when he grabbed a bag of doggy treats for Sirius from the counter and disapparated before the clerk could protest. Although Harry had intended to return to Privet Drive, he was all too aware of Skeeter's tracking charm, still stuck to his hand like Snape's eyes to his mother's arse. Harry shivered at the mental image, accidentally stolen during a legilimency training session. Since Privet Drive was out of bounds, no love lost there, Harry had apparat to Hogsmeade. He considered using the 3 broomsticks, but that was a bit too public, and the Hog's Head would fit a bit more with the image he was trying to cultivate with Rita. As he'd apparat onto the edge of the village, it was a fair walk away, but Harry didn't mind the opportunity to stretch his legs. It'd be quicker to just toss a quick finite incantatum on the goop clinging to his hand, but that wouldn't get rid of the actual substance, and canceling it so obviously would make it clear to Rita that he'd discovered her trick. A vanishing charm would do. He'd caught another of her tricks was something Harry wanted to keep in reserve for future dealings with her. No, he reasoned, best to use a substance well known for cleaning unwanted dirt, magic, and brain cells alike. Fire whiskey. After all, at 17 he was overage. Harry wondered if the ministry would acknowledge it, but since all their diagnostic magic would agree he was 17, he was sure he'd be able to get away with a fair bit, unless confronted by a bureaucrat who had the audacity to count to 17 and realize that there were a few numbers missing. Harry wasn't sure what he believed in more strongly: a ministry employee's inability to count, or their desire to meddle with his life. But the ministry was irrelevant in the bigger picture. Only 2 things really mattered. The first was crossing Dumbledore's age line, and the second was getting served at the bar. Another reason to favor the Hog's Head. Less questions asked, more goats to frolic with. The pub was as grimy as always, and Aberforth stood in his classic pose behind the bar, ruining a perfectly clean glass by rubbing at it with a filthy rag. Harry strode up to the bar and took one of the stools furthest from the only other patron, who looked suspiciously like a vampire. He didn't look too happy either. Harry supposed that he'd stayed out too late drinking, pointedly not speculating what he might have been drinking, and got caught here by the sun rising. "Fire whiskey," he said. Aberforth gave him a suspicious look, then shrugged, and pulled out a bottle of thick brown glass. Harry didn't miss the lack of a label. Definitely not Ogden's finest, but it'd do. Chances were high that it was homebrewed. Aberforth poured it into a disappointingly small tumbler and set it down in front of him. Harry took the opportunity to nick Aberforth's rag and poured the shot of fire whiskey over his hand, then scrubbed at it with the rag until Skeeter's foul concoction was gone. He wasn't sure whether it would be destroyed by the liquor or just separated from his hand and soaked into the rag, but either way suited him. Skeeter could no longer track him, and he rather enjoyed the thought of it misleading her in 100 directions, spread from Aberforth's cleaning cloth into the drinks and mouths of 100 sleazy pubgoers. Aberforth frowned at the waste, doubtlessly more annoyed that Harry had deliberately spilled his drink than at the mess, if the state of the pub was any indication. Hell, the floor was covered in a layer of straw, and there was a goat in the corner. "For Sickles," he grunted. Harry couldn't tell if he was actually annoyed with what Harry had just done, or was just being himself. Aberforth had never been the most friendly individual. "8," corrected Harry, handing over the proper number of coins. "I'll have another." Aberforth gave him a suspicious look and made no move to refill Harry's now empty shot glass. "To drink, this time. Got something foul on my hand at the apothecary," Harry explained. Either his lie was good enough or Aberforth just didn't give a shit, but the bartender topped up his glass regardless and swept up the pile of Sickles. Harry knocked it back in one go and grimaced. That's right, he remembered. He hadn't started drinking properly until he was in his 20s. This body wasn't accustomed to the burn of strong liquor, and fire whiskey had a burn all of its own. The burning sensation of fire whiskey was magical in nature, and felt more like actual fire than muggle whiskey, but it soon passed, leaving Harry with growing sense of elation and courage. Not that he needed any help in the bravery department, but the nice little mood booster was a welcome addition. Harry sat at the bar for a while, occasionally ordering other drinks to prevent Aberforth from kicking him out for loitering. The weight made by his bag of doggy treats in the pocket of his robes was a constant reminder of Sirius. He had no idea where on earth to find his godfather, though he remembered that he'd been out of the country at the time. Trying to think back the summer before his 4th year at Hogwarts, Harry remembered tropical birds delivering all of Sirius' letters. Obviously, the old dog was recuperating from his time in Azkaban and enjoying some sun after 12 years with nothing but dementors to warm his cell. He tried thinking back to that time to see if there were any clues in the letters as to how he could find Sirius. A side effect of the time travel was that he hadn't truly killed his younger self. There were 2 Harry Potter bodies in that moment, but still technically only one Harry Potter. Killing his younger self was just the choice of which one of them would continue to exist, as the method he'd used to transport himself backwards didn't allow for 2 copies of the same person to exist concurrently. This made it easier to recall his younger years, as he'd essentially absorbed the spirit of his younger self. The memories he was seeking after were closer to the surface, as if he really had experienced them in the last few weeks, and not 13 years ago. Suddenly, while searching through his newly accumulated memories, which hung vibrantly in his mind as if he was watching them in a pensive, Harry felt a cold chill run up his spine, and a pain in his scar. He hadn't felt anything from his scar since killing the Horcrux within it. Fuck Merlin. Fuck Merlin and fuck his beard. Harry swore. This was going to be painful. He felt himself falling forward into the memory, the exact same sensation as falling into a pensive, but with the agonizing sensation of his time magic flooding his body in discordant notes of power. Magic itself was objecting to the scene he was falling into, trying to tear it apart. Harry knew exactly what this memory was going to be. It was hard to make sense of anything through the shrieking forces of magic swirling about this memory. Some wizards claimed that magic was alive. If that was true, this was a memory of magic very much alive and pissed off. A sharp poke in his side pulled his attention away from the thrumming forces in his head, and he realized that his eyes were closed. He opened them and saw, well, himself. His real self, 27 years old and standing opposite him. Harry leapt to his feet, staring at himself, the other himself, and the wand he held. "Dad," he felt himself say. Harry would have grimaced if he could. This wasn't a memory. In a pensive, he was able to walk around freely, in an insubstantial body of his own. This was more like possession. He was eerily reminded of the Horcrux visions sent through Voldemort, like when he'd bitten Arthur Weasley with Nagini's mouth. He supposed it made sense. They were both the same soul. It was a similar connection, but it was damn creepy. "Nope," said the adult Harry cheerily. "Sorry about that, Junior. I'm not trying to trick you here." Harry felt visions snap before his eyes, memories of his adult life, of the war, seeing his friends die, and feeling the cold emptiness when he had no strength left in him to mourn their deaths, only the hollow conviction that they would be avenged. "So who are you?" he felt himself say. But the connection ran deeper than his younger counterpart's body. He could feel his emotions as if they were his own. Well, technically they were. His younger self was terrified by what he was seeing, but could sense that they were genuine. Still, he was making a heroic effort not to show it. Harry was surprised that he hadn't picked up on that when he'd been on the other side of this bizarre act. "And why are you naked?" Harry ignored his older body, knowing how the conversation went, instead observing Junior's reaction. Junior went through confusion, terror, anger, and a brief dialogue between Harry and Harry later. The memory reached the important part. The visions had not stopped throughout their conversation, and Junior was convinced that Harry was telling the truth. The link between them had gone both ways, each absorbing memories from the other, as Harry's chronomancy tore time apart and bled the future and past together. The older Harry stood, wand pointing at Harry's chest. Harry felt the conviction in his mind and in Junior's mind. At this point, it was almost impossible to tell which one of them was which. "Do it," he said, Junior and Harry speaking in perfect sync. The same lips, the same words, and the same will behind them. Avada Kedavra dash. And that motherfucking hurt. Harry found himself back out of the memory, breathing heavily, and trembling from the aftershock of the killing curse. Well, that explained why he'd convinced Junior so easily. By the end of it, he had been Junior. Some sort of temporal bleed effect that he could only begin to guess at. Harry was reminded of all the other chronomantic experiments that had come very close to giving him a terrible death, and thanked both Merlin's beard and the Sorting Hat's socks that he hadn't fucked himself over. From his studies, there was a decent chance that he'd have traveled back in time, thinking all that was well only for the killing curse to hit him now, as soon as he absorbed the memory. Fucking temporal discharge. Harry resolved to use other people as test subjects for his more esoteric magic in future, and not himself. He also took a moment to gather his bearings and noticed that it was almost dark outside. The sun had just set, and he was lying in the dirt outside the entrance to the Hog's Head. Presumably Aberforth had tossed him out after he'd lost consciousness, the way he did with any other patrons. A bit inconsiderate really, seeing as it was the killing curse and not an inability to hold his drink that had caused him to pass out. A sudden twinge in his stomach was all the warning he had, and then Harry staggered to his feet, turning his head and vomiting noisily, all at the same time. He managed to avoid getting any of it on himself, and leaned back against the wall of the pub, breathing heavily. The puddle at his feet stank of alcohol. Okay, so maybe the drink had had something to do with it as well, Harry admitted to himself with a grimace. His magic was working fine, but he'd lost his ability to hold his drink. That was beyond embarrassing. A few more people had shown up in the hours Harry had been lying there unconscious, so there was a fair bit of noise coming from the pub. Harry didn't pay much attention to it when the door creaked open, but grew wary when there were no footsteps. Nobody was that light-footed after a few drinks, and there was only one patron in the Hog's Head who'd be leaving at sundown, just as the revelry was beginning. The vampire. Harry cursed, still shook up from the shock of memory and magic that had knocked him cold. Even if he'd been fully rested and in the prime of his strength, he wouldn't be able to go toe-to-toe with a vampire. As they were magical beings, they were highly resistant to spells. Fire would hurt them, but not strongly enough or quickly enough to kill one at such close range during the night. Normally he'd just jump back in time to when the sun was up, but he was already back in time. He wouldn't be able to travel backwards himself until he'd caught up to his original time, and he didn't think that this vampire would wait 13 years before draining his blood. The monster stepped out of the shadows and into Harry's line of sight. Harry knew that it was deliberate. It could have killed him in an instant, but vampires like to play with their food, watching their terror. Harry suspected that it wanted him to run, so it could have the pleasure of chasing him down and overpowering him, but Harry refused to give it the satisfaction. Or his blood, for that matter. But Harry had long ago learned to use dark creatures' habits to his advantage. He pressed himself further against the pub wall, avoiding the vampire's gaze. Inside the pub, during the day, it had looked like a pale but handsome man. Under the open night sky, its true form was revealed. Skin the texture of chalk, and elongated ears and fangs. A pair of slitted eyes mottled with various shades of blood. This one's eyes were more brown than red. The color of dried blood, not red. That was a bad sign. It meant that it was hungy. Harry considered accelerating the vampire forwards in time, like he'd done to himself in Skeeter's office, but he'd never tried that on a vampire before. Even if the magic got past its resistance to spells, Harry had no idea if it would work. Being creatures of the living dead, vampires experience time differently. No, his chronomancy was useless here, but at least Honeydukes was close. Fancy a blood pop? He joked, faking a weak and frightened voice. The vampire's eyes seemed to gleam in the moonlight, and it bared its fangs in amusement. Did your mother never tell you? No sweets before dinner? The creature hissed, entirely oblivious to the silent summoning spell which Harry had added to the words blood pop. Although he hadn't spoken the incantation itself, saying the name of the object helped add force to the spell, as did the urgency with which he needed it. The vampire stepped forward slowly, relishing every moment of what it thought was going to come. Anticipation is half the fun of any pleasure, for mortals and monsters alike. The vampire's innate sadism caused him to stalk towards Harry at a glacial pace. Harry didn't move a muscle, knowing that to the vampire he looked frozen in place by fear, but more importantly that the vampire would be able to move fast enough to grab him if he tried to run or even apparate. Acting like frightened prey was his only chance. As the vampire was almost upon him, Harry saw the creature's nostrils flare, turned its head. Harry grinned. The smell of fresh blood would always distract one of these monsters, and the blood pop he'd summoned was on its way. With the tiniest gesture of his wand, Harry altered the path of the blood pop, causing it to jam into the vampire's mouth. Blood was everything to a vampire. It would only distract him for seconds, but those were seconds that Harry had desperately needed. In that moment, he conjured a wooden stake and positioned himself to ram it through the vampire's heart. He had only a moment to act. The vampire turned back to Harry, looking ludicrous with a lollipop sticking out of its mouth, and then suddenly ferocious as it saw the stake. It spat out the blood pop and lunged at Harry, but Harry's aim was true, and the vampire's own momentum impaled it on the stake. The force of the monster landing on Harry slammed him into the wall as if he'd been hit by a car, but no fangs broke his skin. The stake had reached the damned creature's heart, and it fell onto Harry in a mockery of an embrace. Not being a fan of necrophilia, or perhaps necrophilia squared, as it was a dead vampire, Harry shoved the corpse onto the ground. It splashed in the puddle of his vomit, and Harry smiled darkly. Contrary to popular belief, vampires didn't turn into ash when staked. At least not until the sun came up. Harry didn't want to cause a riot by leaving a dead vampire by the doorway of a pub, so he dragged it around the corner where it would be out of sight from the path, behind a clump of bushes. As he straightened up from dragging the corpse, Harry dusted himself off and let out a long breath. He was exhausted and didn't know what he wanted more, another drink or a bed. He began to walk away from where he'd ditched the corpse and caught a glimpse of Aberforth watching him through the pub window. Oops. Perhaps bed would be the better choice, then. Harry didn't really want to answer any awkward questions, and wasn't too sure if Aberforth would serve somebody he'd thrown out only a few hours previously. Harry disapparated, heading back to Privet Drive. He hadn't planned on staying there, but he was too tired to go through the hassle of renting a room elsewhere. Harry woke before any of his relatives, saving him from any unpleasant encounters. The sun had barely begun to rise, and a quick look at his alarm clock showed that it was just past 5 in the morning. He stretched, wriggling uncomfortably on the mattress, and then gave up on the budding idea of napping a little longer. Looking around the room, he was reminded of how happy he'd been to finally move out of Privet Drive, despite the terrors that had followed. This time, he had even fewer possessions to pack, because he didn't care for most of what his 14-year-old self had owned. He pulled his trunk out from under the bed, opened the lid, and stared inside speculatively. Most of his magical possessions were inside, gathered together out of the Dursleys' sight, but even though he was making his entry into the wizarding world early this year, he wasn't planning on using most of it. He intended to buy some decent robes at some point, but was perfectly happy to wander around in transfigured outfits for the near future. Pureblood sneered on this, saying it was a crass action for impoverished wizards, but Harry had never bought into it, assuming that it was a mix of fashion elitism, brand-name clothing, and the plain fact that even though just about every Hogwarts graduate could conjure a robe, there were a whole load of them who were lacking in the artistry and taste to make good-looking clothing instead of gold-stitched bathrobes. Putting his Hogwarts robes to one side, Harry rifled deeper into his trunk. He had no intention of carrying this giant chest around with him. Even though he could shrink it, it was a waste. He'd learned to make do with even fewer possessions that he had owned growing up. Harry vanished his potions set and all of the textbooks he'd collected over the years. He didn't need to relearn how to do magic, and didn't much care for learning history or quotes by rote to get good grades. He hadn't traveled back in time to go to school, after all. It was just a coincidence that the events he was going to be involved in were mainly happening at Hogwarts. After all, Hogwarts was the true heart of wizarding Britain. Parchment and ink were always useful, so Harry put them with his robes. Deeper in his trunk, he found his invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map. Those were added to the pile. Everything else in his trunk seemed to be old clothes, schoolwork, and other odds and ends that he'd accumulated over the years. He vanished all of it and transfigured the trunk into a much smaller, more manageable bag of soft fabric. But he left the Hogwarts crest on it, out of sentimentality. Hogwarts had always been the place he'd thought of as his true home, after all. He piled everything into his new bag and swung it onto his shoulder. That was much better. Harry began to disapparate away from Privet Drive, but with a resounding crack, split his left leg in half and transported it to the other end of his bedroom. Fuck. He hadn't splinched himself in years. Destination, determination, and deliberation. It had been hammered into him in the apparition exam and refined by years of practice, but in his excitement to leave the Dursley house, He'd been a bit vague about his destination. Apparently, not here didn't qualify. In a way, Harry mused, he'd gotten off a lot better than most people who suffered splinching. They had to endure agony until the Medi-Wizards popped up, gathering gory jigsaw pieces and reassembling them. Harry just had to hop across the room, trailing blood, and jam his leg back into the stump, muttering a quick charm under his breath. Repairing splinching was a quick reversal of the apparition process, so it was a lot easier than actually reattaching severed body were often easier than the spells themselves, after all, and complex healing spells were notoriously difficult to master, which is why magical healers still use potions above anything else. Their spells were mostly limited to superficial damage and diagnostic charms. All he'd lost in his little slip-up was a bit of blood. Okay, a lot of blood, but it wasn't going to do him any lasting harm. Even a muggle would have recovered from that much blood loss within a week or two. Harry briefly considered vanishing the pool of blood on his bedroom floor, but discarded that thought with a grin. Better to leave a mysterious bloodstain than a goodbye note. Who knows what the Dursleys would think? A mixture of sheer terror and gratitude when he never reappeared, he imagined. Call it a parting gift. This time, Harry paid attention to where he was going to go. Since he had such fond memories of it from the day before, he settled on the Hog's Head. Out of the way, few questions asked, rooms to rent, and he supposed grudgingly he should check on the vampire he'd killed. They were tricky bastards. Crack. Harry appeared around the back of the Hog's Head and found the vampire's body exactly where he'd left it. Yep, still dead. Although technically it had always been. The body was mostly in the shadows of the surrounding foliage, so it was only just starting to char. Harry checked to see if anyone was watching. Aberforth stood a few meters away holding a shovel, so Harry shrugged, knowing that the man had already seen enough damning evidence and some more wouldn't hurt, and then dragged the vampire out into the full sunlight. Once the full, undiluted force of the solar spectrum hit the vampire's chalky flesh, it burst into bluish-gray flames, quickly disintegrating into a pile of ash. Harry considered scooping it up, as vampire dust was a potent potion ingredient, but he neither needed the money or the hassle of dealing with the crooked apothecaries in Nocturne Alley just yet. Instead, Harry left it where it was. The ashes had dangerous properties, but a few hours in the open sun would neutralize that and turn it into inert grave dirt. "What's with the shovel?" asked Harry, turning to Aberforth, who wore a taciturn, almost unreadable expression. Harry was good at reading people, thanks in no small part due to his dabbling in mind magics, but all he could get from Aberforth was that the man was trying to read Harry in turn. Fair enough, he figured. The two men stared each other down for a bit, both carefully not looking curious about the other. "Tidying up your mess," said Aberforth, in low tones that bordered on unfriendly. "Didn't need a shovel for that," said Harry, wiping his hands on his robes. The touch of a vampire was clammy at the best of times, and this fellow had gone rather crispy. Harry didn't want any flakes of burnt skin clinging to his hands. He'd washed his hands of something rather nasty only the night before, after all. "Didn't want to touch it," growled Aberforth. "Never know when those things are really gone." "Bet you a galleon?" asked Harry, nodding towards the pile of ash, which was already spreading around in the light morning breeze. Aberforth snorted and began walking away. "Wait," said Harry. Aberforth stopped moving, but didn't turn around. "I need a room for a few weeks. What are your rates?" Aberforth continued walking away, speaking over his shoulder without looking back. "Rates are 7 sickles a night. You vomited all over my floor and passed out drunk. I tossed you outside, and then you killed a paying customer? Forget it." "I didn't pass out from the drink," argued Harry. Aberforth ignored him. "He was going to kill me. It was only self-defense." He tried again. Aberforth still didn't say anything, but stopped walking away. "Paying customer," grunted Aberforth. "Rates for you are still fuck off." "I'll be a paying customer," cried Harry in frustration. "You're not losing any money. I won't pass out again. Hell, I'll even clean up the vomit." At last, Aberforth turned to look at Harry, and for the first time, Harry saw a shade of the other Dumbledore brothers' mischievous twinkle in his eyes. "Fine, but you take his room," he said, jerking his head towards where the vampire had been. "And don't worry about your puke. The goat ate it while you were face down in the straw." Harry didn't know whether to shudder or groan at the combined imagery, but didn't want to sleep in a former vampire's lair, no matter how many cleaning charms he could remember. "Why his room?" Harry demanded. "Biggest," said Aberforth. "Most expensive. 12 sickles a night." Harry gritted his teeth in frustration, spotting the obvious lie. The man didn't really care about the money. He was just trying to fuck with him. "Give me your cheapest room," Harry said, attempting to strike a bargain. "I'll work off the difference while I'm staying here. 2 nights a week." "4," said Aberforth. "You staying until Hogwarts opens, right?" "Yes," growled Harry in reply. He didn't really mind the idea of working in a pub. He'd have a fair bit of free time to spare amongst his errands. But still, he didn't want to have restrictions on his actions more than half the days in the week. 3 nights. Learn to hold your drink or we're done. Can't have a barman who can't hold his liquor, needled Aberforth in his usual sour tones. Harry grimaced at the reminder of his weak, teenage liver, unable to handle the simplest of tasks, and resolved to make the most of his time in the Hog's Head retraining that particular organ in case of emergencies, like Friday nights. But at least that sounded like the closest Aberforth was willing to come to outright saying yes. "So we have a deal?" Harry asked, holding out his hand for Aberforth to shake. The older man spat to one side and glowered. "Wash that damn vampire off your hand if you expect me to shake it. And use water this time, not fucking fire whiskey," he snapped, clearly holding a grudge over Harry's action from last night, but evidently not enough to get in the way of their arrangement. As soon as he'd finished speaking, he stormed off back into the Hog's Head, leaving the door open for Harry to follow him. Harry grinned. He had a room, a job, and a nefarious plot. Truly, this was the way to live. All he needed was a woman and an evil monster to slay, and he'd be living the dream. He followed along happily in Aberforth's trail. It took a moment for Harry's vision to adjust to the lighting inside the pub, but once his pupils had dilated accordingly, he took stock of his surroundings. Although there were several large windows, they were all so grimy that hardly any light got in. Given that a vampire had supposedly been a long-term resident, Harry speculated that it might have been on his behalf. Or perhaps Aberforth just liked it this way. Harry honestly couldn't tell. What he could tell, however, was that Aberforth had told the truth about the goat, as evidenced by the notable absence of straw by the stool he'd sat at last night, and the few orange-colored stains on surrounding pieces which the goat had missed. Harry vanished the rest of his vomit quickly. "Do that for the rest of the straw," ordered Aberforth. "Then replace it with a fresh batch. Thick covering, mind. The stuff's in the woodshed out back." "My room?" asked Harry, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, right," said Aberforth, seemingly having forgotten already. "Upstairs. Last door. Bed linens need changed. You can do that first and ditch your stuff. Then the straw." Harry brushed past Aberforth and quickly made his way to his new bedroom. He was more than a little suspicious about what condition it might be in, given that Aberforth's favored client had been a vampire up until recently, but it turned out to be better than expected. Which was to say, the room was a poky little shithole, but Harry hadn't doubted that for a moment. The floorboards creaked, and the air was rank. The bed linens were filthy, leading Harry to cautiously avoid speculating on the previous occupant, and the smell emanating from them had flooded the room. One small window took the center position on one of the walls, and it clearly hadn't been opened in some time. "Scourgify," muttered Harry, tapping both panes, immediately letting in a flood of light compared to the dinginess that he'd been standing in previously. It blinded him for a moment, and in that moment, he managed to force the windows to open despite their rusted hinges, and stick his head out into the fresh air. Harry took a deep breath and relished the view from his window. He could see the spires of Hogwarts rising from the hill above. It was perfect. His pleasure at seeing Hogwarts was temporarily diminished when he looked back into the room and saw the rank bedsheets. Does incendio count as a household cleaning charm? Harry wondered aloud. He inhaled a little too deeply and tried not to gag. Yes, it did, he decided. Yes, it did. Setting fire to your lodgings was not the best way to endear yourself to your new landlord and employer. But then again, neither was outright murder in front of his eyes the night before, not to mention vomiting over his floor. As the victim in question was a vampire and Aberforth was a barman, Harry was relatively sure that he'd earned more disdain for his juvenile liver than the killing. Most wizards didn't consider vampires as much more than dark creatures like werewolves, vicious predators to be avoided at all costs, and certainly closer to creature than human. Harry had met enough of each to know the truth. They were both just humans beset by a curse with similarly bloodthirsty effects. The only difference was the fact that werewolves were triggered by the full moon, and vampires by being hungry. Harry tried not to hold a grudge against how easily some of them gave into that hunger, or how high their appetites were, but he'd grown out of the naive boy he once was, and treated them with the same respect he would any wizards, which is to say, none at all besides superficial politeness, until they'd fought together. The only difference in Harry's mind was who stood beside him and who stood against him. Whatever foul magic was at work in their blood was no business of his until they turned it on him. Harry was glad to have opened the window, as somehow the conflagration on the bedspread had ignited the thick dust hanging in the air. Within seconds a spiraling vortex of flame was tearing through his room, and it was only a quick banishing charm directing the fire out through the window which prevented him from damaging the walls. A scourgify later, the room still looked miserable, so Harry gave in and vanished everything. Transfiguring or conjuring furniture wasn't out of the question, but Harry had more important chores to do, so he penned a quick note requesting delivery of a bed, desk, wardrobe, and chair, and left it by the window for Hedwig to find. When she showed up, she'd find the letter and know what to do. That owl knew far more than she was ever letting on, Harry was sure, but he didn't want to be the first wizard to attempt to use legilimency on an owl. The repercussions sounded bad from what he understood of wizard-to-wizard legilimency, and nobody had ever bothered to write a textbook on invading the minds of birds. Or wizards, for that matter. That kind of knowledge could only be gained from practice and experience. Having a teacher could sometimes help, but it was really more of the same mentality that had let him shrug off the Imperius curse which gave him insight into mind magic. The ability to match your will against another wizard and want to be yourself more than they wanted you to perform whatever trite task they had in mind. A mild sticking charm kept the letter from flying off into the breeze, given that he'd left the windows open both for her to find her way to him and to freshen up the room. In retrospect, Harry was lucky that Aberforth hadn't come to investigate the funnel of smoke emanating from his pub. He didn't dare presume that it had gone unnoticed, but shrugged, deciding to deal with it when it came. His new boss might be a grouchy bastard, but given his discretion at Harry's actions last night, in addition to the usefulness of the location, and the fact that Aberforth had stepped up to deal with what may have been a pissed-off vampire at dawn, Harry was willing to put up with a lot worse. The bales of straw proved trickier to deal with than Harry had first expected. A levitation charm had been enough to carry them out of the back shed, but the bale was simply too large to fit through the pub doors. It had been sealed together magically in order to prevent stray pieces from falling loose and causing a mess. Ironically enough, this was what was caused an even bigger mess. Without thinking it through, Harry shoved the straw bale against the doorway and cast a finite incantatem against it. The good old catch-em-all spell to end all spells. It didn't work on everything, of course. Nothing enchanted or ensorcelled, or the lingering damage caused by spells which continued to progress, such as the hex which Malfoy had struck Hermione with, causing her teeth to swell abnormally. The finite stopped them from growing further, but it took Madame Pomfrey's special attentions to make the harm inflicted go into a state of regression. Any adult wizard could have dealt with it, certainly Snape, who had been present, could have done so, but he'd chosen to send Hermione off to the hospital wing with a scathing insult instead of helping her. The thought made Harry wince at the thought of a reunion with Snape as he would be at this point in time. Miserable, petty bastard that he was, regardless of all the good he had done. The adult part of Harry's mind could rationalize that it was school protocol to send such incidents to the nurse, so that they could be treated by a known professional and the ailments monitored under regulated conditions, but his adult and teenage self were in perfect sync when agreeing that adding mockery, as if to commend Draco's actions, was completely unacceptable behavior. For the sake of his current friends, and the future ally of necessity that Severus had become, Harry resolved to break the greasy bastard of his worst habits by the end of the year, even if he had to hit him with a cheering charm every morning. But Harry pulled himself out of his memories, a habit he had begun to fall into all too often since his return to the past. He wondered just how much the time travel was affecting him, and how much of it was just him brooding on past misdeeds. No matter. He looked back at where the straw bale had been, and groaned. At least, with his body blocking the doorway, he'd managed to mitigate the worst of the damage. His finite had caused the straw to explode outwards, settling itself all over the main room of the pub. Only a small amount around the doorway had gotten outside, and despite the fact that every surface was covered in straw, at least he'd gotten the damn thing inside. Harry flicked off a Scourgify and a Vanisher in quick conjunction, waving his wand in a wide arc to include the whole room. Molly Weasley, of all people, had once given him a marvelously informative lecture on how common household cleaning charms were an incredibly useful and underlooked variety of how intent influenced magic. The hog's head was grimy, and a careless Scourgify with enough force behind it could probably reduce it to an empty plot of land. But by focusing only on the straw, Harry was able to easily control the subject matter of his magic. By keeping his wand relatively level with the pieces of straw in particular which he wanted gone, those atop tables and the bar, Harry managed to make the whole process a lot easier. There was a time when he would have tried to vanish each individual piece of straw. Harry didn't dare think how long that would take, or how stupid he'd been in the past. His subconscious couldn't help but slip in a reminder that it was only a matter of time before he did something even more stupid, but that was just the way Harry had always been. Better to ask forgiveness than permission, and better to get away with it and avoid both altogether, Remus had once advised him. Harry had been startled to hear that coming from the most reserved and bookish of the Marauders, but had later learned that Remus wasn't as much inclined towards avoiding mischief as to taking it as seriously as his studies and doing it what he regarded as the proper way. Harry growled. All this reminiscing was annoying, reminding him of people lost, people he'd soon be seeing, and a whole barrage of emotions that he'd deal with in his own time. Thank you very much. It was interfering with his ability to throw straw on the ground, for Merlin's sake. Hopefully it'd clear up soon once his memories had assimilated properly. Even with the majority of the more offensive eye-level straw gone, Harry was still wary of using his wand to move it around again. Instead, he dug around in cupboards until he found a mangy old broom, the regular kind, and began to sweep it evenly across the floor. There was a certain peace of mind to be found in the rhythmic movements of the broom, back and forth, over and over, and Harry actually enjoyed the task. While hardly tasking, there was nothing wrong with a bit of good old-fashioned menial labor to keep your mind off things. It was almost a meditation. Among the various posters tacked to the walls of the pub, one stood out against all others. For one thing, it wasn't covered under a layer of smoke debris and Merlin knows what else. And for another, it was a brightly lit rendition of two Quidditch teams standing proudly in their respective national team robes. Ireland and Bulgaria. Harry gave it a fond smile, remembering the exhilaration of the colossal event. The festivities had been so jubilant that they even managed to stand out more in his mind than the miserly Death Eater stunt pulled afterwards. Harry didn't suppose he'd get much of a chance to attend this year, what with working at the Hog's Head. He was a little disappointed, but not too much. He'd already seen the match after all. Although the temptation to skim a tidy profit off his future knowledge did pop into his head as soon as he'd seen the poster. He dismissed it with a rueful grin and got back to sweeping the floor. He wasn't sure how long he'd been at it when Aberforth returned. "I'd heard you were a dab hand with a broom, Potter, but this isn't quite what I'd imagined," he said in what Harry was sure was an amused tone, underneath the surly veneer. Harry didn't reply, choosing instead to finish off the final corner and place the broom back into its closet. He didn't want to antagonize Aberforth too much. The man was a dick, but Harry had dealt with far worse, and could easily ignore a little needling here and there. Besides, he had a bigger concern on his mind. Obviously he looked like Harry Potter. Obviously he looked like James Potter. And equally obviously, Aberforth knew them both by reputation, if not by sight. "Not many wizards take the time to do things properly these days," Aberforth added speculatively. "Wave a wand and everything's spotless. You brats never seem to grow up knowing the value of putting time and effort into anything when it's just a flick away." Harry tactfully didn't comment on the far from spotless appearance of Aberforth's pub, both out of a desire to avoid picking an argument, and because it seemed like the old goat was on the verge of saying something else. But he took his damn time about it, fiddling behind the bar to gather the same unlabeled bottle of fire whiskey Harry had been drinking last night, along with, to Harry's surprise, 2 shot glasses. The old man grabbed him by the shoulder and shoved him unceremoniously into the nearest chair, promptly dropping in the one beside him. Harry was eerily reminded of the way that Dumbledore had steered him around for half his life, albeit in a far cruder manner. Maybe it ran in the family. Or maybe old men were just too used to getting their own way to understand the possibility of disagreement. Sitting next to Aberforth, Harry felt he was missing something significant. They were not looking at each other as if for a conversation, but sitting side by side. There was something in there, but Harry couldn't quite grasp what. His train of thought was momentarily distracted by Aberforth pouring the drinks. His employer pushed one towards him roughly. Harry had to reach out quickly to grab it before it slid off the edge of the table. "What's this for?" asked Harry, cocking an eyebrow. After gaining employment in a pub, he hadn't expected to be told to keep his hands off the merchandise, but neither had he expected to be given a drink after vomiting on the floor not 4 feet away yesterday. "Perk of the job working in a bar. Bar, my drink. You get yours because you did your job properly," said Aberforth. "I won't turn down a drink," agreed Harry, having already raised his to toast Aberforth. "But sweeping a room hardly merits celebration." Aberforth snorted. "You'd be surprised. Magic everywhere, and when it goes wrong, what do? More magic. Mess everywhere. You just swept it up with a broom. Which is what I keep the damn things for. Can you imagine me flying? Me?" he exclaimed ludicrously. "I grew up with muggles," offered Harry, not volunteering any more than that. Aberforth gave him a brief but piercing gaze. "So I heard. Dare say it did you some good at that. Wizards are too caught up in their wands to pay attention to the way the world works. Albus was in here every summer since you showed up, bitching about how he hated to send you there. Egotistical bastard. Not like it was his choice." Harry waited patiently for the man to continue, but Aberforth seemed perfectly happy to remain in silence for almost too long. "You scared of that after your show last night?" he sneered, tilting his head towards Harry's full glass. Aberforth was already filling his second. "No," retorted Harry, a little defensive over his humiliation. Aberforth took it to be the typical shame of boys who'd snuck too deep into the liquor cabinet, and laughed in return. But the laugh wasn't nasty, even if it was condescending as hell. "Got to learn to drink like a wizard if you're working for me. Boy, no matter how good you are with a broom, air, or floor, take your pick." Harry prickled at the comment, but did his best not to show, and instead gestured with his shot glass, which was still raised expectantly. "No," he snapped, a little too suddenly, and then immediately moderated his tone. "I was just wondering what to drink to." Aberforth gave his derisive laugh again, but Harry must have been getting used to it, because it was beginning to seem far less sour and more just the way that the old man was. Perhaps a deliberate opposite to the other Dumbledore's lofty airs of genial benevolence. "We don't do fancy toasts in here, boy, but I'll give you an exception this one time, same reason I'm giving you the drink. Reward for a job done properly." Harry stared incredulously at the man for a moment, but then thought fuck this and knocked back the alcohol. "For sweeping your floor?" he asked, the burn of fire whiskey helping to add a little more snap to his retort. "No, you little shit. For the vampire." "I thought you weren't too happy about losing such a high-paying customer," said Harry, torn between confusion and anger, and settling for typical teenage belligerence. "I wasn't too happy about having a vampire hanging around so long, either. You cost me some money, are going to pay me back for the lost silver with whatever work needs doing around here I can't handle myself, and did me a favor besides." Harry mused that over for a bit. He'd known Aberforth had come out on top in that bargain, but now he was speculating just how much it had been by. Maybe he'd have to call in that favor one day and find out, but in the meantime he just shrugged. "Didn't fancy dying that night," Harry said matter-of-factly. "Sure, plenty of wizards can kill a vampire, though not many when passed out blind drunk and at night." That was quick thinking. Creative, too. "I got lucky," said Harry entirely honestly. "Or unlucky. Or one after the other my whole damn life." "That's life, Potter. Don't bitch about it," snapped Aberforth, although there was no real malice in his voice. He was already pouring them another glass. But that's not the point. You came back in the morning and dealt with its corpse. Made sure it wasn't going to wake up half dead, delirious, and wrapped around the nearest throat it could find. Like I said about the brooms. Doing things properly. It's what matters, Aberforth said with emphasis, finishing what must have been at least his fifth shot. Harry noted with some relief, given the time of day, that Aberforth was stoppering the bottle. He savored his final swallow of fire whiskey with a bit more pleasure than the others, having finally begun to regain his old acquired taste for it. So that's why you gave me the job? Harry mused. Aberforth chuckled beside him, and then used Harry's shoulder to push himself up off the chair, nearly sending Harry careening into the floor. He was deceptively strong for his age. Must be a wizard thing, Harry speculated. Partly. 3 reasons. I was thinking of hiring someone to take on some of the work. You made a twat of yourself, then dealt with it appropriately. Useful trait in new staff. And life. Aberforth snorted yet again. But mostly I thought it would piss the hell out of Albus if I found out what the fuck you're up to all of a sudden before he did. Harry stared at the man, incredulous once again. They may be brothers, but he was well aware of the gulf in social and magical ability between Albus and Aberforth. So how do you think you can solve a magical mystery sooner than Albus Dumbledore? Honestly? Asked Aberforth, deadly serious. Harry met him eye for eye. The one solution he'd never consider, said Aberforth. Albus has always been brilliant with his plans and machinations and politicking doublespeak that doesn't mean shit. I'm sure he'd catch you in the act as usual, and you'd confess everything. But, asked Harry. I was just going to ask. The 2 men stared at each other for a moment, before breaking into uproarious laughter. As always, criticisms and questions are welcomed through the easy review system, and I'll do my best to reply to all of you. If any of you have asked an explicit question and not received an answer, contact me by review or PM reminding me of the question, and I'll get back to you ASAP. Knowing that there are others out there who are interested in this story are a huge part of what keeps it alive. Thank you for reading. I hope you've enjoyed our journey so far. Things are only going to get more involved from here on out. Potter! Shouted Aberforth. It was the 5th time since about 7 in the morning, and the intervals grew shorter with every bellow. Harry groaned and rolled over on his new bed. It was brand new. Harry had never slept in a brand new bed before. Surely it needed worn in to get accustomed to its job, so Harry had endeavored to spend as much time as possible asleep in it. He had promised not to hex his employer, so instead he conjured a teddy bear and tore it to shreds with a growled bombarda. Soft white stuffing floating all around was actually a rather soothing image to wake up to. It cheered Harry up about half as much as exploding a teddy bear had, so he finally relented to Aberforth's demanding shouts and staggered downstairs. What did I ask you last night, Aberforth? Harry asked, in an extremely aggravated voice. Aberforth glared at him from the table he was sitting at, and slapped his copy of the Daily Prophet onto its sticky surface. You asked me if I was fucking my goat, Aberforth snarled. 4 times. In front of customers. What? Asked Harry, bewildered. The previous night was a bit hazy. He'd been staying at the Hog's Head for about a week now, and was regularly subjected to what Aberforth called learning on the job and Harry called attempting to best his patrons in the calculation of their chance and alcohol consumption. In Aberforth's eyes, the barman must be as drunk as the average man in the pub in order to properly understand his clientele and cater to their demands, yet also capable of handling 6 customers' orders at once, work out their change correctly, and beat the snot out of them if they bickered too much about it. Old Harry could have handled it. Last night, Harry could not, and this morning, Harry couldn't recall ever accusing Aberforth of doing anything to poor Betsy. All right then, spat Aberforth. Keep your semantics. You asked me 3 times, shortchanged Mundungus Fletcher by half a galleon and threatened to bar him for life if he argued. Had another drink, and then shouted that I was a liar and demanded that I confess in front of the Hog's Head Wisengamot division to be tried for my crimes. Despite the volume and anger of Aberforth's little tirade, Harry could see him struggling to stop the edges of his lips quirking up into a smile. Aberforth tried to pick up his copy of the Daily Prophet. It resisted for a moment, then gave way with a ripping sound. Part of the back page was stuck to the table. Harry wished for the 100th time that Aberforth would let him charm the tables to be moisture-repellent, but the two of them were matched in stubbornness. "I'd fire you on the spot," mused Aberforth, his pretense at anger gone, and replaced with an odd expression. "But I've never seen anyone do business with Fletcher and come away with more money than when they started. The little bastard gets mugged on purpose, so he can pick the mugger's pockets. Did you know?" Harry was slightly concerned by how close Aberforth's tones were to respect, because he knew that it wasn't directed at Harry bettering a crook, but rather awe at the depth of Fletcher's petty criminal activities. Suddenly, Aberforth turned his attention fully back to Harry, curiosity in his eyes. "Anyway, Potter," began Aberforth. "Anyway, Aberforth," interrupted Harry, "you still haven't answered my question. What else did I ask you last night?" "What? Oh, don't call you Potter. Have it your way, boy." "No, you goat-fucking cadaver. To call me Harry," said Harry insistently as he walked across the room, attempting to make his way to the kitchen in the back room. Since he was awake, he figured that he may as well make some breakfast. "Don't be absurd. We're not friends. I'm a century older than you." "It'd be ridiculous," replied Aberforth, trying in vain to peel the last page of the Prophet off his table. Harry snorted. "If you're not my friend, what are you?" he asked. Despite the constant bickering and abuse thrown both ways, an easy if temperamental camaraderie had grown between the two men. Harry imagined that it stemmed from the fact that neither of them gave a shit about petty insults, and that each of them gave as good as they got. Aberforth shrugged. "Your role model," he answered. "What?" exclaimed Harry, in a burst of shocked laughter. "I'm not being your fucking hero, Potter. Role model is as high as I'm willing to go." "No more bargaining," said Aberforth flatly, turning back to his paper. Harry made a muted noise of disbelief and elected not to reply, carrying on towards the kitchen, where the promise of bacon and eggs waited. Aberforth grabbed his arm as he passed. Harry groaned. The old bastard had an iron grip, if iron could be a bit wrinkly. A corrugated iron grip, perhaps, which he wasn't letting go. "What now, Dumbledore?" asked Harry sarcastically. Aberforth actually punched him in the gut, although not very hard. "I told you never to fucking call me that again," he snapped. "Can you spell hypocrite?" "I bet Dumbledore can," taunted Harry. "Fuck off, Potter. Know why I've been shouting myself hoarse trying to get your lazy arse down here?" "Because you're a bastard?" asked Harry, much more interested in his bacon than whatever tedious chore that Aberforth couldn't be bothered to do might be.
No.
"This," said Aberforth, pointing to an article in the Daily Prophet. Harry caught a glimpse of the headline. "Boy WHO lived taken Tio Mungo's isolation ward after Time Turner tragedy." He read through the first few paragraphs of Trelawney-style predictions of Harry's impending death or mutilation, interspersed with Skeeter's typical accusations of ministry incompetence and negligence, and rather enjoyed a Skeeter article for the first time in his life before noticing a terrible crime. "Hey, wait a minute!" he cried, so visibly distraught that even Aberforth looked surprised at his reaction. "Page 4? Page fucking 4? I should be the cover story." Aberforth laughed mockingly and shook his head. "You're almost as much of an egotistical twat as your father, Potter," said Aberforth. "Thank you," replied Harry, distractedly but sincerely. "But we both know that this story is a crock of shit. Even if I hadn't noticed the author's tagline, this is not a hospital, despite the medicinal properties of many of the drinks we serve." Harry didn't answer. Aberforth didn't let go of his arm. In fact, he squeezed it until Harry winced. "Okay, fine, I'm a time traveler. I came back from the year dash." Harry stopped speaking suddenly as Aberforth clapped a hand over his mouth. "I don't want to know anything about the future. Since you're here, it's gone now, and we've got the present to deal with instead. But what's with the story? Fucked up the spell and got, I don't know, time splinched?" asked Aberforth, hazarding a guess and finally releasing his grip. Harry shook his head. "Got an anonymous tip sent to the Prophet as a cover story." "Not everyone will buy that heap of lies, boy," said Aberforth in a warning tone. Harry grinned because that was all part of his plan. Plant the seed of doubt, let the rumor mills churn out whatever they like, but end up with the result that, Somehow, it's possible that Harry Potter can step over an age line. Oh, I know. But most people are dumb as rocks and will believe anything just because it's in their newspaper. And it's a convenient excuse for what I'm going to do. I need to be overage for the next step of my plan. Learn how to drink like a wizard? Asked Aberforth. Harry considered a few sharp retorts, but bit them back in favor of the truth. I'm going to win the Tri-Wizard tournament. Ha! Said Aberforth eloquently. Harry took advantage of Aberforth's loss of words to slip past. Soon he had a pan filled high with eggs and bacon, and the scent was wafting delightfully through the air. Harry wondered whether it was the smell of bacon or the newspaper article which had caused Aberforth to follow him into the kitchen. Hungry? Asked Harry. I know you usually stick to a liquid diet, but bacon is good for hangovers. Hell, food in general is good for hangovers. I don't have a hangover, Potter, grumbled Aberforth.
Ido.
And if you're in a good mood after eating a decent breakfast, you're less likely to make my head throb any worse than it already is, said Harry. All right, then, I'll make you a deal. You make breakfast and milk Betsy when you've eaten, and I'll let you explain to me what the fuck you're planning to do now that you're back in the present. Harry turned the bacon, careful not to jostle the eggs, and split the runny yolk open. I do chores in exchange for telling you my secrets? That's hardly a fair deal, he said. A burden shared is a burden halved. I'd be doing you a favor by listening, so spill the beans already. Harry paused, remembering what Aberforth had said only minutes ago. Wait, I thought you didn't want to know about the future, about why I traveled back in time? I don't. Your old future is gone. I'm guessing Voldemort, and I want nothing to do with that bastard except the ability to stay out of his way. But I want to know what you're doing now that you're back here. Pass me the plates, said Harry. Aberforth grumbled, but dug around in a cupboard to find some nearly clean cutlery and crockery. Harry loaded them up with food and took them to the table in the front room where Aberforth had been sitting previously. The two men sat and chewed in silence for a while, with Aberforth giving Harry demanding looks between bites, until at last Harry began to speak. You're right, Voldemort. He came back about a year from now. I'll give you the short version. We managed to kill him, but it didn't work. He kept coming back. Albus has been harping on about how he wasn't really dead for years. But what do you mean, kept coming back? Harry gave Aberforth a mischievous grin. You wanted to know this before Albus, right? Be the one with all the answers while he flounders in the dark for the first time in your life. Damn straight, muttered Aberforth, setting his fork down beside his plate cleaned of everything but grease. He laid it on the floor beside his chair, and Betsy the goat came over to lick it clean. He didn't die properly because he's created Horcruxes' soul anchors. I'm sure you can figure out what they do from that description. Aberforth grunted and scratched irritably at a pockmark on his cheek. Body gone. Left as a ghost? Wraith, actually, said Harry. And it's a bit more complicated than that. He's not an echo of a person, like true ghosts, but a splinter of one, floating around in the ether. Well, Albania, actually, but that's not important. So you came back to destroy these Horcruxes before he managed to resurrect himself? Asked Aberforth. Harry shrugged. I'll do that along the way, but that's not so important. His soul has been so damaged by creating these Horcruxes that he can't exist in the state of flux that a wraith inhabits after performing the ritual which resurrected him. It didn't just bring him back to life, it altered him on a fundamental level. Every time we managed to kill him, the ritual would reactivate and he'd reform. It took him 13 years to make himself a new body the first time. The second time, it was less than a year. He got quicker every time, until he was so adept at his own resurrection that he'd willing sacrifice himself as a distraction to let his minions do their dirty work. Doesn't sound like him. He'd never put himself in danger when he could send Death Eaters in his place, said Aberforth. That's the thing. There was a moment when he realized what was happening, that he truly had beaten mortality. And he used that. We'd create elaborate traps to kill him, and he'd walk into them deliberately, just so his followers could pick off the members of the Order who had tried to kill him. His own body was a renewable fucking resource. Too much future, grumbled Aberforth. Get back to the present. Right? Well, the Horcruxes are what damaged his soul and caused the ritual to become permanent, instead of a one-time deal. I'll need to destroy them at some point. Sure, but mostly I'm here to botch his ritual. Stop him from coming back? Asked Aberforth. No, said Harry. It might take him another 13 years, but he'd find another way. I need to let it happen, but under my terms. Strip him of his ability to reincarnate at will. Then I can deal with him the same way you deal with any other Dark Lord. Long bloody war? Asked Aberforth sarcastically. Probably, said Harry. Aberforth sat back in silence, obviously not expecting that response. Then what's the point of you even coming back? To make him mortal. There have been Dark Lords before, all striving for immortality. Voldemort succeeded because he delved too deep into ancient magic and damaged himself enough to damage the ritual. Unfortunately, the changes only made him stronger. My blood, his father's bone, and his servant's flesh made him permanent. Because of this. Harry raised a finger and tapped his scar. Aberforth squinted. Looks a lot more faded than when I last saw a picture of it, he said, speculatively. He eyed Harry after speaking, expecting an explanation. When Voldemort tried to kill me, he accidentally made me into a Horcrux. So when he used my blood in the ritual, he added a fourth component. His own soul anchor. His own means of resurrection. Fuck, said Aberforth astutely. Yeah. Bone, blood, and flesh to build a body were all he planned for. But by accident he added the tool of his own resurrection to that body, granting it that power. His soul was twisted enough that the ritual worked. He was so far changed that his soul hardly recognized the Horcrux in my blood as a Horcrux. Rather than rejoining his soul, it joined the ritual of rebirth and entered his flesh, making Voldemort his own living, eternal Horcrux. So that's why your scar faded? The Horcrux isn't there any longer. It didn't get removed in the ritual, if that's what you're asking, said Harry. It was just its presence which changed things. It was as much symbolic as anything else. I got rid of it later. So that's why it looks like that now? Asked Aberforth. Harry nodded in assent, idly tracing the lightning bolt on his forehead with a fingertip. It had faded from red into a muted silver color, and was much harder to see than before, which suited Harry fine. People tended to stare at his forehead less when there wasn't anything to see. And Albus doesn't know any of this? Demanded Aberforth suddenly, snapping Harry out of his reverie. Ooh, no. Not much. Only that I'm from the future and will be entering the Triwizard Tournament to stop Voldemort's plans. Although I think he's been speculating about Horcruxes for a while, he doesn't know the details. Best that way. He'd meddle and ruin whatever you've got planned. Aberforth started beaming all of a sudden. The expression looked out of place on the usually surly barman. Ha! And Albus has to take the back bench and let some snot-nosed brat run the show this time. I'll bet that's tearing him up inside, he exclaimed in tones of glee. Harry gave him a quizzical impression. I get the feeling that you don't like your brother very much. He's my brother, said Aberforth, as if that explained everything. Being an only child, Harry didn't understand. Aberforth rolled his eyes and explained. I despise him some days, for what he's done, for the ridiculous airs he puts on, for thinking that he's better than the rest of us. But he's my brother. Aberforth sighed, and looked at the tabletop for a long, long time, a sour look crossing his face, and removing all traces of his previous mirth. For Ariana, said Harry under his breath. Aberforth's fists suddenly tightened into a white-knuckled grip, and he stood up so quickly that his chair fell to the ground. For a moment Harry thought that he was going to strike him, and reached for his wand, but then Aberforth sighed, and opened his hands, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. He told you? Asked Aberforth, his voice hoarse. He told me that he and Grindelwald all dueled. Ariana got caught in the crossfire. Nobody knows whose spell it was, but he blames himself. It haunts him every day. Aberforth gave a bitter laugh. Oh yes, I hated him for that. In the chaos, it was impossible to tell who was who, and which spell came from which wand. A dark look washed over Aberforth's features. I told him that I didn't see whose spell killed her either, because he's my brother. A cold knot formed in Harry's stomach as he began to realize what Aberforth was saying. I've never told anybody this, but I know what my brother's like. He likes to be in control above it all. Maybe the detachment of sitting high in his tower makes it easier for him to shuffle around the lives of us down here. But he's a good person under it all, even though he came so close to the edge. He's a good man by choice, and that's what makes all the difference. Harry leaned closer, worried, but Aberforth was still speaking, his voice dropping with every word. It was almost as if he wanted to say the words to Harry, but could not bear to hear them himself. It was Albus who killed her, Aberforth finally said, in a chilling tone. Aberforth stood silently, staring into space. Harry didn't dare interrupt the silence. Didn't know what he could possibly say to that. After some time had passed, Aberforth righted his chair and sat down, dropping his head in his hands. I never told him. He's my brother. And for all that I hate him for it, it was an accident. I saw how much guilt the possibility brought down on him. Knowing the truth would have destroyed him back then. So much time has passed, but even now it eats at him. His darkest shame. Aberforth looked up at Harry sharply. Nobody knows this, but if Albus goes too far, if he tries to stop you, and you have no choice but to force your will on a man who never backs down, Aberforth trailed off, looking miserable. He doesn't fear death or threats. He's too powerful to be swayed by force, and too convinced of his own brilliance to listen to the logic of others when he's already made up his mind, he said. Aberforth gritted his teeth and glared, biting out every word. Albus killed Ariana. It's the only weapon you have against him if he decides to stand in your way. Why would you tell me this? Harry asked, his voice hoarse. He'd known the man a scant handful of days, and already he'd revealed his greatest secret. You might need to use it against him one day, if he decides to interfere with whatever your machinations are. For the greater good, Aberforth said, spitting out the last 3 words as if they were poisonous. I may have come to terms with what happened, but sometimes Albus makes mistakes. They're rare, but they're big. I won't tell him unless there's no choice, said Harry in a muted voice, shocked at the revelation. He'd always known it was a possibility, but hearing it outright stunned him to the core, and he couldn't believe that Aberforth was trusting him with this knowledge. H&F, grunted Aberforth. Tell him without good reason, and I'll kill you myself. Harry could hear that Aberforth was completely serious with that statement, and frowned. The cold in his stomach turned to ice. For all the times he'd argued with Dumbledore, telling him something like that would hurt him so deeply that Harry knew he would hate himself for revealing that horrible, long-buried truth. He let out a long sigh. This was too much to take in. Sometimes your closest allies can be the most dangerous foes, he muttered to himself, sinking back in his chair. Enough, snapped Aberforth. Don't talk about this with me again. I'll protect you from my brother, but hurt him without cause and I'll have your head over my mantelpiece. Go milk Betsy. Aberforth stormed away, leaving Harry feeling more confused than ever. He'd feared that Dumbledore would get in the way of his plans, but had never thought that he might have to bring up so old and deep a wound to stop him from interfering. Harry sighed. Aberforth was right. Dumbledore meant well but was too used to doing things his way and only his way. He'd lived too long with nobody willing and able to stand against him as an equal. By greeting Dumbledore as an old friend, Harry had hoped to instill a deeper level of trust from the onset, pretending that he'd been closer to Albus than they had actually been. His plan had been to reinvigorate a close friendship from the future that was entirely fictional, but he'd always known it could fall apart at any moment if Dumbledore saw through it, or simply not be enough, if Dumbledore was too convinced in his own actions to give Harry free rein. Fuck, said Harry, and slammed his head into the table. This was worse than the hangover. At least in Aberforth he had found perhaps the only other person who understood Dumbledore properly. A good man who makes terrible mistakes. Determined not to think about it for the time being, Harry chose to distract himself with the chores required to keep the hog's head in shape, beginning with the one Aberforth had just given him. Come on, Betsy, he said. The goat followed him without any further coaxing to the woodshed, where a stool and milking pail were kept. Harry narrowed his eyes at Betsy, remembering that Aberforth had once been in trouble with the law for performing unusual charms on a goat. The animal did seem uncommonly smart and well-behaved for a goat. Harry shrugged and got down to work. Milking a goat wasn't the most interesting job in the world, but at least it was a distraction. He didn't want to think about any of the Dumbledore family for a good while. It was worrying indeed when Voldemort was a more pleasant thing to think about than Dumbledore. As he'd said to Aberforth, Harry did intend to destroy the Horcruxes. They were a low priority compared to interfering with the ritual, but would need to be dealt with at some point. The scar and diary were already dead. Nagini had yet to be created. Rowena's diadem could be dealt with once Harry was inside Hogwarts, and he'd need to get in touch with Sirius to get to Salazar's locket. The cup of Helga Hufflepuff would be the most difficult to reach, and Harry was worried about how to deal with the withering curse on Marvolo Gaunt's ring. Harry grimaced. Perhaps it would be best to destroy the Horcruxes before the ritual happened, just in case. That way he wouldn't risk Voldemort moving them to more secure locations. The problem was that he wanted to salvage the artifacts without destroying them. He thought he had an idea for doing that, but it would be difficult and time-consuming to try experimenting on Voldemort's Horcruxes directly, without knowing for sure he had a method that would work. Harry had been thinking about this since before traveling back into the past. He'd even considered making a Horcrux himself so he could experiment on safe ways to extract the soul fragment, but the idea was repulsive. A practice Horcrux would be ideal, but Harry shuddered at the thought of creating one, though he knew the process inside out. But surely Voldemort wasn't the only one out there afraid of death, and willing to commit murder for immortality. It would be a dangerous road to travel, but perhaps there would be a way for Harry to get his hands on a practice Horcrux after all. It was an ugly thought, but Harry had done terrible things before in the war against Voldemort. Harry grimaced. He'd deal with it later. There was time, and if he had to destroy the Founder's artifacts, then that was just how it would have to be. Better that than Voldemort's spirit roaming free, even in his weakened state. Betsy bleated, and Harry was shaken loose from his thoughts. The pail was almost full. He picked it up and began to carry it towards the icebox in the kitchen. He realized he'd forgotten to open the door for Betsy, and took a step back towards the woodshed to free her, when she appeared in front of him with a pop. Harry took a step back in surprise, drawing his wand. Betsy just bleated at him again in an annoyed tone, and walked off. There was definitely something off with that goat, and that pop had sounded very familiar, but Harry couldn't think when he'd heard it before. He ditched the pail into the icebox and set about his daily chores. It didn't take long, even without the aid of magic. Although Harry could do it in a fraction of the time with his wand, he found himself agreeing with Aberforth. There was a simple pleasure in doing things yourself, even cleaning. Weeks later, Harry woke up from a lovely, relaxing, and altogether dreamless sleep, only to turn to face the calendar pinned to his wall. Today's date was circled in red. August the 23rd. Harry's good mood immediately fell away. This was supposed to be the night he woke up in pain before dawn, having dreamt of Voldemort. The first touch of their bond through the Horcrux. Harry rubbed his scar absently and sighed. Well, that proved it was definitely gone, but for some reason he'd expected the dream anyway. He lay back in bed, deciding to sleep some more, when something impacted against his window with a soft thump. Harry pushed open the shutters, and then the window, seeing nothing outside. Suddenly a tiny owl darted in, chirping excitedly. Hedwig hooted disdainfully at the smaller owl, and turned back to cleaning her feathers. Harry smiled, recognizing the pygmy owl. "Harry, Dad got the tickets. Ireland versus Bulgaria? Monday night. Mum's writing to the Muggles to ask you to stay. They might already have the letter. I don't know how fast Muggle Post is. Thought I'd send this with Pig anyway. We're coming for you whether the Muggles like it or not. You can't miss the World Cup. Only Mum and Dad reckon it's better if we pretend to ask their permission first. If they say yes, send Pig back with your answer pronto, and we'll come and get you at 5 o'clock on Sunday. If they say no, send Pig back pronto and we'll come and get you at 5 o'clock on Sunday anyway. Hermione's arriving this afternoon. Percy's started work. The Department of International Magical Cooperation. Don't mention anything about abroad while you're here unless you want the pants bored off you. See you soon. Ron. Harry laughed aloud and stole an owl treat from Hedwig's tray to give to Ginny's tiny, hyperactive owl. He could fondly remember the letter sent by Molly Weasley, covered in 100 stamps, asking the Dursleys' permission to take him to the cup. He still hadn't decided whether he was going to attend the match or not, but the Weasleys' invitation was still a welcome sight. He took the letter with him and went to find Aberforth. When he couldn't find the old codger at first, Harry assumed he was still in bed, but eventually he found the older man chopping firewood out by the back door. "Didn't you say you're closing the pub for a few nights?" asked Harry. "Right," grunted Aberforth between swings. "Half the wizarding world is off to the Quidditch World Cup. I'd wager everyone who couldn't get a ticket would be eager to drown their sorrows on that night and buy enough to make up for the missing customers," teased Harry. "Right," agreed Aberforth. "So why you closing the pub? Isn't it obvious?" "I'm going," said Aberforth, dropping his wood axe on the floor and turning to watch Harry. "What's your point? If you're after tickets, you know Fletcher's got his grubby little hands on some he's looking to sell. He's been flogging them in here all week." That struck Harry as odd. Aberforth didn't seem like the festive type. "Who are you going with?" he asked. "Albus," replied Aberforth. "He gets sent a dozen invitations every time there's a cup. Politicians jostling to get some time to whisper in his ear. He always brings me along to get drunk and belligerent when they become too overbearing, so we can actually have a good time." After the revelation of Ariana's death a fortnight ago, Harry was startled by the prospect of the two brothers going to a Quidditch match together, but he supposed it was ancient history for them, even if the old wound had never healed. Albus even came down to the pub for a drink once or twice a week, so Harry supposed that they must get along to some extent these days. Although he had noticed that Albus' visits had always been conveniently timed to match Harry's nights off. Harry suspected Aberforth was trying to keep him out of Dumbledore's clutches and questions, which was unnecessary, and yet Harry found it oddly endearing. He was growing to like the crotchety bastard, and said bastard seemed to be looking out for him, too. "Take a look at this," said Harry, showing Aberforth Ron's letter. "You going?" he asked, eloquent as always. "I haven't decided yet. Already seen the match, but it was a good one." And then, Harry trailed off. Aberforth caught his hesitation. "Something happened there?" "Yeah, and I can't stop it or it'd set things off track. I need the Death Eater who causes the trouble to think he's got away with it, at least for a little while," said Harry, frustrated. As much as he'd like to capture Barty Crouch Jr. at the Quidditch Cup, he knew that he needed to let events pan out as before until the right moment. He didn't have long to wait, but he needed Crouch to be in Hogwarts so Voldemort would think his plan was progressing as hoped. "Deal with it," said Aberforth callously. "What?" exclaimed Harry. "Sometimes you just have to let things go. Whatever's happening, it doesn't ruin the match, right? You said you'd seen it," said Aberforth, puzzling out Harry's words. "That's right. It happened afterwards, when the winners were celebrating," said Harry. "The winners? Come on, Potter, give me the details. Who won?" demanded Aberforth. Harry gave him a curious expression. "Wouldn't knowing in advance spoil the match?" he asked. "Not if you've got a heavy wager ready to be placed. You traveled back in time for a reason, Potter, and if it wasn't my financial gain, I don't know what it was. All you've done so far is help earn me money by keeping the pub working harder than before, serving customers quicker, and cheating Fletcher out of his change time and time again." Harry grinned. After the drunken night, he couldn't quite remember. He'd made a bit of a game out of giving Fletcher the wrong change on purpose every time he served the sleazy little crook. To balance things out, he occasionally gave him too much money, so Fletcher kept coming back in the hopes that he'd come out on top in the end. Unfortunately for him, Harry and Aberforth were keeping track carefully of just how much they were robbing from the weaselly little man. It was the same problem every gambler faced. They always come back in the hopes that this time the cards will be in their favor. "What's in it for me?" asked Harry. "Split the winnings?" offered Aberforth. Harry shook his head. "That goes without saying. Sweeten the deal. Tell you what, I'll get Albus home straight after the match for a family reunion nightcap. That way he won't interfere with whatever's going to happen. And 30% of the winnings," Aberforth said, trying to haggle. Harry smiled, knowing that Dumbledore hadn't been involved the first time around, but he didn't object to a little extra gold. And knowing the odds, there'd be a significant sum coming their way after the match. "How much are you betting?" he asked. "100 galleons," said Aberforth. "Double it," said Harry. "All out of your pocket, mind you. I've got great odds for you."
Spill, demanded Aberforth.
Ireland beats Bulgaria, 170 to 160, but Bulgaria catches the snitch. Aberforth whistled. "I'll get some decent gold out of a bet that's specific. Whoever you gamble with, make sure it's not Ludo Bagman," Harry warned, remembering Fred and George's extensive attempts at getting their money back. Aberforth snorted. "I'm not an idiot. Everyone knows he's balls deep in debts to the goblins and they're just waiting for the opportunity to eviscerate him. It's the goblins I'm going to put my wager with." Harry cocked his head in confusion. "I thought goblins were renowned for being miserly with gold. Not the sort of creature you want to be asking for your huge payoff from." Aberforth gave a dark chuckle. "Nah, goblins aren't miserly. They're sticklers for rules. They're rules, not wizard ones. Sometimes wizards and goblins disagree on what belongs to who. They get violent about it. Rebellions, sabotage, strongly worded letters. It's just that they don't give a damn for wizard rules. But on the occasion of debts with Gringotts, it's goblin rules which apply." "What's the difference?" asked Harry. "You owe a wizard some money, maybe he hexes you, maybe he brings in the DMLE and you get forced to pay up one way or another. Sometimes fines, sometimes a holiday in Azkaban. The goblins don't do fines. Fail to pay them what you owe, and they'll bloody eviscerate you." "Bloodily," cackled Aberforth. "And the ministry lets them do it?" asked Harry. "Yup," said Aberforth. "Outcome of the last rebellion. Goblin laws apply to goblin debts. And believe me, goblins are always looking for an opportunity to eviscerate a wizard. So they'll take wagers and usually the house wins. Like all gambling. But every now and then somebody wins big, and they let it slide, in the hopes that he or another wizard will come back in with high hopes and empty pockets. And when the term of repayment is over, and a wizard can't pay up." Aberforth picked up the wood axe and pressed it to Harry's belly, running it slowly across his stomach. "Vicious little bastards. They like their gold, but they like killing more. They opened the Quidditch gambling office after we banned blood sports." Harry felt queasy at hearing this. "Ireland 170, Bulgaria 160, he reminded Aberforth, unwilling to be accessory to homicide by Quidditch bet. "And Bulgaria catches the snitch." "I got it," said Aberforth. Harry rubbed his stomach uneasily. "So," said Aberforth conversationally, apparently completely at ease with the possibility of goblin swords in his belly, "are you going to go?" Harry thought for a moment. It'd be odd to see his friends again. Some younger, some alive once again. In all honesty, he was nervous about meeting them again. "I haven't decided." "It's not far off. Decide quick," grunted Aberforth, swinging the wood axe back onto a log, splitting it into kindling for the fire. That reminded Harry. The Weasleys thought he was still at Privet Drive. Whether he replied or not, they'd be fluing into the Dursleys' bricked-off fireplace if he didn't tell them otherwise. He smiled, remembering the madness of that afternoon, and went back inside. Pigwidgeon was still fluttering about his room, waiting for a reply, no doubt. Harry flipped over the bit of parchment Ron had used and grabbed a quill and ink. "Ron, I'll make my own way to the burrow. Going to borrow a friend's flu. Same time though, yeah? 5 o'clock, Sunday. Harry." He quickly fastened it to the tiny owl's leg, and the overexcited creature zoomed off with energy that belied its tiny stature. As he watched it disappear, he remembered another overexcitable animal he was rather fond of, and sat down to write him a letter. Sirius was in another country right now, and Harry wasn't sure how long it had taken him to get back to Scotland last time. If he spelt out his intentions in the letter, Sirius might disregard it, so he decided to be as succinct as possible. "Sirius, no time to explain. I need you here by Sunday afternoon. This letter is a special sort of portkey. Gather anything you want to take with you, make sure you're touching it and Hedwig, and then say Quidditch. Love, Harry. The creation of an international portkey was a dubious thing, tricky and delicate. Luckily, in his study of time magic, Harry had become very familiar with magic's governing movement through space as well. He could create an undetectable portkey, but that wasn't good enough. By the time Hedwig reached Sirius, it might be too late, and Harry was reluctant to simply send Hedwig a week back in time. Hell, a week might not even be enough for all he knew. The process began by creating a normal portkey, which Harry did with a tap of his wand. The parchment flashed blue, and Harry waited for the color to dissipate before moving on to his modifications, which would transform it from a normal portkey into a temporal portkey. Instead, Harry slowly inscribed a line of runes on the back of the parchment. When he'd finished, he cut his finger, dipped his quill in the wound, and began to write the final rune in his own blood. Soilo, power, the lightning bolt. It was his mark. This was both a signature and a way of binding the portkey to him. Since Harry didn't know where Sirius was, the portkey would be incredibly difficult to create. They needed magical anchors like the place where they're used and the destination. By meddling with the magic of the location point, Harry had provided a new anchor, stabilizing his creation. But, of course, there was more to it than that. This was chronomancy. Nothing was ever simple. As soon as Harry had finished the rune, he lifted his finger from the paper. There was a crash behind him, and the sound of confused swearing. He grinned, but ignored Sirius to fasten the portkey to Hedwig's leg and send her out the window. Hedwig looked behind herself as she flew off, surveying the bizarre scene in Harry's bedroom. She let out an exasperated hoot and disappeared from view. Harry turned to face his godfather, about to speak, only to burst out laughing. Sirius was standing in a pair of swimming shorts, sand clinging to his feet, and holding the letter. He was looking very confused, and had neither any possessions or Hedwig with him. "Harry?" he asked, more bewildered than Harry had ever seen him. Harry couldn't help but laugh. "You didn't bring anything with you and Hedwig's still gone, so I'm going to go out on a limb here and guess that you said Quidditch early. Did you forget that it was in your pocket and have a conversation with someone?" asked Harry. Sirius looked abashed, which only served to amuse Harry more. Hedwig being gone would be a bit of a nuisance, but she'd find her way back to him sooner or later. She always did. "I was reading your letter aloud," muttered Sirius. Harry couldn't help it. He snickered. But Hedwig didn't come through the portkey. "How was she here?" he asked, looking around Harry's bedroom. "Where are we?" "It's a special kind of portkey I designed. It didn't just move you through space, but through time. To the moment I finished the runes which would allow for temporal movement." "What?" said Sirius, looking stunned. Harry just smirked at him, enjoying Sirius' confusion far too much. "Well, you and Dad like to study off the curriculum too, so I figured I'd do the same." "This is incredibly advanced magic, Harry!" exclaimed Sirius. "I've never even heard of something close to this. Where did you learn how to do this?" "The future." Sirius gawped at him for a moment, then closed his mouth. "Ha, that explains the growth spurt." Harry decided not to go into the full details of what was going on. He'd already given Aberforth about as much of an explanation as he was going to give to anyone, and that had only been because Aberforth wasn't going to be involved, so he couldn't get in the way of anything Harry had planned. Bringing Sirius here was a whim, but Harry saw no harm in it. The old dog would have come to Scotland anyway because of his Horcrux dream, so it was just speeding things up a little. Besides, even though Sirius had died at the end of Harry's 5th year at Hogwarts, it was the first person he'd truly considered family that he'd lost, save for his parents. Even though he'd only known him a short time, Harry had felt an irrational closeness to Sirius, and mourned him more deeply than any friend he'd lost afterwards. Taking the time travel bomb remarkably well, Sirius flopped down on Harry's bed, scattering sand everywhere. Harry vanished them, but groaned inwardly. There's always a grain that you miss, even with magic. One of the few truths of the universe is that sand gets everywhere. "So what's the big emergency?" asked Sirius. Harry looked his godfather up and down. He looked a lot healthier than the last time he'd seen him, having finally gotten regular meals and sun, and, most importantly, not being dead. Harry felt some unwanted emotion welling up, and pushed it aside before he began to recall the pain of losing Sirius the first time. "The Quidditch World Cup," answered Harry. "What? But that was last week. I read about it, the Death Eater attack and everything." "Weren't you listening?" said Harry dryly. "That portkey moved you through time. Today is the 23rd of August. "Oh," said Sirius. "So, what, we're going to stop the Death Eater attack?" "No," said Harry vehemently. Sirius raised an eyebrow, but Harry could tell he was more than a little shocked at the outburst. Harry took a deep breath and sat down beside him. Nobody gets hurt in the attack. Some muggles were terrified, and the dark mark was in the sky, but beyond a few burnt tents there was no lasting damage. We have to let events unfold as they did before. They're leading up to something bigger. "Why not stop them now at the beginning?" asked Sirius. "Voldemort," said Harry flatly. Sirius said nothing in exchange, understandably. He bit the inside of his cheek and stared at Harry, wonderingly. "He has a plan in motion to resurrect himself within the year. If we move too soon, he'll move on to a different plan. But if we let things go on for just a little while, he'll think it's all going smoothly, and we can interrupt him at his key moment. Foresight is our only advantage. We have a lot of leeway. He's weak, for now. I can't tell you the details. Trust me?" asked Harry. Sirius sighed and ran a hand through his hair. "Trust is a fickle thing, Harry. We lost your parents because we trusted the wrong man. Because we couldn't trust a good man, and because I was a coward." Harry saw the expression of self-loathing on Sirius' face beginning to form, and did the only thing a friend should. He slapped the mopey bastard. "And how, exactly," Harry demanded, "are you a coward?" "I was afraid I wouldn't be able to withstand Voldemort's torture. I was afraid that he'd get the secret out of me no matter how hard I tried to resist. That he'd pull it from me with the Imperius Curse or Veritaserum or thumbscrews," cried Sirius, his voice rising into a shout. "So instead you let everyone think that you were the secret keeper, guaranteeing that you'd suffer in exactly that way. You offered yourself as a potential sacrifice, a diversion, to give them a better chance while Pettigrew held the secret. That's not cowardice." "I was afraid," bit out Sirius, "of your own weakness, so you took on the dangerous part willingly while removing your ability to fail. That wasn't cowardice. It was smart. Pettigrew was the coward who ran straight to Voldemort. Of fear. Blame him, not yourself," growled Harry. "Oh, believe me, I blame Peter," said Sirius in ominous tones, but the guilt had left his face, and even the momentary flash of anger was soon gone. "All right, I'll trust you. We're going to let the Death Eaters attack the World Cup and do nothing? Spy on them during the attack. Is that why you summoned me here?" asked Sirius. "Nope," said Harry cheerfully. "The attack isn't important. We're going to watch the match. Ron's dad got tickets to the top box, and I don't go anywhere without my loyal dog these days. He looks out for me in these dark times, where murderers like Sirius Black are on the loose." Sirius barked a laugh and transformed into Padfoot. His coat was a rich, glossy black, much better than the mangy hound that Harry had seen in his third year. He bounced around the room boisterously, barking excitedly, before changing back. "Are pets even allowed in the top box?" he asked. "Probably not, but the Minister of Magic will be there, and wouldn't you just love the opportunity to run around under his nose?" asked Harry. Sirius gave a fierce grin. "And I know how to play fudge. We'll get you into the World Cup with me, and maybe even make your life a little easier. Are you going to pinky swear that your pet dog is Sirius Black and he's innocent?" asked Sirius, smiling. "Well," Harry trailed off. Sirius swatted at his head. "I'm just going to set things in motion. Brown nose a bit and suck up to the minister. Maybe ask him some advice. Flatter him a bit." "Ah," said Sirius, understanding. "Politics." "Exactly," said Harry, hopping off the bed. He went to the wardrobe and tossed a robe at Sirius. "Here, we're about the same size, right?" Sirius pulled on the robes and shifted a little. Bit tight in the shoulders, he said. Harry stabbed his wand wordlessly over his shoulder, and the garment adjusted to fit. Sirius let out a suspiciously dog-like yelp as the fabric moved around him, only to frown, stretch back and forth a bit, and find that it fit him perfectly. Silent, no motion, and you didn't even look? Nice, he said. It was obviously a baited sentence, but Harry ignored the unspoken question. I'll buy you some boots next time I go into Hogsmeade, he said instead. For now, it's probably best that you stick to being Padfoot unless we're alone. Right, said Sirius, shifting back. Harry opened the bedroom door, and with a wicked gleam in his eye, whistled. Here, boy.
Small Padfoot.
Sirius growled, and then tackled Harry, covering his face with huge, slobbering licks. Harry laughed, gagged, and wiped at his face with the sleeve of his robes all in one motion, before booting his godfather off his face. I never answered your earlier question, by the way, said Harry. We're in the Hog's Head. I'm working for Aberforth in exchange for lodging. Couldn't stomach the sight of the Dursleys any longer. Harry made his way downstairs into the main room, Sirius bounding happily behind him. Aberforth was already behind the bar, polishing glasses for the night ahead. The barman scowled at the sight of them. Harry wasn't sure which. No pets, Potter, he snapped. You have a goat, argued Harry. Aberforth snorted. Betsy's not a goat. She's a house elf. Harry stared. No, Aberforth roared. I am not fucking a goat or a house elf. She was too loud and annoying, and ruined the decor of my pub by cleaning it too much. Harry stared. Sure, the papers went after me, claiming I was casting illegal charms on a goat, and all sorts of rumors went around. Helped by arseholes like you who go around claiming that their employer fucks goats in front of all his patrons, said Aberforth, glaring fiercely at Harry. We both like it better this way. As a goat, she doesn't think of mess the same way, so she doesn't go around cleaning everything. Harry managed to gather some of his wits, though he still stared goggle-eyed at Aberforth. You turned a house elf into a goat to punish her for cleaning? He asked, incredulous. Behind him, Sirius made a noise that sounded suspiciously like a dog laughing. Not to punish her, just to stop her. She doesn't mind the mess when she's in this shape. Doesn't steal patrons' glasses when they're still drinking to clean half a shot of fire whiskey. Doesn't scrub every surface raw. Besides, she likes being a goat. Harry continued to stare. It's not a bad life, argued Aberforth defensively. I feed her well. She's not bound by her magic to obey me like a slave or punish herself if she makes a mistake. And house elves have powerful magic. She could change back if she wanted, but we're both happier this way. Harry tried not to stare, failed, and stared at Aberforth. I'm keeping the dog, he said flatly. Fine, fine, said Aberforth, eager to move away from the subject of Betsy. There's a bone left over from the roast for your mutt, and we've plenty of milk if he'd rather that than water. Sirius followed at Harry's heels as he walked towards the front door, but a horrifying thought came into his head before his hand touched the latch. He slowly turned to face Aberforth again, feeling dread in the pit of his stomach. You mean I've been drinking house elf milk for 3 days? Asked Harry in horror, all the pieces slotting into place. Aberforth just shrugged. Right then, said Aberforth brusquely. Albus will be here to pick me up any moment now. Lock up and make sure all the food's in the icebox once we've gone. I've already stuck the closed sign on the front door, but there's always some sod who'll try the handle anyway. Make sure you lock the back door as well. Harry nodded in assent, lounging in what he had discovered, after weeks of testing, to be the most comfortable chair in the pub. That wasn't saying much, but he'd managed to wriggle his shoulders into a pleasant crick. Where's that dog of yours? Asked Aberforth. You taking him to the cup? Upstairs, replied Harry. Do they even allow pets? Not a clue. I'll sneak him in if they object, but it'd be nice to know if we should sneak in from the beginning or waste time arguing with a stuffy bureaucrat over who's allowed to bring who into the top box. Aberforth rolled his eyes. Right, the top box. Courtesy of the Weasley family, you said? Forgive my skepticism, he drawled. Forgiven, said Harry, but only because I'll be able to spit on your head from up there. Tsh, said Aberforth. He made a move as if to head to the door, then hesitated and went behind the bar to gather a bottle. This one actually had a label on it, Harry noted. It must be the good stuff, or at least the stuff which stores were legally allowed to sell. Aberforth brought the bottle over to the table where Harry was sitting, and carefully placed it in the center of the table, a shot glass in front of each chair. Aberforth sat in one, leaving one empty space, which Aberforth nonetheless poured a drink for. As soon as all 3 glasses were full, the front door opened. Harry eyed Aberforth suspiciously. That was eerie timing. Dumbledore-style eerie. Maybe ran in the family along with being old and weird. Albus, Aberforth said gruffly, not rising from the table. Have a drink. Dumbledore strode in through the open door, resplendent in a vivid green cloak adorned with silver snitches. Thank you, he said graciously, only to see Harry sitting beside Aberforth with a look of shock. Well, my boy, I suppose I was right in thinking that you'd be all right fending for yourself after leaving your home. Harry pushed the empty chair with his foot, allowing Dumbledore space to sit. I'm much more at home here, he said. Less chores, some shouting still, but when I shout back he recognizes my sarcasm and wit. That was always wasted on the Dursleys. They didn't understand what I was saying, so they'd get confused, and then angry. Which was plain wasteful, muttered Aberforth. Go straight to angry, avoid getting confused, and you'll save yourself a hell of a lot of time. I'll drink to that, said Harry, raising his glass. Aberforth chinked his glass against Harry's, and the 2 men swallowed their drink. Harry took a moment to savor the burn in his mouth. It was definitely much better quality than whatever bootleg swill Aberforth usually served. As he moved to place the glass on the table, he saw Dumbledore's disapproving expression. Oh, my apologies, Albus. The table was set for 3 after all. Please join us, he said. Dumbledore sat, looking mildly disconcerted. I do hope you've not been corrupting young Harry Aberforth. Harry answered by picking up the bottle and refilling his and Aberforth's glasses. Ah, said Dumbledore succinctly. I suppose it's just as well that we ran into each other here, Albus, said Harry. There's something I've been meaning to discuss with you. Yes, said Dumbledore. After our previous encounter, I suspected we might need a little conversation to help us find our way. He sat down and sighed. I still think of you as the 11-year-old boy standing in the Great Hall for the first time. I can stretch that to 12 or 13, but you're not a child anymore, are you? He asked rhetorically. Shall we toast to that? Suggested Aberforth, hoisting his glass in the air. To lost youth? No, I think not, said Albus, prompting a glare from his brother. Harry speculated that Aberforth mostly just wanted a drink and didn't give a shit what they were toasting. How about we drink to the newest Triwizard champion? Me, said Harry. Albus gave him a speculative look over his crescent moon glasses. There wasn't even a hint of twinkling in his eyes. So you're serious about entering the tournament? It's dangerous, Harry. I'm not sure I can allow this. You can't stop me, said Harry nonchalantly.
I'm overage.
I can walk right over that age line you're going to draw and place my name into the goblet of fire. Dumbledore looked unhappy, and although he grasped his glass, he did not raise it. Potter has a better chance of surviving than any 17-year-old, Albus, added Aberforth in a dangerously low voice. Harry glanced at him, surprised by the voice of support. Ah yes, you're right. You're not that 11-year-old boy today. You haven't been for a long time. Let's drink to your victory, said Albus, after a lengthy pause. His voice was quiet, almost sad. The glasses were quickly drained, and as Fire Whiskey's trademark feeling of elation bubbled up inside Harry, he leaned forward to speak to Dumbledore. The Hogwarts champion was killed. You know I can't speak of the future too much. I know you fear what I might say, but you just have to understand that you don't need to look after me anymore. It's my turn. Oh, Harry, I fear you've been looking after yourself for far too long, said Albus. Harry laughed. I meant that it's my turn to look after you. Forget about Voldemort. You have a school to run. Focus on what really matters, not ghosts of dark lords popping out of the woodwork. I didn't get it the first time around, but this contest is more than it seems. The stepping stone to new ties between Britain and the rest of Europe, said Harry. Build those ties, headmaster. We'll need them. Aberforth grunted incomprehensibly and poured them all another shot. Enough of this maudlin talk. Albus, trust Potter. He knows what he's doing better than you can guess. Where are we staying? Albus blinked at the sudden change in conversation, and then collected himself. With the French ministry delegation, I believe. Minister Fudge is going to be escorting the Bulgarian minister, so I have been assigned the tender care of the French. A rare opportunity to discuss the upcoming event's last-minute preparations. Harry shook his head, half amused and half in disdain. Even at the Quidditch World Cup, it all comes down to politics. I'm afraid so, said Albus. Bastards, summarized Aberforth. Another drink? Dumbledore stood rather too quickly, almost knocking his chair over. I think perhaps it would be best not to. I have a rather long way to take us, and side-along apparition is tricky even before you fill your belly with fire whiskey. Aberforth pulled a long swig straight from the bottle, and then nodded, wiping his mouth with the sleeve of his robe and belching. Know where the flu powder is, Potter? He asked. I hate the flu. I'm going to apparate, said Harry insistently. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. As your teacher, I should really frown on underage drinking and apparition at least until the ministry confirms your age, he said teasingly. Your age line will confirm it well enough, said Harry. And the less we involve the ministry in this, the better. They have a habit of fudging things up. Harry caught the shadow of a smile on Dumbledore's face, quickly hidden. Unless you've gone senile and forgotten the spell, muttered Aberforth. A fear I live with every day, said Dumbledore dryly. Shall we? He asked, holding out an arm to Aberforth. The two brothers clasped arms, nodded farewell to Harry, and separated with a loud crack. Harry checked the clock. For 30. Padfoot, he shouted. A furry black mass came hurtling downstairs, crashing headfirst into the table. Harry lifted the bottle to avoid it being spilled, but there was nonetheless a splintering of glass as all three glasses fell to the floor. Padfoot looked sheepishly at the splintered glass, then turned his adoring gaze on Harry, wagging his tail. Stupid hound, Harry muttered affectionately. He scratched Padfoot behind the ear and summoned another glass from the bar, filling it to the brim. Padfoot transformed back into Sirius and accepted the drink gratefully. Aside from the fleas, I'm quite content to live as a dog, but you do miss the little things, he said, savoring the smell of the fire whiskey before drinking it. I'm glad to hear it because you'll be Padfoot for at least the next week. Maybe longer, said Harry. Longer? Asked Sirius. Ron brought in a pet rat. Lee Jordan brought in a pet tarantula. I may as well up the stakes and take my beloved pet dog to Hogwarts. Sirius groaned. I tried that last year. It was mostly dementors and eating rubbish. This time you'll be in a luxurious doggy basket at the foot of my bed. Gryffindor colors, red and gold. The house elves will bring you all the dog biscuits you could ever eat. Sirius whined at the mention of dog biscuits, making a sound low in his throat. Those things are vile, he complained. I'll show you where the kitchens are. You can bring me proper food. Already know where the kitchens are, said Harry. Ready to give up your tropical holiday in favor of Hogwarts? Sirius rolled his shoulders back and grinned. Hogwarts was my first real home. It'll be good to be back. I know the feeling, said Harry quietly. Sirius gave him a piercing look. So you're shot of the Dursleys for good now? He asked. Harry nodded in agreement. Sirius paused for a moment, looking melancholy. Do you remember what I said last year? Sirius asked hesitantly. That if you didn't want to go back to your aunt and uncle's. He trailed off. Harry laughed at Sirius' forlorn expression and punched him in the arm. Of course I'll live with you, you dumb mutt. Why else would I be inviting you to come live with me during school? We're housemates now, inside and outside school. Sirius grinned and promptly shifted back into Padfoot, letting out a happy bark. The glass which he'd been holding fell to the ground and shattered. Harry rolled his eyes and flicked Padfoot on the nose. Padfoot yelped, more from surprise than pain. Harry checked the clock again. It was still early, but he was eager to get going. "Betsy," he shouted. A distant bleat answered him. "Lock up the pub and clean this broken glass away when I've gone." She bleated again in reply. Padfoot gave Harry a quizzical expression. Harry shrugged in return. He wasn't going to pretend to understand the mind of a house elf. They were all mad. This one just happened to be a goat as well. Harry put his hand on Padfoot's head and apparat them both to the burrow. Molly Weasley shrieked. Padfoot growled. Bill and Charlie drew their wands. "I'm sorry, Molly," said Harry quickly. "It's just me. Didn't Ron tell you I was going to make my own way here?" Oh, but of course he did," she stammered. "But Ron said that you were going to use the flu, and you just appeared right in here all of a sudden." "I'm sorry I gave you a fright," Harry said gently, only to be smothered in a trademark Molly Weasley hug. Harry supposed he should have called her Mrs. Weasley, but that was one sure route to being treated like a child. Addressing Mr. and Mrs. Weasley on a first-name basis would help them to think of him as an adult, despite the misgivings Mrs. Weasley was sure to have. "Oh, that's all right, dear. But however did you get here? It looked almost like Dash." "Apparition," cut in Bill. Harry turned to the new Weasley with a smile and held out his hand. "That's right," he admitted. "I've met all the others, so you must be Bill or Charlie. It's nice to meet you." Bill attempted to shake Harry's hand, only to realize his wand was still in it. He hurriedly put it away and took Harry's hand in a firm grip. "Likewise," he said. "I'd heard rumors that you'd had an accident with a time-turner, but you're actually Overage?" "It seems that way," said Harry. Bill stared at him curiously. "I've never heard of anything like this happening before. Then again, we hardly understand anything about how time works, despite the trinkets in the Department of Mysteries. I even brought one in myself. A chicken that would turn into an egg, then hatch, grow, and turn back into an egg, endlessly." Harry looked at Bill curiously. This was new to him. "I thought you were a curse breaker?" he asked. "Yes, that's right. I find ancient magic artifacts. Gringotts takes any goblin-made artifacts. They're funny about that. The rest they sell and pay me a finder's fee. Most of it is junk. Old-timey curios and archaic ways of doing things, but every so often you run into something important or unusual, and the ministry claims it." Harry nodded in understanding, and then turned his attention to the other Weasley in the room. "So you must be Charlie," he suggested. Charlie grinned. "That's right. And who's this?" he asked, getting down on one knee to rub Padfoot's head. Padfoot leaned into it, eyes closed, and tongue hanging out in visible pleasure. Harry repressed the urge to smirk. It seemed like when Sirius took on the shape of a dog, he took on the mannerisms of one, too. "This is Padfoot, most loyal dog I've ever owned." "I'll bet," said Charlie. "He's gorgeous." "Of course, I do have an owl that's better looking and more loyal," Harry continued, only to be interrupted by a firm thwack with Padfoot's tail. Charlie laughed at the sight. "Is Arthur home?" asked Harry. "Oh yes, I'll just go fetch him. I'll let the others know you're here too, shall I, my dear?" asked Molly. "No," said Harry quickly. "Just Arthur for now. Then we'll all go see the others." "All right then." She gave him a puzzled expression for a second, but left the room regardless. Harry lifted the bottle he'd taken with himself and Padfoot from the hog's head, showing it to Bill and Charlie. "My host suggested I bring a gift when visiting your home," Harry began, and then sloshed the bottle around, showing that a good third of it was gone. "But he also suggested we have a farewell drink and toast to the upcoming match," he finished with an easy grin. "Think you could fetch some glasses for us?" "I'd do a lot worse for a taste of that if it's what I think it is," quipped Charlie. "Looks like we have a volunteer," said Bill sardonically. Charlie laughed and made as if to leave the room, hesitating in the doorway. "Will that be 5 glasses?" he asked, an odd note in his voice. "Yes, I'm allowed to drink," said Harry, smiling. "It's not that," said Bill. "Percy." The two brothers exchanged a meaningful look, and Harry tried not to flinch. Escaping awkward family dynamics was one of the few perks of being an orphan. "I'll try to convince him to join us for a toast." "Just 5 minutes," said Charlie, without much conviction in his voice. He left abruptly, leaving Harry with Padfoot and Bill. "You know, I always wanted to take a look at your scar," mused Bill. "Along with every other witch and wizard in the country," said Harry, feeling a twinge of irritation. He worked to suppress it. He was used to this by now, and he liked the Weasleys. Besides, Ron's first impression had been far, far worse. "Sorry," said Bill, meeting Harry's eyes guiltily. "Ron's told me how you feel about people always staring at it but never looking at you. The story of the boy who lived is legendary, after all, but my interest is a bit more academic." Harry raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "Well, I'm a curse breaker. It's a curse scar, sort of my thing. I've always been curious if it had any effects on you." "Like letting me speak Parseltongue?" asked Harry warily. "Exactly," said Bill, excited. "You're not the heir of Slytherin, so the ability had to come from somewhere. Although, the scar looks old and faded now. I was sure it was more, I don't know, alive in the pictures Ron sent home of you lot." Harry wondered for a moment what to say, but settled for an edited portion of the truth. "The magic infecting the scar has been gone for a few weeks now," he offered. "It healed up like any other old wound." "That's fascinating," said Bill, staring at the scar. Oddly enough, Harry didn't mind as much. This was a professional evaluation more than some bystander gawping at his forehead because of the scar. Bill seemed much more interested in the actual magic than the events of that night, and Harry found himself surprisingly grateful for that detached attitude, as if the scar was a thing Harry wore, not all that defined Harry. "Can you still speak Parseltongue?" asked Bill, just as Molly bustled into the room with Arthur behind her. "Bill," she exclaimed, "what sort of a question is that? Don't pester the poor boy about that." "It's all right, Mrs. Weasley," said Harry. "We were just discussing my curse scar. It's healed over the summer, and Bill has an interest in these things. You know?" "Oh, well, it was still insensitive," she said. "But here we are. Where's Charlie?" "I sent him on an errand," Harry said. "I hope you don't mind me borrowing him. You seem to have a surplus of boys around here. I thought you could spare one for a moment." Arthur chuckled at that. "It's good to have everyone back under one roof again, though it's a bit of a squeeze. Molly said you wanted to speak to me before you saw the others, Harry?" he asked, a note of concern in his voice. At that moment, Charlie came back into the kitchen, dragging a reluctant Percy whose arms were filled with glasses. "Perfect timing," whispered Harry to Charlie, who grinned. Harry waved his wand in the direction of the glasses Percy was holding, and levitated them into a neat circle in the middle of the room. "Oh, Harry, no magic outside of school," cried Mrs. Weasley in concern. "It's okay," Harry said. "I really am overage now, which is why I had Charlie playing fetch and wanted to see you before the others. My host gave me a gift to bring, as thanks for you inviting me into your home. I'm afraid I have to apologize on his behalf, as he also used it to toast me farewell, but it's mostly intact." Having finished speaking, Harry lifted the bottle where everyone could see, and carefully poured a measure into all 6 glasses. "That's very kind of you, Harry," said Arthur, only to be elbowed by his wife. "But, I won't pretend to understand what's happened to you, but are you sure you should be drinking?" "Molly, you don't need to make Arthur ask awkward questions for you, surely?" quipped Harry. The woman turned red, and both Bill and Charlie sniggered. "As a minor, you definitely should not be drinking," said Percy in prim tones. "Good to see you too, Percy," said Harry, handing him a glass. Despite Percy's hostile voice, he grudgingly accepted the glass. Seeing the opportunity, Charlie seized one of the floating glasses. Bill quickly followed suit. Arthur smiled and reached out with a more relaxed motion to take his, while Harry placed the bottle on the kitchen counter and summoned a glass into his hand. Only one remained. "Oh, go on, love," It's just one drop with our boys. And if Harry was underage, there'd be ministry wizards chasing after his wands for that neat little bit of spellwork just there. Arthur cajoled. Molly relented and took the final glass, but she didn't look happy about it. I'm glad you're joining us, Molly, said Harry, giving her a winning smile. She smiled back at him, but looked uncomfortable. Well then, now that we all have our drinks, I propose a toast. What are we going to drink to? Asked Arthur, looking amused. Since you brought the bottle, you get to choose. Then I'll raise a glass to your lovely family, Arthur, Molly. Thank you for welcoming me into your home. Everybody raised their glasses to touch together, then drank in silence. Oh my, said Arthur. That was a marvelous drop. I haven't tasted anything so fine in years. A murmur of assent went around the room as Harry and the Weasleys basked in the effusive glow of fire whiskey. Glad you came now, Percy? Teased Charlie good-naturedly. The fire whiskey had already mellowed Percy somewhat, so he didn't have the terse reply which Harry had expected. That was one of the wonders of fire whiskey. While Muggle whiskey would get you drunk, fire whiskey gave an immediate sense of elation to the drinker. There was no waiting for the body to metabolize the alcohol. It was magic, straight into your mouth. I suppose the cauldron bottom reports can wait until after dinner, said Percy ruefully. Bill laughed and ruffled Percy's hair. Now that's the spirit, he cried. Harry eyed the bottle with a measuring glance and figured that he had just enough left in there for another 6 drinks. Well, since you enjoyed it, we may as well have another, said Harry. He flicked his wand at the bottle, and the fire whiskey streamed upwards through the open air, twisting like a rope until it reached the center of the room, where individual fibers split off and flew gently into everybody's glasses. Oh, Harry, said Molly, attempting to put on a scolding voice but without any real force behind it. An invitation to the Quidditch World Cup is no small gift. I have to show my thanks somehow, don't I? He asked, smiling disarmingly. I thought that the bottle was a gift for being invited into our house, teased Charlie. Bill slapped his brother on the back of his head. You're always welcome at the Burrow, Harry, said Arthur seriously. Harry simply smiled in return. I've always felt welcome, too, he replied. Molly looked as if she was going to burst into tears, and Harry tried not to laugh. He knew that it had nothing to do with the alcohol. The woman was just peculiar that way. But it's your turn to choose what we drink to. Me? Asked Arthur. As the head of the family, you choose the second toast, said Harry, making up rules of etiquette off the cuff. Then I'll drink to your health. We were all worried after reading about your accident. It's good to see that you're well. I'll drink to that, added Molly hesitantly. The Weasleys all raised their glasses and drank a second time. Harry grinned at the scene in front of him. All that time around Aberforth really had infected him. He'd have to make sure not to make impromptu fire whiskey toasts in the Gryffindor common room. I can't drink to my own health, said Harry, looking at his still full glass. That's just silly. I'll drink to Padfoot's health instead. Padfoot barked in acknowledgement, and the room laughed. Just then, Ron and Hermione wandered into the kitchen. Mum, Harry's overdue. Do you think? He trailed off, catching sight of Harry. Have you been drinking? Demanded Hermione incredulously. Sorry, Ron. I operated straight into the kitchen. I forgot that I'd said I was coming by flu. But Padfoot hates those things. Don't you, boy? Harry patted Padfoot's head, and Padfoot made a noise of agreement. You brought Padfoot with you? Exclaimed Hermione, entirely forgetting about the fact that 5 Weasleys holding empty glasses and a bottle of fire whiskey were in the room. Yeah, said Harry. I thought he might like to see the World Cup. He loves Quidditch. Hasn't had a chance to play for a while, though. Bill, Charlie, and Ron laughed, although Ron laughed twice as hard as the others because, of course, he knew who Padfoot really was. Are dogs even allowed in the stadium? Asked Hermione. Well, technically yes, each witch or wizard is entitled to bring one familiar with them. Although we've been trying hard to make sure nobody finds out about that, or it'd be a menagerie, said Percy helpfully. Harry looked at him in surprise. Go, Percy. A little fire whiskey goes a long way in helping loosen those cauldron bottom reports up. Already we is it, Percy? Asked Fred, coming into the already packed room. Only just joined the ministry, and Percy's a power of his own, I tell you, added George, also squeezing into the room. Ginny slipped in silently behind them, and Harry groaned. There are too many Weasleys in this room, he cried out, grabbing the bottle of fire whiskey. Aha! There was some left. It was only just over half a glass. But Harry topped himself up and knocked it back in full view of the entire Weasley family and Hermione. Hermione's expression was priceless. With all the Weasleys in one room, Harry found himself trapped. There were worse prisons. He'd grown up in one. Mate, was that really fire whiskey? Asked Ron in a shell-shocked voice. Yeah, my employer gave me some to bring as a gift, so we had a toast just before you guys came in. Sorry I couldn't save you any. Your mum would have killed me. Ron chuckled nervously at that, but his eyes flicked up and down Harry's new height. Some growth spurt, huh? I'll say, replied Harry. Ron stood there awkwardly, shuffling his feet until Harry took pity on him. So how was your summer? He asked. It's been great having Bill and Charlie back, Ron enthused. But Percy's turned insane since getting that job at the ministry. This is the first time I've seen him away from his desk in weeks. First time I've seen him smile at anyone, actually, he added in a startled voice, watching Percy chatting easily with his mother. A bit of fire whiskey and fresh air does wonders for the soul, said Harry. Fresh air? Asked Ron. Harry paused, thinking, and then opened a window. Ron let out a nervous laugh. Harry, mate, what happened to you? We read all sorts in the Prophet about an accident with a time-turner. They were saying horrible things could have happened. We've all been so worried that you… Ron cut himself off mid-sentence. Was it because of what happened last year when you went back in time to save C. Buckbeak? He asked. Harry shook his head. It's a bit complicated, but it doesn't matter. I'm fine now. Better than ever, actually. No, you're not fine, claimed Hermione, butting into their conversation. You look different, older, and you were drinking and Mrs. Weasley didn't stop you. You didn't just have a growth spurt overnight. Hermione looked incredibly agitated, which worried Harry. He put a hand on her shoulder. Hey, Hermione.
I'm all right.
Really, I am. This had the opposite response to what he'd expected. Hermione let out a soft wail and looked as if she was ready to burst into tears. They warned me it could be dangerous if I was careless, cried Hermione, and I read all about the horrible things which have happened to wizards who've meddled with time. This is all my fault, isn't it? Harry felt his heart freeze in his chest. He hadn't expected this. Hermione had shared her time-turner with him. He'd used the time-turner accident as a cover story. Of course, she'd assume it was related. Oh, Harry, I'm so sorry, she said. Harry caught her by the arms and tilted her chin up so she was looking him in the eyes. Hey, Hermione, this wasn't your doing. You've got nothing to feel guilty about. But you've lost years of your life, she exclaimed. Will you even be able to finish school? Harry couldn't help but smile at that. Trust Hermione to worry about his education in the wake of a magical catastrophe. I'm coming to Hogwarts this year, Harry told her gently. But you're right. I am too old. I'm going to have to sit my OWLs at the end of this year, then leave Hogwarts. Hermione actually started to cry at this, silent droplets welling up in the corners of her eyes. So Harry pulled her into a hug. He noticed Ron giving him an unusually angry look at this, and wondered whether Ron was being protective of Hermione, or this was his jealousy setting in a touch early this time around. Harry had never been sure when Ron had begun to harbor feelings for their best friend, only that it had become clear to Harry around the Yule Ball. It'll all work out, Harry said consolingly. You'll see. Since I'm overage now, I've been able to practice magic. The holidays will let me catch up on schoolwork, and I've had some tutoring. But what about your NEWTS? She asked. We'll work things out, but don't blame yourself for any of this. I promise you it wasn't anything which you did. Harry felt guilty as all hell, seeing Hermione blaming herself for what she thought was a horrible accident. He hadn't thought through how it might have affected her. She was usually extremely level-headed, but was as irrational and human as anybody else at times. "What the hell happened, Harry? Did you do something?" asked Ron. Harry cringed. There was a note of accusation in Ron's voice just then. He didn't want to spin another lie, so he called in his ace card distraction. He let go of Hermione and took a step away, smiling at both of them. "Why don't you two come meet my new dog? He'll cheer anyone up." "Padfoot," he called. Padfoot disentangled himself from Charlie, who had grown very attached to him in a short space of time, and trotted over. Hermione gasped at the sight of his glossy black fur, and Harry saw Ron's eyes visibly widen. "Is that the stray you found at the end of last year?" she asked. "Yeah," said Harry, running a hand through his coat of fur. "Some good food and a home was all he needed. It's the simple things, right, Padfoot?" Padfoot had been sniffing Harry's empty fire whiskey glass, but looked up at his words to give the three of them a distinctly undog-like wink. Hermione gasped. "Wicked?" said Ron, momentarily distracted from whatever it was he'd been feeling before. "He's going to be coming with us to the World Cup. Since he doesn't need a seat, he just gets in with me," said Harry. "Isn't that dangerous?" asked Hermione. "No, nobody would mess with a stranger's familiar. He'll be perfectly safe," said Harry, sidestepping her question. She frowned, but didn't push it any further. Harry left Hermione and Ron in serious care, and walked around the room, happy beyond belief to see so many lost faces again. Not too far away, Percy was being Percy, and Arthur was being polite. And of course, the Department of International Affairs is worked to the bone with the upcoming top-secret event we've been preparing. "You know how it is, Father," droned Percy. "Everything has to be twice as perfect to show the superiority of the British ministry. But frankly, I spoke to the assistant of the Bulgarian liaison, and his office seems to run in a far more efficient manner. They managed to source the problem for the first part of the event within days of our owl going out. Why? They even knew to use the local workers to their advantage, and when I mentioned Charlie's profession, they jumped at the chance to have him assist them." Arthur was nodding along good-naturedly, from the expression on his face of muted neutrality. He was the only one in the room willing to listen to Percy at length. Harry tried not to laugh at the poor man, and decided to save him instead. "Oh, are you talking about the Tri-Wizard tournament?" Harry asked casually, leaning against the wall. Percy's face immediately turned an interesting color of puce, and he began to splutter. "What? But how did you know about that? I didn't say something, did I?" he asked, beginning to panic. Harry laughed and clapped him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, you didn't give away your boss' secret tournament." "But how did you know?" asked Bill, taking an interest in the conversation. Charlie saw the mood changing and came to join their little cluster at the end of the room. "Because I'm the champion for Hogwarts," said Harry in a matter-of-fact voice. "Champions are selected by the Goblet of Fire," said Percy. "We don't know who it'll be yet." "Oh, I do," said Harry lightly, "which is part of why it's going to select me. But don't let anybody at the department know that I'm aware and said that I'll be the champion. Yeah? They'd start wondering who could have told me, and I'd hate for them to think it was you." Percy paled at the thought. "I know how much you value your work, Percy," said Harry. "But if Mr. Crouch heard I knew, there'd be an investigation. The only ministry workers I know are you and your dad. I didn't hear it from either of you, but you'd get the blame, and I'd never forgive myself if it cost you your job." "All right," gulped Percy. "I think I'm going to go finish those reports for Mr. Crouch." As Percy walked away, Harry noticed Bill watching him with an amused expression. "At first I thought you were trying to threaten him into silence after you mouthed off," said Bill. "But then I realized you were just saving Dad from Percy's monologue." He grinned. "Good thing, too. Percy's a pillock, but Weasleys stand together. Although sometimes need rescuing from one another," added Harry, which made Bill smile. "True enough," mumbled Arthur, as if waking from a long reverie. He must have been half dozed off during Percy's entire rant. "But how did you know?" Arthur asked. "Dumbledore told me," said Harry, and it was true enough for anyone with as flexible a view of time as Harry possessed. "Ha!" said Arthur sardonically. Trust that man to always skirt the edge of the rules. But Percy's right, you have to be chosen by the goblet of fire, not Dumbledore. I know, said Harry. And there are no students who've done the things I've done, faced what I have faced, regardless of their grades and spellwork. I have no doubt that the goblet will choose me. Harry laughed and rubbed his scar wearily. That must sound horribly arrogant. From anyone else, maybe, said Arthur. But I remember how you saved my little girl, and suddenly I believe everything. Arthur gave a soft, distant smile to Harry. 7 children, and we love them all, but losing Ginny, the youngest of us and our only girl, he said, sighing. It would have destroyed Molly, and I don't know how well I'd have fared. Or any of her brothers. You didn't just save her down there. You saved all of us. For once, Harry was utterly tongue-tied. He had no idea what to say in the face of something so strong, so sincere. Arthur patted him on the shoulder, and they stood in silence. Harry, started Arthur before breaking off. Harry gave him a curious look. What is it? He asked. Ron's been a bit out of sorts since hearing about your accident. And now that you've come back, looking the way you do, and having a drink with his family when he can't. Arthur trailed off, but Harry understood perfectly. Youngest of 6 brothers, but not as young as his only little sister, Harry mused aloud. There must be a lot of feeling left out going on in that head of his. You've got that right, chuckled Arthur wearily. I know you boys are great friends, but worrying about you has been hard on him. And now that you're back and suddenly somehow an adult, oh, I don't know, that's going to be hard on him in a whole different way. I know, said Harry. I know. And he really did. Ron's jealousy had been difficult enough to deal with the first time around, but Harry had hoped to get around that by openly entering the tournament. It had been a stupid thought now that he came to consider it properly. Ron had claimed he was angry because Harry hadn't told him that he was entering, but it had never been about that. It had always been because Harry had gotten another chance to be special. The Ron standing across the room, attempting to have a conversation with Padfoot and Whispers, was not the adult he'd remembered, but he'd still hoped to salvage their friendship for this year. Harry let out a long sigh. His Ron didn't exist yet, and this current Ron might have entirely new issues with this entirely new Harry. It wasn't long after speaking to Arthur before Harry excused himself, saying he was tired. In a way he was. He'd come back to change things, to save lives of his friends and others. But he knew that he had a lot of work to do to effect that change, so he might just have to let go of the illusion that everything was the same between them. It suddenly struck Harry that he wasn't just reliving his 4th year. He was living a new year entirely, set during his 4th year at Hogwarts. When he trudged upstairs, Padfoot came with him, and before too long, they were both passed out on a camp bed in Ron's bedroom. His godfather curled up by his feet was a comforting presence, and it cheered Harry up slightly. Although he'd been eager to spend time with Sirius again, he'd never thought that his godfather would substitute for a pet when necessary. Harry blearily remembered Ron and Hermione trying to make him get out of bed, but a few muffled shouts of operating and growls from Padfoot had caused them to give up and let him sleep. It was a good few hours later, and the sun was actually up when Charlie popped his head through the door. Oh, hey Harry, we were wondering if you were up. Mum's making lunch, then we're operating over. I was thinking I might take Padfoot for a walk, if that's all right. Harry smiled, and then yawned, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Want a walk, Padfoot? Padfoot trotted over to Charlie's heels and sat obediently. TCH, you really are a dog inside, muttered Harry. Padfoot barked in response. So you really love animals, Charlie? Yeah, all kinds. Hagrid was a bit of a bad influence on me, I suppose. Caught monster fever from him. There's nothing like a dragon to remind you of how big the world is. But even the little monsters like this one are great, he enthused, tickling Padfoot's sides. Padfoot rolled over, panting and wagging his tail. Harry wondered just how much of it was an act and how much was just Padfoot being himself. He'd mentioned something offhand once about how their animal behaviors and traits carried over sometimes. Harry wondered if Sirius really did turn into a dog, mind and all, with only fleeting memories and echoes of being a wizard. He'd thought it was just shape-shifting at first, like transfiguration, but the more he watched Padfoot, the more he wondered if it was something deeper. Looks like he's happy to go with you. Careful, he likes to chase rats, Harry added. Padfoot bared his teeth, and Harry chuckled. Later, Harry. Come on, boy, said Charlie. After they had left, Harry wandered downstairs. It was just him, Bill, Percy, and Molly in the house. Percy was holed up in his room finishing a report, and Molly was cooking. That left Bill for company. Harry found him in the living room. Morning, Harry, Bill said in an amused voice. Harry raised an eyebrow. I take it you're not a morning person, are you? I work in a bar. My usual bedtime is when they were trying to drag me out of bed. It's against the natural order of things, complained Harry. Bill just laughed. Do Ron and Hermione know? Bill asked all of a sudden. That I work in a bar? Replied Harry, nonplussed. We hardly got the chance to speak last night. They don't know yet. No, not that, said Bill, laughing. I meant about the Triwizard Tournament. Oh, that. No, they'll find out soon enough, said Harry. That's good. We were hoping to keep it a surprise for all the students. Lucky for us, we have the World Cup to keep the headlines busy while we prepare everything. We? Asked Harry. Well, the ministry, I suppose. But with Percy and Dad in the house, you start to pick up on all of this we and us floating around. Glad I'm not with the ministry. It's all paperwork and whose arse you should be kissing on Tuesdays. And whose arse are you kissing on Tuesdays that's got you too busy to work for the ministry? Asked Harry in a serious voice. Best thing about goblins. They don't do politics. You do the job, you get paid. No negotiations, no failures. You cheat them, you die. You earn the money, you get a cut. A lot of wizards don't like them because they're so bloodthirsty when the rules are broken, and wizards don't get goblin rules, mused Bill. Like goblin artifacts? Harry asked. Exactly, exclaimed Bill. It's thought to be a great honor to return a lost artifact to the vault. I dare say it's the only thing you could bribe a goblin with. Harry's thoughts turned to the cup of Helga Hufflepuff and the sword of Godric Gryffindor. He sighed. That cup was going to be a bastard, no matter how he approached it. His brooding was interrupted by Molly dropping a plate of sandwiches in front of them. Eat up now, boys. Charlie's just washing Padfoot off in the garden. Goodness knows what that dog of yours got into Harry, but he's a sweetheart, isn't he? Without waiting for an answer, Molly bustled back into the kitchen, like a whirlwind of food, and came back with some more snacks. Charlie joined them and they ate more or less in silence. Padfoot's plate was on the floor, but his sandwiches had the crusts cut off. Harry eyed them dubiously. Padfoot met his gaze and wagged his tail. After they had eaten, Charlie pulled out a map enchanted with the location of the Quidditch World Cup. Harry craned his neck to look at it. This was spelled to only reveal the location a few days before the cup began. I think we're in this section, said Charlie, stabbing a glowing square with his finger. You okay with this, Harry? He asked gently. What? Sure I am. You've seen me apparate before. Apparating blind to a point on a map is different. Maybe it'd be better if I side-alonged you. Bill or Percy can take Padfoot, he said. The concern in Charlie's voice both amused and exasperated Harry. I've apparated blind before as well. Don't worry about me. Worry about where Percy is, said Harry. Oh, for Merlin's beard. Bill, we're out of time. From upstairs, there was the sound of a door exploding. Harry tried not to laugh, but his efforts failed when Bill appeared, frog-marching Percy down the stairs. All right, we're all here, said Bill, his wand still at Percy's back. Harry presumed that he'd forgotten that he had it out, but it made for an amusing sight. Harry put a hand on Padfoot's back. Padfoot whined softly. On 3? Asked Charlie. 2, continued Bill. They all looked expectantly at Percy, who scowled, and then disapparated without a word. Harry, Charlie, and Bill all sniggered, and then followed him into the campsite. The Weasleys and Harry didn't have to look for long before they managed to reach the right spot. The apparition point they'd chosen was fairly close to the spot reserved for their camp, and Padfoot's sensitive nose helped lead them in the right direction. As they grew closer, the smell of burning meat stung Harry's nostrils. and he wondered if Padfoot had deliberately led them to the camp or was just following the smell of sausages. "Ah, there you are, boys," shouted Arthur merrily. "We just managed to get the tent and fire set up. Fancy some sausages?" Harry eyed the charred lumps of meat on skewers which hovered over the fire, and realized why Molly did all the cooking in the house. Padfoot whined, however, and sniffed at them interestedly. "Don't be greedy, Mutt," Harry told him. "Everyone else has to eat too, but no thanks for us, Arthur. Molly made us lunch before we operated in." Arthur pulled a skewer off the fire, blew on it, and tossed one of the sausages towards Padfoot, who gobbled it up greedily. Harry rolled his eyes. "I'm sure we can spare one sausage for a hungry dog. The others are inside. I bet you've never been in a magical tent before, have you?" asked Arthur, smiling knowingly. Harry shuddered at the memories of spending too many nights hiding out in battlefield tents, specially constructed to hide from magical and mundane view. He'd be perfectly happy never setting foot in a tent again, but he forced a grimace away from his face. "What's the difference?" he asked. Arthur just chuckled. "Go take a look," suggested Bill, giving him a shove towards the tent flaps. Harry relented and ducked between the two pieces of fabric which separated the campsite and the younger Weasleys. Truth be told, he was still nervous about speaking with Ron and Hermione. They weren't the same people he knew, not quite. He took a deep breath and stepped into the tent. It was exactly as he remembered it, right down to the smell of cats and mothballs. "Why didn't you come with us this morning?" demanded Ron. His tone was not the most welcoming one. Harry flinched. Luckily for him, Fred and George intervened, jumping down from where they'd been standing to grab their brother from each side. "Did you forget, Ickle Ronnikins? Our baby boy has all grown up," said Fred. "So he gets to apparate with Bill and Charlie while we trudge up a hill before dawn," added George. "And you know what that means, right?" "We hate you," they chorused merrily in perfect sync. Harry relaxed. At least the twins were taking it in good humor, but he could see Ron's frown darkening. "Hey, where's Hermione?" Harry asked, trying to move on to a different subject. "She went with Ginny to get water," said Ron. At least he was speaking to him, Harry mused. Hopefully the excitement of the World Cup would be distraction enough to take Ron's mind off recent events. "Oh good. I wasn't looking forward to being grilled for the details of what happened to me," said Harry dryly. "What did happen?" asked Ron. Harry hesitated, wanting to tell Ron the truth, but decided against it. He'd tell him soon enough, but there were certain events he couldn't risk altering. Not yet. Before Christmas, definitely, Harry promised Ron silently. "I don't really remember much, except waking up in St. Mungo's. Worse than Madame Pomfrey, I tell you, mate. They wouldn't even let me get out of bed for a week. Not even to go to the bathroom." Ron's animosity turned to curiosity upon hearing this, and then he laughed. "How long did you manage to hold it in for until you wet the bed?" he teased. Harry smiled in relief to see Ron joking. Some of the tension left his body, and some of the worry he'd been carrying around faded. Funny how he'd been more concerned about upsetting his friend than stopping Voldemort, even if it was only for a single night. "Even all grown up, Harrikins is still a little baby who wets the bed," crooned George. "Did they give you nappies after it happened?" Fred added. Harry rolled his eyes and joined in. "It was worse than that," he muttered in dark tones. "Ever had a rabid medi which scourgify your bladder?" Everyone in the tent flinched. "Mum used to wash our mouths out with cleaning charms whenever we swore," said Fred with a shudder. "It was awful. Thank Merlin she hasn't done it since we were little." "Imagine that in your bladder," said Harry. Inwardly, he wondered if medi-wizards actually did use Scourgify to clean bedridden and comatose patients of bodily fluids. He hoped that they had a gentler, more specialized version. The thought of Neville's parents being subject to the horror which he'd just invented wasn't pleasant, and brought a dark look to his face. The others clearly noted it and flinched in revulsion. "But what about when you didn't need to pee?" asked Ron. "When you dash," Fred interrupted him, in tones of abject horror. "Harry, we're your friends. You can trust us. Tell the truth," he insisted. Did the bad people at St. Mungo's steal your virginity with a scourgify up your bum? Finished George. Harry laughed, but refrained from answering. Ron looked torn between disgust and horror. How did they do it? Continued George, clearly unwilling to let the subject go. Could they just cast the spell on you? Or did they have to pull down your pants and shove their wand up your bum? His voice was thick with fake shock, and Harry continued to laugh. The twins had always been a source of humor, and Harry had his moments of immaturity himself, but he couldn't help but be reminded of just how young they were. At some point while George had been speaking, the girls had come into the tent. Who put their wand up Harry's bum? Asked Ginny, the very picture of innocence. Hermione turned bright red, having caught the obvious innuendo. Harry grinned at her and she flushed a deeper shade. Hermione was bright enough for subtext and was a teenage girl after all, but was utterly lacking in any experience of sexuality, even just jokes, no matter what she may have read. Her juvenile embarrassment was hilarious, and yet another reminder of how young his friends were, even compared to his new 17-year-old self, let alone his future self. A very bad person, said Harry darkly. What are you talking about? Asked Hermione warily. Harry turned a smile on her. Best not to let her draw any erroneous conclusions from a fragment of conversation. St. Mungo's has some invasive medical procedures, Harry said, but the wand up my bum was just George fantasizing out loud. Fantasizing about what? Asked Ginny, in tones that were far too innocent. Harry narrowed his eye at her. That girl was clearly not as innocent as she was pretending. What happened to Harry over the summer? Answered Ron. Harry threw him a look of relief. What did happen? Asked Hermione, parroting what Ron had asked earlier. Harry sighed and figured he may as well give a half-assed lie for the time being, instead of avoiding the topic and alienating his friends. I don't really know. I remember you guys sending me birthday cakes. Thanks for that, by the way. They were great, especially Hagrid's. He made it himself. Harry grinned at the way Ron and Hermione winced, having experienced Hagrid's cooking before. But after that, I don't really remember much except waking up in St. Mungo's. The prophet was saying that you were in the long-term ward, though, said Hermione. There were some really horrible articles saying that you might never come out, or that you could even die any day now. Her bottom lip quivered, and Harry resisted the urge to hug her. Things seemed to be going all right with Ron at the moment, and he didn't want to risk setting off his latent jealous side. I wasn't there for too long, said Harry, but I asked them not to make a fuss about when I left. You know how much I hate attention. You should have told us, Hermione accused, loud to the verge of shouting. We had no idea what was going on. Harry looked guilty, and felt even more so inside. He really had dropped the ball on that one. He'd been so focused on the work ahead of him that he'd forgotten to let his friends know that he was even alive. Sorry, he mumbled, knowing it wasn't enough. Idiot, said Hermione, in her usual exasperated tones. But she didn't sound too mad, which Harry took as a huge blessing. She opened her mouth, hands set on her hips the way she always did when about to launch into a lecture, and Harry resigned himself for a long and deserved scolding. But if you weren't at St. Mungo's, where were you? Asked Ron, saving Harry from Hermione's nascent tirade. Harry shot him a thankful grin, and Ron winked back at him. It seemed like Ron had noticed the budding lecture as well, and saved him from the ear-bashing. Harry had no words for how grateful he was. I went home, said Harry simply. But you weren't at the Dursleys, said Ron in a dangerous voice. Harry flinched. He hadn't expected to be caught in a lie this soon. We went there to check on you, you know. They hadn't seen you all summer. Sorry about that, Harry said quickly. I guess you could say I've moved out. Permanently. I'm overage now, so I found somewhere else to live. Ron seemed mollified by that. He knew Harry hadn't considered Privet Drive to be a home, so Harry figured that Ron had accepted the lie as a slip of the tongue. So where are you living? Asked Hermione. The Hog's Head. I work a couple of shifts a week to pay for food and lodging. And fire whiskey, interrupted Ron. Harry laughed. Yeah, sorry. Aberforth, that's my boss, had a drink with me before I left and told me to bring the rest of the bottle as a gift to say thanks for the invitation," explained Harry. Hermione frowned at him. "Harry, while bringing a gift is the polite thing to do, it's extremely impolite to start drinking the gift before you even show up," reminded Hermione. Harry gave her a rueful grin. "What can I say? Aberforth is a bit eccentric. He's Dumbledore's brother," he added, as if that explained everything. By the knowing expressions on Ron and Hermione's faces, it did. "But should you even be drinking? I know you say that you're overage, and apparently the ministry agrees if you've got an apparition license, but aren't you still 14 inside? Aren't you still—" Her voice wavered for a moment. "Aren't you still our Harry?" Harry was torn by her words. It seems like she was as worried about losing him as he'd been worried about losing them. "I'm the same person inside, Hermione. I just grew up a little faster." She didn't look convinced and was still visibly unhappy. "So do you think you can get us some fire whiskey on Hogsmeade weekends now?" joked Ron, saving him once again. Harry felt a rush of relief. It seemed like the friend he'd been worried about was the wrong one. Ron was handling the situation a lot better than Hermione so far. Harry really hoped that it'd continue when he entered the tournament. "Ron!" exclaimed Hermione, cuffing him on the side of the head while the whole tent laughed, although Harry noted a speculative look on Fred and George while they laughed alongside the others. While everyone was distracted, Harry turned to look at Ginny. He'd hardly known her at this age, so he doubted that these changes would ruin their future friendship. But then again, when he looked at Ginny, he caught her looking right back, staring avidly at him. "Oh shit," he thought to himself, remembering the crush she'd always harbored for him. His change in appearance and confidence would definitely not help him out in that regard. He winced internally, hoping that it wouldn't be too damaging. Ginny had been a good friend once she'd been able to see him as Harry and not just her crush. But there was a predatory look in her eye. Harry could remember how smoking hot the redhead had become as a woman, but the Ginny before him was a 13-year-old girl, way too young for his older self. And even though he was now 17 mind and body, 13 was still way too young. He shuddered at the thought, trying to avoiding mixing images of older Ginny with the child staring hungrily at him. As he was actually 17, due to the intricacies of chronomancy, Harry had no qualms about getting involved with Hogwarts students around his age. But there were teenagers and then there were 13-year-olds. The idea grossed Harry out to his core. If he was going to be doing any fooling around, it was definitely going to have to be with the upper-year girls who matched him in physical age or near enough. That had a certain appeal after living with only an old man and a goat, although he couldn't remember what the older Hogwarts girls had been like back then. Or rather, back now. But hey, he'd also have Durmstrang and Beauxbaton students around, and they'd all be around the right age. Harry resolved to have some fun along the way while he was working to stop Voldemort's machinations, and gained a new reason to eagerly anticipate the start of the tournament Hot Foreign Girls. He briefly toyed with the idea of trying it on with Fleur, but decided against it. He didn't need the added complication of hooking up with his rival champion. Suddenly Harry realized that he'd still been looking at Ginny the whole time that he'd been thinking this through. She was matching his gaze, to her credit, but had turned crimson. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Hermione had seen their little staring contest, and broke the unsettling silent stare. "Are you all right, Ginny? You've gone all red. Are you feeling okay?" he asked. Her blush deepened to the point where he couldn't even see her freckles anymore. It was adorable and so childlike that it helped to knock the image of Ginny as a woman out of his head. "I'm fine," she said, a little too quickly. "Just thirsty. We went to get some water." Ginny raised the pail full of water that she'd dropped at her feet, but in her nervousness, knocked it over. Water spilled all over the manky old rug, which was no great sacrifice, but the water was also all gone. "Ginny," scolded Ron. "I was thirsty too." "The queue for the tap took ages," said Hermione mournfully, although without any accusation in her voice. "I'm really sorry," wailed Ginny, more embarrassed than ever. Harry knew that this was his fault, so he patted her consolingly on the arm. "Don't worry," said Harry, picking the pail upright. "If you're feeling the heat, you shouldn't have to go get some more. I can do it." "She spilled it," said Ron. "She should go fill it up again." Harry shook his head at Ron's statement, mildly annoyed with his younger friend. As the only one younger than him, Ginny was the only one on whom Ron could really take out any. When Harry wasn't around, she'd usually fight back just as well as any of her brothers, be it teasing, insults, or outright violence. The Weasleys were a boisterous lot. "It's okay," said Ginny. "I'll go do it." "Ron, you should go with her," stated Hermione. He immediately gave her a look of the utmost betrayal. "What? Why? She shouldn't have to go by herself. The campsite's huge. We barely found the tap the first time. What if she gets lost?" Hermione ranted. Harry winced as they began to bicker back and forth. Ginny seemed to be shrinking in on herself, and then, with sunken shoulders, picked up the pail and began to slink out on her own to refill it. Harry caught her arm before she got more than a few steps away. She looked up at him, wide-eyed. He put a finger to his lips and pointed his wand into the pail, casting a silent aguamenti. The sound of water sloshing inside the pail was lost under the argument as Ron whined about why he shouldn't have to go fill the pail, and Hermione berated him for, well, being Ron. "It's okay, guys," said Harry. "She only spilled about a third of the pail. There's plenty left. See?" He took the pail from Ginny's unprotesting grip and tilted it to show the bickering pair. Hermione glanced at the very large, very obvious puddle on the tent floor, and then back at Harry suspiciously. He grinned. "See!" exclaimed Ron victoriously, as if he'd won their argument. "I don't need to go after all." His voice was full of pure glee, and Harry and Hermione both laughed at him. He looked a little confused at Hermione suddenly switching from lecturing to laughing, but shrugged it off and went off in search of cups. Even Ginny giggled a little, and she managed to pull herself together a bit. "Thanks, Harry," she said, in a voice that wasn't much more than a whisper. Harry groaned silently. This wasn't going to help that crush of hers. Not one bit. But at least she wasn't looking miserable anymore. He could work on, or rather around, her crush a bit later. "Our secret, yeah?" Harry muttered in conspiratorial tones. "Our secret," she confirmed, giving him a wide smile. Her cheeks were still tinged with pink. Hermione, watching the whole thing, rolled her eyes. Harry just shrugged at her in response. "We were going to go explore all the festivities," Hermione explained. "Do you want to come help Ron pick out something ludicrous and green to wear to the match?" "I'd love to help turn him into a living shamrock," Harry replied. "But I need to take Padfoot for a walk and have a chat with him." Fred, George, and Ginny all gave him an odd look at that, for various reasons. "You named your dog Padfoot?" asked Fred. "You need to talk to your dog?" asked Ginny, at the exact same time as Fred. Their questions were so in sync that Ginny could have been a tiny female George for a moment. George just gave her an amused look for stealing his trick. "He's been called Padfoot for a long time," said Harry by way of explanation. "It was actually Dad who named him. It's been a long time, but I finally managed to get my family dog back." Hermione gave him an exasperated but amused look. "This place is crowded, but I don't think many people have been going into the woods. Maybe Padfoot would prefer to have his walk and talk somewhere quieter," she suggested. "Yeah, don't want people to see you talking to Padfoot," added Ron, who'd just returned with an armful of cups, which he dropped unceremoniously on the floor, except one which he filled from the pail. He hesitated, and then gave that cup to Ginny, and went back to fetch one for himself. "People talk to their pets all the time," said Ginny. "I'm sure nobody would notice Harry among all the weirdos out there." Harry grinned. So innocent and ignorant. Although he could see some suspicion in the twins' faces, he didn't think they'd have the faintest idea of what was going on. Only that Harry was up to something. "A walk in the woods sounds great," said Harry. "I might be a while, so I'll just go ahead and meet you guys at the game. We're in the top box, right?" "Yeah," said Ron. "But don't you want to explore everything with us?" he asked, sounding disappointed. "I do, but this is the only chance I'll get to take Padfoot on a walk without people around, you know?" said Harry. Ron picked up on what he was implying. "Oh, right, I get it. Want us to come along?" he offered. Harry smiled. Ron was clearly torn, wanting to go browse the various stalls and shows set up around the camp, but also willing to come with Harry if he'd asked. No, you guys have fun. Get me something to wear for the match. Okay? He said, flipping a galleon through the air to Ron. And something for Padfoot if they have anything that'll fit on a dog. He's very into Quidditch for a dog. The twins laughed, but Ron gave Harry a knowing grin and nodded. Dad's got the tickets. You'll need to get yours off him if you're meeting us there, or they won't let you into the stadium, he said. Great, I'll go get them. See you guys in a few hours. Arthur took a bit of convincing, but Harry finally managed to coax the ticket from him when he was distracted by Barty Crouch Sr. coming by. The encounter left the taste of bile in Harry's mouth, reminding him that Crouch Jr. was nearby, and there was nothing he could do about it. Yet, Harry spent most of the day exploring the forest with Padfoot, who briefly shifted back into Sirius when he was sure nobody was around. Woof, he said. Harry threw a stick at him. He caught it with his forehead. You were really getting into the whole lovable puppy act back there, Harry said. Sirius grinned. James wanted to make me his permanent house pet, so you'd always have somebody to play with growing up. Lily put a stop to it. He nearly had me convinced. So the dog brain takes over? Harry asked. No, not quite. It's not just taking on the shape of an animal. An animagus takes on their spirit as well. I am a dog, smarter than most, and I know things which I shouldn't, but in many ways beyond the flesh, I really do become a dog. Does it bother you? It never used to, but seeing Peter after 13 years as a rat, I can't help but wonder, did all my years as Padfoot, hiding from the Dementor's touch in Azkaban, change me? There are old stories of animagi who spent too long in their animal forms and got trapped permanently. At that stage, it's in your soul. No spell can undo it. Not like transfiguration. I used to want to learn to be an animagus so badly, murmured Harry. What changed? You died. Ah, how did I die? Asked Sirius. Future knowledge is a bad thing, Sirius. It'll eat you up inside, making you obsess over what will and will not happen, what you can change, what you can't. If I tell you the wrong thing, I could do more damage than all your time with the Dementors. I have to know, he argued. You would want to know. Harry sighed and gave in. It was true. He would have insisted on knowing, if given the opportunity to find out. You died protecting me. No details, said Harry shortly. From who? Asked Sirius, a vicious look in his eye. No details, said Harry. That's all I'm telling you. That and one more thing. It won't happen again. I fell for a trap and you saved me from it. Now I know about the trap so it can't lure me in. And I mean to shake things off course so much that the trap is never set. Now, no more details or I'll obliviate you. Sirius grumbled a bit, but shifted back into Padfoot. They made their way to the top box separately, meeting the Weasleys there. Oh goodness, Harry, cried Arthur. I was just about to go look for you. We've got a good half hour until the match starts, but you'll want to see the mascots performing, too. My Weasley. Seats in the top box. Harry's skin crawled at the sound of Lucius Malfoy's voice. Did you have to sell your house to afford them? Arthur bristled, but Bill's hand on his arm kept him from doing anything rash. Now there, Lucius, be nice. You are here as my guest, after all. Panted an out-of-breath Fudge, who'd been running up the steps to keep up with Lucius' longer stride. Harry tuned it all out. Although the match was fascinating, he'd seen it before, and seen recording clips on omnioculars far too many times. Padfoot was standing on two legs against the railing, tail whipping back and forth furiously, having the time of his life. Harry smiled at the sight. He'd worried about bringing Sirius here, but the godfather he'd known had spent all his time in a cave or locked in a box. He deserved this. Turning his attention away from the match, Harry noticed that Fudge was also less than focused on the game. He left his seat and wandered over to the minister, who was poring over a small book. Is everything all right, minister? Harry asked, faking concern. Oh yes, it's just these blasted Bulgarians, you see. And this phrasebook is next to useless. And with everything happening this year, it's going to be a nightmare. Suddenly Fudge caught himself, realizing who he was talking to. Ah, Harry, forgive me. I was a little wrapped up in work. Can I help you with something? I do hope you're feeling better after that accident over the summer. I read all about it. Truly tragic. But look at you, you've grown. Healthier than ever. Not the type to let anything keep you down. Harry? Fudge nudged Harry conspiratorially with his elbow, and Harry resisted the urge to punch him. No, this was time for diplomacy. Harry glanced back at the Malfoys, but their attention was fully on the match. Taking a deep breath, he grabbed Fudge's arm and pulled him out of the top box, into the empty corridor. Harry, Fudge asked, startled. What is it? Actually, Minister, I was rather hoping I could help you. Fudge looked startled for a moment, but his face soon settled into a condescending smile. Ah, Harry, what could you help me with? I have a whole ministry working for me, after all. Fudge chortled at his little joke. Harry did not, and met his gaze unblinking until Fudge dropped his silly fake smile. I remember that you helped me out after I blew up my Aunt Marge last year, Harry said. Oh yes, accidental magic. Nothing to worry about, dear boy. Well, that's the thing. You helped me, the Minister of Magic himself. I was very flattered and surprised, Harry said, lying through his teeth and trying to sound sincere. So I figure that I owe you a favor in return, and there's something that you should know. Oh, and what might that be? Asked Fudge, still in his humoring a child voice. It's about Sirius Black, Harry said. Black? Hissed Fudge. Have you seen him? That's not what I wanted to tell you, said Harry, sidestepping the question. Black's innocent. Fudge looked as if he was about to make some blustery dismissal, but Harry caught his arm. The man who betrayed my parents was Peter Pettigrew. He faked his death and went into hiding. I've met him, he confessed. Fudge rubbed at his cheeks and sighed, looking down at Harry in exasperation. Look, Harry, even if this preposterous story is true, I can't just call off the hunt for Black. And with the resources invested in him, we can't afford to waste more manpower hunting down a dead wizard. It's just not feasible, not without proof. I'm sorry, my boy. That's your problem. Resources, said Harry. What? The resources invested in hunting Black. A waste of manpower, time, and money. Forget whether he's innocent or not. The last reports have him out of the country. No longer our problem. With a certain international event coming up, the last thing we want to be doing is advertising a possible serial killer on the loose. And if the Aurors haven't found him yet, it's likely that he's far from here. We have to look strong in front of our neighbors. Don't we, Minister? Fudge nodded mutely. We don't want them coming to Britain and thinking of Sirius Black and Lord Voldemort. Harry was pleased to see Fudge flinch at the name. I wouldn't expect you to just drop the charges on my word alone. But you have an opportunity here. The hunt is going nowhere. Redirect those resources into our international affairs and we could see some real benefit. I suppose we have been hunting him for a year with no success, Fudge mused, and we're stretched to breaking point as it is. If we foster stronger ties with the rest of Europe through this upcoming event at Hogwarts, a politician of your caliber could use the opportunity to repaint the image Britain has gathered over the last few decades. Change us from a terrorized island nation into a growing part of global magic. You have a great opportunity in your hands, Minister. I'd hate to see you waste it searching for some lost thug who may not even be guilty. Did you know he was never given a trial? Just locked away. Those were dark times. But Minister Bagnold was not the same leader that you are, sir. Oh, well, you're too kind, Harry, but I really don't know what to say to all this, said Fudge in a strained voice. You did me a favor once, so I thought I'd return it. That's all. I'd hate to see your career besmirched by the international cooperation you've been working so hard for suddenly fall apart because the Ministry is too devoted to finding one wizard so terrifying that he's been issued with a kiss-on-sight order. Yes, said Fudge at length. I suppose he is just one wizard at that. Maybe we should see about rescinding that order. That way we can question him about how he escaped from Azkaban and fix the prison's defenses. That's a fabulous idea, Minister. No wonder Professor Dumbledore speaks so highly of you, said Harry, trying not to gag through the heap of bullshit he was spewing. But somehow Fudge was buying it at least a little. Why, thank you, Harry. It's very kind of you to say so. You're a bright lad, no doubt about it. Perhaps we've been a little too fixated on this black case and need to get back to business as usual. Have you ever considered a career in the ministry? Harry tasted vomit. I'm still not sure what I'd like to do after this Quidditch match, to be honest, sir, he said weakly. Plenty of time to decide, my lad. Plenty of time. Have a good year at Hogwarts now, and be sure to stay out of trouble. I'll do my best, sir, lied Harry. Despite the Weasleys' insistence that Harry stay with them until school starts, Harry managed to fend them off with the excuse that his employer was expecting him back. They were disappointed, but Harry assured them he would see them at school before disapparating back to the Hog's Head. Aberforth looked up at his arrival. So, Death Eaters, that's what you wanted me to get Albus away from, he said flatly, disapprovingly. If it makes you feel any better, he wasn't involved the first time. He must have left the campsite before everything kicked off. Nobody's hurt now that wasn't before because of you, said Harry. Aberforth grunted. Put a lot of fear in a lot of people seeing that thing in the sky again, Aberforth said at last. I know, said Harry. You could have stopped it from happening. I know, said Harry again. Aberforth slammed his hands on the table and pushed himself upright. His chair fell backwards, landing with a heavy crack. So why didn't you? That mark, that symbol, it's a sign of everyone that we lost back then. Our worst memories coming back to light. A reminder of what it was like to live every day in constant fear. You weren't alive back then. You don't know what it means to see that hanging over the house of somebody you knew. I had my own war, old man, said Harry quietly. I saw that vile thing in the sky more times than I can remember. Then why do it? Why let people remember those horrors when everyone's at peace? Happy, for fuck's sake. Harry raised his eyes to Aberforth's, feeling as tired as if he hadn't slept in days. You said it yourself, to remind them of those horrors, of what's at stake, of what's coming. Aberforth growled, but picked up his chair and sat back down again. Harry could see the whiteness around his knuckles, hands clenched into fists, but the anger was simmering down, and Harry got the feeling that it wasn't directed at him, perhaps hadn't been to begin with. What's the point in traveling back in time if not to stop that from happening again? Asked Aberforth. You don't get it, said Harry. Even if I tell you 100 times, you won't get it. You might understand the words, but you'll never truly know. Just tell me, boy. I thought you were here to stop that damn war from happening. Harry gave a bitter laugh, joining Aberforth at the table. No. I came back in time so that we could fight that war. The first time was a slaughter, and it never ended. I mastered a new and forbidden branch of magic to get back here, but it wasn't so I could stop him from coming back. You can't stop him. I learned that lesson over and over again. Then why? Demanded Aberforth. So that we can fight the damn war, shouted Harry. Fight instead of die. And so that when we fight all the forces he can gather, all the evil in the world arrayed against us, we don't just fight but survive. I didn't come back to stop it from happening. That's impossible. I came back to make it possible for us to fight this damn war and win. Aberforth stared blankly into space for a long time, digesting Harry's words. He'll be coming soon, won't he? In a way he's already here, said Harry. Weak, malformed, without a proper body. Sounds like he's vulnerable. Catch him like that and end it quick, muttered Aberforth. I could kill the body he's in, but his spirit would escape just like when I was a baby, and then I'd have no idea of what he's doing. Right now, I know how he plans to come back. I watched it happen the last time. Ritual resurrection is a messy business, Harry said, and then paused for a moment before grinning ruthlessly. And I plan to mess with it. You're going to make the ritual backfire? Asked Aberforth. Good guess, but no, said Harry. Aberforth raised an eyebrow, awaiting an explanation. It actually backfired the first time. Only the effects. They made him stronger than ever before. Truly immortal, not the wraith he became after he died the first time. Every time he died, the ritual reactivated. No need for sacrifices or full moons or fucking virgins. So the immortal Dark Lord Voldemort became even more immortal than before, said Aberforth sourly. And that's where I come in. First I make him mortal. Then I kill him for the 1st or 14th time, depending how you're counting. I know how that ritual works back to front. How it went wrong. How he became so powerful. I know how to change it so that it works exactly the way it's supposed to, and gives him a new but mortal body, said Harry, taking out his wand and placing it on the table. He let out a long, tired sigh. I'm not like your brother. I can't match him in strength or knowledge. I'm a powerful wizard, but they're on another level. I've only ever escaped dueling Voldemort through dumb luck, being saved, or being a sneaky bastard. I'll agree that you're a sneaky bastard, Potter, but I think his lot might have you beaten at both sneakiness and being bastards. Harry grinned mirthlessly. Oh, you have no idea. No idea at all. But I didn't just learn how to travel back in time. Aberforth snorted derisively, but couldn't conceal the curiosity in his eyes. Picked up a few tricks when you were developing the spell? He asked. Developed an entirely new branch of magic. More like, said Harry, beyond the wildest dreams of the Department of Mysteries. You're looking at the world's first chronomancer. So what can a chronomancer do besides tend bar? Asked Aberforth. Harry paused reflectively and stared at his wand. You know, I'm still learning, and this is going to help me push the boundaries even further. I may be the only wizard to have mastered time magic, but I know there's still more I can learn to do. He pushed his wand across the table and gestured for Aberforth to take it. This feels odd, Aberforth commented, running a finger along its length. It's almost, what's the word? Faceted. Bumpy? He shrugged. I've seen some odd wand decorations, but never one with all those little spheres. You'd hardly know they were there unless you were close enough to get poked in the eye with it. Well, they're not supposed to be decorative, said Harry. The wand chooses its shape, not the wand maker. That's a load of bollocks. Ollivander does custom requests and modifications all the time, grumbled Aberforth. The wand chooses the wizard, not its shape. It does when you make your own wand, said Harry. Ha! Work better for you than Ollivander's. Then, to give you an edge over Voldemort. Harry shook his head, but smiled. No, nothing like that. It's perfectly tuned to my magic, but Ollivander's a master of the craft. His wands come within a hair's breadth of perfect matches in almost every case. At least, when he gets to help you pick it out. Then why not keep with your old one? You remember how some wands are more suited to certain types of magic, like charms or transfiguration? Harry asked. Mine is more attuned to chronomancy. It's the first chronomantic wand ever to have been made. It'll perform about as well as my old holly wand for most things. For most things, Aberforth repeated. Harry smiled and took back his wand. Time magic has been easier with it, said Harry. And not just easier. I can feel a change in how it works. I'm closer to the magic now. This is what I need to take my mastery of time a step further. A specialist tool, and a teacher, and a partner. He gazed at it fondly, before stowing it away in a pocket. Your wand is your teacher? Snorted Aberforth. Is the magic in the wizard or in the wand? Asked Harry. Aberforth leaned back, momentarily stumped. The wizard, he hazarded a guess. But wands are magical too. It's just that the magic comes from the wizard, goes through the wand. It's a tool, like you said, a focus. I bet your brother would have had a better answer, taunted Harry. Aberforth swiped at his head, but Harry easily dodged the tame blow, chuckling as he did so. It's in both of us, and this wand knows the magic of time in a way completely different to how I understand it. I can learn things from this wand that I could never do from my old one. Harry stared at the wooden tabletop forlornly, wishing he had the chance to experiment with some of his more esoteric theories. But now was not the time. What's it made of? Asked Aberforth. Birch, answered Harry. It's a symbol of growth and renewal, the passing of time. It lights the way for others to follow and inspires passion in the hearts of men. Aberforth cuffed Harry on the side of the head. None of that airy bullshit, Potter, he muttered. Harry opened his mouth to object and argue the important influence of wood choice when making a wand, but Aberforth beat him to it. I meant what's in it. The magic bit. Unicorn cock? Middle finger of a Grindylow? Your imagination is inspiring, muttered Harry, while actually trying to work out what the magical properties of a wand made from a Grindylow's middle finger might be. They were aquatic creatures, living in packs, territorial and aggressive, submerged under constant pressure yet also pressing outwards. It'd likely create a wand with good defensive properties, possibly with a quirky temperament, as some wands possessed, characteristics which caused them to act oddly under certain circumstances. Most likely it'd be more potent when several of them were used by wizards fighting side by side. Good wand for a soldier, Harry thought. He wondered if it might be worth trying to grab some fingers during the tournament and try his hand at making some, but Aberforth interrupted his speculation. Well? Demanded Aberforth impatiently. Centaur, snapped Harry, irritated at having his train of thought interrupted. What, a whole one? Asked Aberforth, in a voice so deadpan that Harry actually did a double-take and had to look at the man to be sure he wasn't serious. The optic nerve, he explained. Never heard of that before. You didn't get it from one of the local centaurs, did you? I did, admitted Harry. Aberforth swore, loudly. Stay away from the forest if you want to stay alive. Then, Potter, they're a vengeful lot. I don't know whether they just pepper you full of arrows or take both your eyes for the slight and leave you wandering in the dark. Your concern is touching, said Harry, amused by the warning, although he was well aware of how dangerous centaurs could be when riled. But I didn't thump one over the head with a brick and pluck out his eye. He traded it freely. Fuck, Potter. What did you offer to make a stargazing horseman give up one of his stargazers? Spluttered Aberforth, eloquent as ever. Sight, said Harry simply. Oh, fuck you. I get enough of that vague and mysterious shit from my brother. Tell me about it, muttered Harry in understanding. He was a nightmare when Voldemort was hunting down the prophecy. Getting an honest answer out of him was like squeezing blood out of a stoat. Don't you mean stone? Have you ever tried to squeeze a stoat until it bleeds? Harry asked rhetorically. It's fucking difficult. At least stones don't fight back. Do I even want to know? Asked Aberforth. Transfigured a Death Eater into a stoat. Grabbed him. Squeezed. There were a few other things happening. But you get the gist, said Harry. I don't know whether I'm more curious about what happened with the stoat or the prophecy, said Aberforth. He stood up and made his way to the bar, where he began the daily ritual of setting things up for the evening's customers. Well, the stoat bit me, so it won first blood, but then I squeezed it even harder and Harry stopped speaking when Aberforth threw a dish rag at his head. Start cleaning the tables, and tell me the other story. Right, you must have heard part of it, too. Aberforth grunted in acknowledgement. Harry waited in silence for him to admit it verbally. It was part of an ongoing attempt to get Aberforth to converse with actual words. Even after so short a time as Harry had been living here, it was showing results. Caught a wet behind-the-ears Death Eater spying on Albus when it happened. Only caught a bit of it, Aberforth said at last. Did Albus ever tell you the rest? Asked Harry. Yeah, surprised the hell out of me. I thought it'd be another of his secrets in the closet. But he called your parents and the Longbottoms here and told them about it. Right here in front of me. Guess he might have thought I'd heard more than I did. Or maybe he just wanted somebody else to know who wasn't involved, suggested Harry quietly. Maybe, said Aberforth after a long pause. You'd never think it, but he's as lonely as they come. Maybe he just wanted somebody else to know the score. And we're brothers. Shared old and terrible burdens for decades. So what's one more? Harry was surprised at that. He couldn't imagine Dumbledore, the center of attention wherever he went, as a lonely man. But then he remembered how alone he often felt himself, despite being singled out as the boy who lived, the chosen one, or whatever other name some idiot could think up for him. Harry actually felt a little sorry for Dumbledore upon realizing that. He was still only human after all, and the only two people who understood that were right here in the Hog's Head. The silence suddenly felt awkward, so Harry broke it. The prophecy's dead now, you know. I already fulfilled it. Even though I'm back in time, before it was completed, it's still tied to my fate. It's just an empty glass ball now. Does that change anything? Asked Aberforth. Not a damn thing. He chose this fight when he heard the prophecy. I chose this fight when I found out he killed my parents. A slow smile spread across Harry's face, and he looked over at Aberforth. And I chose it again when I learned how to travel backwards in time. But this time, it's happening on my terms. HNF, said Aberforth. Harry rolled his eyes. It was worse than trying to teach a teenager to speak properly sometimes. Think you can win? Aberforth asked. Harry sighed and ran a hand through his hair. I'm not sure, to be honest. Probably not. But then Harry straightened and brought back his cold smile from before. But I'm damn well going to make it possible for somebody to win, even if it doesn't end up being me. He'll lose, even if I lose first. Don't lose first, said Aberforth. Harry laughed, but silently agreed that it'd be rather pleasant if he wasn't murdered by Voldemort anytime soon. That's the beauty of it. Even if he manages to kill me, he'll eventually be gone for good because of what I'm going to do. I win either way. Win the better way, grumbled Aberforth. But win. The two men worked in silence preparing the bar, and between the two of them, it was soon ready. It'll be a pain doing all this by myself when you go back to school, said Aberforth in a surly voice. Harry recognized what he was really saying, though. Ah, you'll miss me?
I'm touched.
But then again, it'll be nice to have the place to myself again, said Aberforth, biting the words out through gritted teeth. Oh, I get it. You miss having time alone with Betsy. If you want, I could spend a night at the Three Broomsticks to give you two some privacy, teased Harry. Aberforth looked like he was going to throw something at Harry, but to Harry's pleasure, the old man couldn't find anything nearby that wasn't breakable and full of alcohol. Actually, Harry began, suddenly serious. I won't be quitting this job when school starts up. Aberforth gave him a confused expression, so Harry continued. I need to get into Hogwarts as a Hogwarts student, but I don't exactly plan on going to class and doing homework. That's not what I came back for. If you want me to save you room for you, you'll have to start paying rent, stated Aberforth. Didn't you just hear me? I won't be quitting the job. That covers rent and more, said Harry. Albus won't like it. I wasn't planning on asking permission. He'll find out, warned Aberforth. I know, said Harry, and then he grinned. But he doesn't exactly have a choice. The worst he could do is give me detentions I won't go to. So let me get this straight. You're going to Hogwarts to compete in the tournament, but not to go to school. You're not going to go to class, or do homework, or, basically, act like a student. That pretty much sums it up, said Harry cheerfully. Although I'll probably go to classes for a little while, just for fun. Redoing a year of school hardly sounds like fun to me, Potter. Which is why I'm only going to redo, I don't know, about 2 months. Still not fun. It will be for me, said Harry. For a fleeting moment, Aberforth felt sorry for his brother. After some idle days and busy nights, September finally arrived. I'll come by twice a week to work my shifts, said Harry. Aberforth nodded and went back to his paper. Harry waited for a response, but none came forth, so he sighed and set off towards the door. See you in a few days, old man, he said. Bye for now. As Harry opened the door, Aberforth put down his paper and banged his fist on the table.
Oi.
What are you doing? Going to Hogwarts? Harry answered, nonplussed. The carriages don't set off until the train arrives, Potter. You're 8 hours early. Harry paused, still holding the door open, and Aberforth groaned. Merlin's beard, boy. I can guess what was going on in that thick head of yours. Apparate down to London, take an 8-hour train ride back up to Hogsmeade, and waste your whole day. Yes, said Harry. You're an idiot, said Aberforth. His voice was so flat that it wasn't even an echo of an insult, just a statement. Did you think the students who live in Hogsmeade travel to London and back? I didn't know there were students living here, said Harry truthfully. Hogsmeade had been in ruins in his future, and he'd not spent too much time wandering the streets while living with Aberforth. The only times he'd gone into the village proper had been for an errand, and although there had been children and teenagers present, he'd assumed they were visiting for the shops, like Diagon Alley. "You're an idiot," said Aberforth again. "The largest magical-only settlement in the country, and you think that none of your classmates live here? How did you manage to survive with a brain so withered from lack of use?" "Luck and charm, mostly," quipped Harry. "Bah! The only thing you could charm is a goat." "Are you hitting on me, Aberforth?" accused Harry in mock tones of horror. "How the fuck did you draw that conclusion?" "Well, you obviously have a special connection to goats," said Harry. "And if you tell me I possess a certain goat-like charm, what am I supposed to think?" "Would you shut up if I told you to fuck off?" asked Aberforth. "Has it ever worked before?" "No," said Aberforth sadly. "No, it really hasn't. Merlin knows I've tried." "So how do students from Hogsmeade get to the castle?" asked Harry. "Same way as you, Potter," said Aberforth in exasperated tones. "Do you have to have everything spelled out for you?" "Clearly, because I take the train, and you just told me they don't take the train. I know you haven't started drinking yet, so I'm going to assume that you're either senile or a dick. Walk down to the Hogsmeade train station, where all your little snot-nosed friends are spilling out of a train, and get into one of the carriages that you've ridden every other time." "Oh," said Harry. "Are you feeling stupid?" asked Aberforth. "Because you should be." "You must really be upset I'm leaving if you're being this much of a dick," said Harry cheerfully. Aberforth muttered incoherently for a while.